Hey guys, tonight we step into a salt marsh at dawn. The light flickers like a shy firefly, teasing the mist. You probably won't survive this walk if you don't bring a map, so before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment below with your exact location and local time, please. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The Saltmarsh glows under the first blush of sunrise, a gentle awakening. You walk along a worn stone path that bends like an old story. Your footsteps echo softly against the stones, a rhythm matching the sea's pulse. The wind carries a taste of brine, a reminder of what has long ago happened. Ancient fact, the first recorded use of salt dates back to 800 years ago. The marsh has been a quiet companion for countless generations. The reeds sway gently, as though listening to your breath. You let your pulse slow to a gentle thrum. Your thoughts dissolve into the soft hush of water. You walk deeper, the path becoming a living trail. A sudden splash interrupts the silence, scattering droplets like tiny jewels. The water's spray cools your cheeks, a gentle kiss. You chuckle softly, as if the marsh is teasing you. The lantern flickers a heartbeat with the tide's rhythm. You feel a sense of purpose, something simple yet profound. The wind carries a faint scent of wild thyme from afar. You inhale. The aroma mingles with the salt's crispness. The reeds close around this scented air, making a gentle curtain. The lantern's glow dims slightly, but the path remains lit. You walk, feeling the earth beneath pulse with life. Your thoughts drift to a memory of childhood summer days. The marsh seems to echo those carefree moments, whispering them back. You smile, letting that warmth grow within your chest. As you continue, the wind sighs louder, a soft lull. You feel ready to listen, to share your own hush. The lantern steadies, a constant beacon in the damp hush. All around, the landscape hums with a deep, ancient song. You watch the reeds flicker like silver wires against the sky. The lantern's glow nudges the darkness away, revealing hidden ripples. Your heart beats in a steady rhythm, matching the marsh's pulse. The mist grows thicker, turning the path into a liquid dream. You step carefully, the ground soft below your feet. The lantern casts a circle of warmth amid the cool fog. Each breath feels like soaking up a sunrise. The reeds whisper, as though sharing a secret kept for centuries. You feel the connection deepen, the marsh embracing you. The lantern's light glows brighter, like a heart beating within the dark. You pause, looking back to the path you walked earlier. It feels familiar, as though it has walked you before. You wonder who else has walked this route over centuries. Some say the marsh keeps memories of every shoe or sigh. You let the sound of your footsteps merge with the tide. The lantern hums, a low chorus with the sea. You breathe in, feeling the quiet pull of the marsh. Your mind relaxes, letting go of daily clamor. You walk straight, following the lantern's steady glow. The sea's murmur is now a lullaby in your ears. You feel the calm spread through each muscle. The path ahead looks longer, but you take each step with ease. Light from the lantern flickers, painting each stone with warm colors. The marsh seems to thank you with a gentle breeze. You pause, listening to the rhythm of the tide. Each wave carries echoes of laughter from long ago. You smile, imagining children playing on this very marsh. The lanterns glow steady, a promise of safety behind you. Your breath becomes deeper, matching the gentle swell of the water. You feel your thoughts drift like drifting reeds, at peace. The wind carries stories of ancient boats that once sailed these banks. You whisper the names you've heard, feeling the mystery settle. Your lantern hums softly, a lullaby to your mind. You notice a tiny crab scuttling, its shell reflecting lantern light. It moves like a tiny dancer, guided by the glow. You watch it for a moment, feeling a gentle joy. The lantern casts gentle waves of light across the wet surface. You feel a sense of being rooted, yet free like the breeze. The marshes whisper grows louder, a choir of natural rhythms. You inhale, letting the salt water cleanse your thoughts. Your mind unwinds, each thought sliding like a shell on sand. You feel the light from the lantern merge with the stars above. It's as if the sky is a giant, calm book of stories. The salt air tastes almost sweet, kissed by distant sunrise. You smile softly, feeling a warmth spreading through your chest. The lantern brightens, refusing to dim in the early dawn. You notice the path now glows with a second light, a reflection. It feels like a quiet companion accompanying you forward. The mist lifts slightly, revealing a pale ribbon of the water's surface. You walk toward it, your steps measured, your heart calm. The water's surface ripples gently, echoing the lantern's steady glow. You feel time slip away, a gentle drift like a boat on the sea. The marsh sings a lullaby that you had forgotten you knew. Your thoughts settle, resting on the gentle rhythm of the sea. You take a breath, and the lantern's light feels more intimate. You realize the marsh has been a quiet companion for countless generations. You find yourself smiling without reason, just content. The wind whispers your name, as though it is a secret shared. The lantern hums low, a heartbeat resonating between you and the marsh. The path ahead feels infinite, each step a promise of renewal. You know your worries are small. Nothing can hurt you here. Your breath deepens, aligning with the gentle murmur of the marsh. You step forward, feeling the lantern's glow guide you onward. The wind blows softly, carrying the scent of salt and pine. You whisper thanks to the marsh, feeling gratitude filling your chest. The lantern flares gently, reflecting the sunrise's promise. You pause, looking up as the sky paints a warm horizon. The marsh sings again, a song of calm that lingers within you. Your body relaxes, muscles softening as you absorb the night. You feel your eyelids growing heavy, sleep drawing close. The lantern's glow slowly dims, trailing a final warm breath. You close your eyes, surrendering to the marsh's soothing rhythm. The air around you hums with peace, every sound softening. You let go, drifting into sleep's gentle tide. The dawn will come again, the lantern will glow, and you will walk again. For now, let the Saltmarsh sing you into dreamland. Good night, keep your lantern close, and let the marsh be your guide. May the gentle mist keep you safe throughout the night. Sleep soundly and breathe the tide of tranquility. The lantern glows, a steady pulse guiding your steps along wet cobblestones. You feel the light kiss your shoulder, a soft halo in the early dawn. The stones beneath hum with the river's ancient lullaby. A gentle breeze tugs at your hair, whispering secrets it has kept. Your path unfurls like a ribbon, each stone a story marker. You pause, noting the worn edges where sailors once stepped. They carried planks of spruce, now faded by sea salt. The air smells of pine and brine, a nostalgic perfume. You laugh softly, imagining the sailors humming a jaunty tune. It's absurd, but the joke settles like a feather in your chest. The lantern flickers, a playful wink from the night that lingered. You smile, feeling the joke echo through the mist. Historians still argue whether the ancient city was built on a lake. Your mind drifts to the debate, a curious tug of curiosity. Some say the ground was once a great watery expanse. Others claim dry earth stretched, only later turning. On the path, your echo grows, a subtle counterpoint to the light. Your footsteps tap, a metronome of calm in this early hour. You hear the distant gulls, their cries cutting thin air. Their rhythm feels like a natural beat to your own pulse. The lantern's glow dances on the mossy stone, turning shadows into art. The glow feels like a hand that steadies steady hands. You breathe in, feeling salt and light mingle in your lungs. Each breath is a tide, rising and falling in sync. A pigeon lands briefly, feathered, on a nearby stone. It eyes the lantern, as if guarding an unspoken secret. The pigeon's wing trembles, perhaps the light calms it too. It then takes to the sky, leaving a hush behind. The path continues, winding toward a shallow pool that mirrors the sky. You step onto a worn stone and pause, looking at your reflection. Your eyes meet those of the lake, a mirrored, shimmering twin. A tiny ripple distorts the image like a playful glitch. The lantern illuminates the ripples, making water dance like a gentle fire. You can almost taste the fresh salt carried on the breeze. Your tongue tingles, a sensation of being underwater without wetness. It's a peculiar delight, like tasting a memory. The wind picks up, carrying the scent of distant cliffs. It stirs the reeds, making them sway in a graceful waltz. You feel the wind in your cheek, a cool, airy kiss. Every breath feels softer, like a sigh of contentment. An octopus can taste with its arms, a quirky tidbit that sparks wonder. You imagine such an arm brushing the stones in its own rhythm. The idea lingers, floating in the light, an odd but fitting metaphor. You smile again, the absurd notion adding warmth to the moment. Your lantern's light turns the path into a ribbon of molten amber. You walk like a pilgrim, each step a prayer to the dawn. The stone surfaces are slick, yet your footing is solid and true. The morning light grows brighter, pushing shadows away. A rusted metal sign hangs, its paint peeling and weathered. The inscription speaks of a tavern that once served sailors. You imagine laughter echoing, clinking glasses, and hearty songs. The echo of that laughter rolls along the salt air. You hear a distant waterfall, faint but steady in its rhythm. It adds a bass note to the landscape's symphony. The sound invites you deeper into the marsh's embrace. You feel drawn forward, not by force, but by invitation. Your lantern's glow becomes a compass pointing toward the unknown. Each flicker tells a story of a time long ago. You notice a tiny flower blossoming among the reeds. Its petals are a bright splash against the gray. You pause to admire the flower, a moment of quiet awe. The lantern's light reflects off it, turning colors vivid. You feel gratitude, simple and profound, for this fleeting beauty. The journey feels lighter as the light guides gently. A faint rustle comes from behind a cluster of reeds. You look over, curiosity nudging your senses. The rustle turns out to be a small bird, wings trembling. It flutters away, leaving a delicate silence. The path widens, revealing an ancient stone cairn. The cairn, stacked with care, stands as a sentinel of time. A legend says it marks the place where sailors found luck. You feel a protective aura surrounding the stone. Your lantern's glow falls like warm amber on the cairn's surface. You step closer and trace the stones with your fingertips. The coolness under your skin mixes with the gentle heat of light. An odd harmony forms, soothing the mind. You remember a story your grandmother told about salt lamps. She said they purify the air, offering calmness. The idea seems fitting in this misty, serene world. You imagine your own lantern acting like a mini salt lamp. A small gust lifts the lantern's tassel, causing a flicker. The flicker seems to dance on the edge of your vision. It reminds you that even light can be playful sometimes. You chuckle softly, enjoying the moment. The path takes you to a small wooden bench beneath a lone oak. The oak's branches stretch, offering shade and respite. You sit, letting the lantern rest beside you. The bench creaks softly, a gentle vibration of wood. You listen closely to the world around you. Wind whispers through leaves, water gently lapping at the edge. You feel your breathing sync with this nature. It's like a breathing exercise guided by the marsh. Your hands rest on the bench, fingers intertwined. You feel the bench's grain, a tactile calm. A distant song wafts from the marsh, a lullaby. You close your eyes, letting the song lull you. The sun rises higher, painting the clouds in orange hues. The light feels warmer, almost like a blanket. Your lantern still glows, a companion in the day. You feel a sense of ease settle in your chest. You get up slowly, standing beside the oak. Your feet find the path once more, steps measured. The lantern lights the way, steady and patient. Your journey continues toward the distant horizon. You notice a small cluster of cattails forming a natural arch. A fleeting image passes through your vision, a gateway made of green. You walk through, feeling a sense of opening. The arch frames the sky, making it feel vast. A tiny dragonfly passes near, wings shimmering like stained glass. It buzzes briefly, its sound a delicate tick. The sight of the dragonfly makes the scene feel alive. You feel a gentle excitement in this quiet world. You continue, following the path, your lantern light steady. The water's surface glistens, reflecting the sky. The path becomes a ribbon of light, cutting through marsh. You feel guided, not by compass, but by this glowing ribbon. The lantern's light becomes a small star in the dawn. It draws your attention to distant sounds of the sea. The sea's call is distant, yet present in the hush. You feel the world stretching, a vast and gentle embrace. You think of how the Romans marched through forests at dawn. They carried torches to light their way. The image makes you smile, thinking of ancient wanderers. Their march echoes in your own silent steps. A light breeze pushes the lantern, causing a flicker. It plays with shadows on the stones, a quiet performance. You smile again, the flicker feeling like a wink from the day. Your heart relaxes deeper into the moment. You recall that playful joke about pigeons and lanterns. It feels like a secret shared with the wind. The humor adds warmth, easing any lingering tension. Your mind feels light, almost playful. The path reaches an open bay where the marsh meets the ocean. The water there is calm, reflecting the sky like glass. You watch the horizon, where sun meets sea. A moment of pure stillness unfolds. You feel the lantern warmth against your palm. It is a small comfort, like a hand in your coat. You think of how the lantern light keeps you safe in tailies. It feels almost like a guardian in the dawn. The wind carries the sound of gulls from beyond the bay. Their cries rise and fall, a natural lullaby. You listen, letting the sound fill your senses. It feels as gentle as a whispered promise. You pause for a final breath, inhaling the salt air. The scent fills your spirit, a clear reminder of nature. Your body feels relaxed, each muscle unwinding. You feel gratitude for this quiet morning. You look back at the path behind you, now dimming in the light. Your lantern fades gradually, but its glow stays in memory. You know that the marsh will be there, as it has always been. And you step forward toward the next adventure. You are walking through the Saltmarsh at dawn, and the lantern's glow flickers like a timid star. The light cuts a thin path across the wet ground, guiding you with every step. The mist rises in soft curls, a ghostly veil that shrouds the scenery. You feel the salt on your skin, the cool breath lacing your lungs. A gentle wind stirs the reeds, sending them swaying like quiet dancers. The sound of water drips, a steady tick in the quiet morning. Each breath pulls in the brine, refreshing your thoughts and dissolving tension. You pause beside a fallen oak, its bark scarred by weather and time. The lantern's warmth feels like a quiet heart beating beside you. Your footsteps leave faint impressions that soon vanish in the soft mud. You hear distant gulls, their cries slicing the calm air. They glide over the water, their silhouettes sharp against the gray. You follow their path, the birds moving with effortless grace. Their wings beat in a rhythm that feels almost musical. You feel the rhythm sync with your heartbeat, steady and reassuring. The marsh breathes around you, a living, breathing organism. Historians still argue whether the Saltmarsh formed from a natural lake or a man-made reservoir. A mainstream fact, the region was first charted by French cartographers in 1625. The early map shows a tangled network of tidal channels and reed borders. The path ahead is wet, slick, but your lantern lights each stone. The birds are silent for a heartbeat, then take the sky in a graceful sweep. You laugh softly, amused by their effortless glide across the water. The lantern's flame wavers, reflecting the movement of the swaying reeds. You feel as if the light is breathing, filling the space with calm. A feather falls gently onto your palm, delicate and warm. Its barbs glow softly, echoing the lantern's light. You whisper thanks, and the marsh seems to answer with a rustle. The path beneath shifts subtly, the reeds crowding closer. A hidden spring bubbles, mist rising in soft curls. The mist spins, forming a delicate halo around the lantern. You pause, watching the halo dance with light. Your breath slows, each inhale aligning with the gentle tide of the marsh. Footsteps fade, replaced by the chorus of water and reeds. Light flickers like a candle in a breezy room, steady against the sea. The marsh breathes, and your heart follows in a calm tempo. You wonder if the birds ever pause, watching you with their keen eyes. A bird pauses, eyes locked on the lantern, then flutters away. The chirp hums, echoing the lantern's gentle pulse, soothing your mind. The world slows, your heart drifting toward the horizon. Soft tides carry you toward the next dawn. The lantern glows, a final promise, a guiding star. You close your eyes, breathing the salt air, feeling safe as wet stone surrounds you. The world blurs, the marsh a dreamscape you now walk. You sleep, guided by the gentle lantern and the whispering reeds. Reeds stand tall, their green blades bending with a gentle wind. Their motion mimics slow waves, a quiet ballet in the marsh. You pause, letting the hush settle like a heavy blanket. The air tastes of brine, sweet with a faint citrus hint. A tiny insect hums, adding a soft soundtrack to the reeds. Some say the reeds whisper to the moon every night. Historians still argue whether the ancient druids used reeds to ward off evil spirits. The reed beds stretch far, creating a maze of living green. You hear a distant drip, water leaking from a hidden spring. A ripple spreads, rippling across the flat, still surface. Your breath syncs with the rhythm of the reeds. Slowly, you notice the pattern of shadows shifting behind leaves. A light flicker passes, like a lantern dancing at a funeral. You laugh softly, thinking of a pirate's mischief. A trickster might hide in every crevice of this green. The reed's voice is layered, 1,000 whispers stacked. Each leaf vibrates, producing a tone like wind chimes. The sound calms you, like an old friend who knows your fears. You imagine the reeds as a choir, singing a lullaby. A breeze rises, shaking the reeds more vigorously. The green waves creak softly, a gentle sigh in the air. You close your eyes, feeling the cool moisture on your skin. Every breath feels like a wave, soft and deep. You sense someone watching in the distant trees. The reed's rhythm acts like a metronome for your thoughts. This place feels ancient, yet oddly fresh. Modern tourists stroll, but they rarely pause to listen. Some locals carry reed baskets to market for fishing nets. Quirky tidbit: fishermen say that a reed can predict storms if it bends oddly. The sky over the marsh is pale, almost blanched by fog. A gull cries, slicing the silence with a sharp call. A single reed breaks, snapping like a dry twig in your hand. It clatters softly, but leaves the air calm. Your head tilts, listening to the subtle music around. The reed's song deepens as the sun climbs higher. You stretch your arms and feel weight shift in your chest. Heat rises, turning the swamp into a steam bath. The reeds hum in unison, an orchestra of nature's own design. A playful breeze lifts a feather, then lets it drift down. The feather lands on your shoulder, weightless and cool. You smile, thinking of a feathered duster at a party. The marsh feels like an underground lake hidden beneath grass. You almost hear the old saltworks, where workers burned coal. Mainstream fact: Breton salt marshes fed 17th century French naval ships with sea salt. You remember how the French Navy built their first warships in Lorient. A moment later, your foot finds a stone path, slick with dew. The path leads deeper into the reeds, inviting exploration. It is quiet, as though the reeds want you to stay longer. Their green mouths open wide, whispering secrets only you might hear. Historians still argue whether each reed's bend was intentional or natural. You step carefully over a hidden pit of peat moss. It feels like walking on a fluffy quilt made of earth. The reeds lean closer, forming a living tunnel. Your breath is steady, echoing the rhythmic rustle. You feel a tiny tickle of insect wings against your ear. It feels like the marsh is breathing right beside you. This place seems timeless, untethered from clocks or calendars. You close your eyes again, listening to the reeds murmur. Each reed has a voice, a story carved in its stem. The sun moves slowly, gilding the reeds with amber light. Your shoulders relax, releasing the stiffness you carried through the city. You wonder if the reeds grew up listening to the moon. The moon, you note, is pale and silver in the morning sky. You hear the reeds crackle, as if telling a joke. A small animal scurries, leaving tiny footprints in the soft mud. It disappears under a reed, a brief, fleeting visit. You hear laughter of the wind, the reeds, the world itself. Your mind drifts like a leaf on a slow current. The reed's song becomes a mantra, a gentle, wordless chant. You feel your thoughts unwind, thread by thread, until none remains. You notice a pattern. The reeds sway in a 4-beat rhythm. You can count the sways, but the counting feels silly. You think of counting to 48 in a lullaby. The marsh listens to you as you listen to it. The reeds are as much part of you as the morning air. You feel the reeds embrace you like an old sweater. The sweater is made of living, green fibers. Every breath you take turns into a soothing sigh. Light moves with the reeds, dancing in every creek. You watch a speck of sunlight slip between 2 leaves. The speck winks, then disappears between the greenery. A small bird lands on a branch, eyes bright. It watches you, perhaps curious about your presence. You feel small, yet the world feels vast and kind. You consider how often people forget nature's subtle touch. You think of a friend bragging about a giant mountain hike. The marsh, however, offers peace in a quiet place. You hear the reeds sing softly, as if welcoming back a ghost. You stand still, breathing in the salt water's perfume. The rhythm of the reeds becomes your pulse. Your heart taps along, steady like drumstick. You feel a sense of belonging in this green sea. No phone vibrates, no message interrupts this calm. All your worries melt into the damp soil beneath. The reeds look like a sea of living green, endless. You imagine the marsh as a living organism. You imagine the reeds as its cells, breathing together. You feel the wind's voice in their creaks, a low song. The reeds are honest, never faking their melody. Their tones shift from bright to soft, mirroring your mood. Each breath deepens, connecting with the soil's pulse. You feel the marsh's heartbeat close to yours. You breathe out, release the tension held in the city. You sense the reeds open, revealing a hidden path. You follow the path, each step stirring whispering grass. You think of a prankster slipping on a hidden log. A log lies nearby, but the reeds keep it from you. Your step lands on a smooth stone, cool underfoot. The stone feels like a small island amid the sea of reeds. You feel refreshed, as if new water has washed over you. The reeds rustle like a choir of hushed voices. You feel the quiet push forward, the gentle tug in you. You pause again, feeling the reeds breathing next to yours. You feel as if you could share thoughts with a stalk. The reeds whisper a secret, like a shy friend. Your mind drifts past the mundane noise of life. You hear your own heartbeat in harmony with the reeds. You close your eyes and breathe slowly, counting the sways. You count 1, 2, 3, 4 sways, and the world eases. The sound of the reeds is a natural lullaby. You could stay here forever, in this green lull. The sunrise shifts the light, bathing the reeds in lavender. The marsh feels like a soft blanket, warm and inviting. You feel the reeds sing louder as the sun rises higher. You feel the heat, but the wind counters it gently. You feel the salt's grip loosen from your skin. You think of the salt mines, ancient, silent, hidden underground. You find a small clearing, an oasis within reeds. The clearing's center holds a shallow pool, shimmering. Your reflection wavers, blurred by motion. You lift a hand, the water ripples, forming fleeting shapes. You laugh at what you see, a silly, watery face. You look back at the reeds, their voices bright. All sounds merge into a choir for the waking mind. The reeds seem to hum a song of survival. You feel a sense of history, a living legacy. You feel the marshes' ancient secrets humming. You sense that the reeds have seen 1,000 dawns. You feel grateful for their quiet guidance. The wind shifts, causing a different rhythm in the reeds. You pause, listening to the new sound. It feels like a gentle tap-tap, a subtle dance. The reeds feel alive, alive under your breath. Your thoughts drift to a childhood memory of campfire. You smile, remembering the smell of pine and marsh. You think of how marsh fireflies danced in summer nights. You feel the same excitement in your chest again. The reeds are your compass, guiding you through time. You feel the marsh's pulse sync with your own. You feel calm and relaxed after all the city noise. The world here feels less overwhelming. The reeds keep a steady rhythm, a reassurance of safety. You feel your muscles unwind with each breath. You notice the sky is painting a new color each minute. You inhale the sunrise's smell, bright and fresh. You exhale the worries of yesterday, leaving them behind. You feel the wind's hand on your cheek. You realize that the marsh's silence is a conversation. You listen with your entire mind, not just ears. The reeds accept you, sharing their timeless rhythm. You feel you belong here, in the green forest of reeds. You imagine the world outside as a faraway dream. The marsh is still humming. And then a breeze lifts a leaf, spinning through the air. You watch it, then it lands gentle, no bruising. You laugh at your own silly reaction. You remember that a leaf falling from a treetop can feel like an angel. You pause again, feeling the reeds embrace. You breathe in slowly, counting breaths to 20. You feel the calm settle in each deep inhale. You feel the marsh become part of your rhythm. You notice the reeds keep talking, but in a gentlest way. The murmurs grow soft, almost a whisper. You think of how a poem uses hush to let the heart resonate. You feel this hush, this gentle lull in your mind. The reed story is quiet, but it is a tale of resilience. You feel gratitude for being allowed in this breath. You smile inside, a quiet expression of calm. You realize the reeds have steadied your heart. You feel the marsh's presence still, always. You close your eyes once more and breathe deeply. Your body relaxes. The tension melts into the dew. You feel you could stay here forever if you wished. The reeds continue their soft song, the perfect music. The light in your lantern glows, steady and faint. The lantern sits beside the reeds, a small compass. Its warm glow is a steady anchor amid the green. You feel the light comfort you like a friend. The marsh hums softly behind you. You feel your heart beat in time with the reeds. You sense an invitation to rest, to let the day slip away. The reeds and lantern keep a watchful eye. You hear a distant drum of waves crashing light. You feel the rhythm of tide and reed, a soft lullaby. Your mind drifts into dreamlands, guided by green. The story continues in a calm, gentle, whispering way. Your foot treads onto a cool stone that glistens faintly beneath the low morning light. The stone feels like a tiny landing pad that keeps your pace steady. You pause, hearing the faint hum of insects that hum in secret conversations. The damp earth under your shoes turns soft, almost like a natural cushion. Your sneakers sink slightly into the peat, giving a slight give under your weight. The ground feels alive, as if the marsh itself breathes along with you. Soft footsteps echo against the rustling reeds that sway beside the water. The reeds hum in harmony, matching the rhythm of your heart's quiet beat. You wonder why your mind feels calmer whenever you hear that muted murmur. You think the marsh might be a secret spa that lathers in nature. You listen for a trickster's giggle hiding between the reeds' green whispers. A tiny gull flutters nearby, adding a quick burst of bright blue into the gray fog. You hear its call, a short, sharp cook that almost sounds like a joke. You laugh softly, hoping the gull doesn't notice it, because it tends to be shy. The sound blends with the occasional splash of a small fish leaping out. You follow the faint ripple, like a breadcrumb trail of sound. Each splash reminds you of times you laughed out loud in the shower. The air feels cool, carrying a faint taste of sea salt and fresh grass. Your skin tingles where the wind brushes against it, a gentle massage. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the salty air wrap around you. When you open them, the path widens, revealing a hidden clearing you did not see. The clearing opens onto a shallow pond that reflects the gray clouds above. You step closer, fascinated by how the reflection becomes a mirror of your own face. The marsh's surface ripples as a breeze drifts, stirring the calm air. You feel the water's resistance against your toes like a playful tug of war. The stone path ahead bends slightly, inviting you to follow it deeper into the reeds. You observe a small patch of moss that glistens with dew crystals. The moss feels like a miniature carpet, soft enough to imagine walking barefoot. You pretend you wear slippers made entirely of green algae, a fanciful choice. Your laughter echoes, filling the quiet space with a gentle, unexpected joy. The reeds seem to notice your mirth, leaning even more relaxed into their rhythm. A curious hedgehog darts across the path, leaving a tiny imprint in the mud. You pause to follow the imprint, wondering where the little creature might have headed. Your steps become a slow music, a drum roll made purely of nature's chorus. The moss underfoot turns into a miniature forest floor, welcoming your weight. The stones shift ever so slightly, giving an illusion of a living staircase. You notice a narrow stream that cuts through the reeds, shimmering in the light. The brook sings a song that sounds like a low piano note dipped in water. You crouch, watching small fish weave through the shadows under the reeds. The fish dart around like tiny sparks in a blue sea. You feel a sense of wonder that makes the world feel tiny, yet vast at once. A breeze picks up, carrying a faint scent of damp earth and forgotten sea. The wind lifts a feather from the ground, twirling it before letting it rest. You watch it settle, as if it had taken a leisurely ride across the marsh. You find a smooth stone in the stream, perfect as a temporary stepping stone. The stone feels cool, cool enough to imagine it made of ice from the far north. You pick it up, feeling a strange connection to a distant polar glacier. Your mind drifts to the idea that each stone is like a memory of ancient glaciers. The thought brings chuckles as you imagine the stone telling you its icy story. A distant bird sings again, this time a melodic tune that blends with the reeds. You close your ears slightly, letting the melody become your lullaby. Your body begins to relax, as if the marsh is giving you a free massage. You realize that each breath you take is matched by the marsh's soft sigh. The sun rises higher, painting the reeds with golden strokes across the horizon. It warms the air gently, but keeps the dampness crisp beside the stone path. You step deeper into the marsh, sensing a gentle pull that invites exploration. Behind you, the path continues, but your eyes are drawn to a series of stone towers. The towers are built from scattered bones of old boats, remnants of forgotten voyages. You notice a plaque next to one tower, written in an old Breton script. The plaque reminds us that the salt marshes supplied sea salt to French naval ships in the 17th century. You read the plaque, feeling the history pulse under your fingertips. A small stone frog sits atop a stone, its eyes wide like a miniature spy. You chuckle, imagining that if frogs could talk, they would probably gossip about the weather. The frog seems to wink, as if it knows a secret you have yet to discover. You imagine the frog offering to guide you to hidden treasures buried under reeds. You keep walking, ignoring the temptation to follow the frog's mysterious gaze. You notice the path narrows, the stones tightening like a gate about to open. A crack in a stone reveals a narrow tunnel, dark and inviting. You step through, feeling your heart pulse with the rhythmic echo of your footsteps. The tunnel is cool, like a hidden cave that feels oddly comforting. A faint glow emanates from its end, like a candle or a tiny lantern forgotten. You approach slowly, wondering who could have left such a light here. There is a small lantern, its flame flickering in the cool, damp air. The light warms a patch of wet moss, turning it into a glowing patch. You step back, hearing a faint click of the lantern's metal legs settling. The click echoes like a tiny applause for your presence. You think to yourself that the lantern might be a beacon for lost wanderers. The lantern's light reminds you of a campfire's glow in a quiet forest. A quiet moment passes, as if the marsh itself is holding its breath. You take a deep breath, savoring the salty air and the faint scent of wild herbs. The scent carries a hint of pine, a reminder of distant forests beyond the marsh. You exhale slowly, feeling the tension from the city dissolve in the damp air. A ripple in the water signals a nearby animal, maybe a small beaver or a water vole. A tiny splash goes beneath a reed, and you catch a glimpse of its whiskers. The splash is almost too quiet, yet it adds to the tapestry of sounds. You pause, hearing a subtle chime from a hidden shell buried near the path. The shell rings like a small bell, a gentle reminder of marine life nearby. You pick up the shell, feeling its smoothness against your palm. Your thumb presses against one side, and a tiny fish darts out in the water. The fish swims away, as if grateful for a gentle touch before it was swallowed by sea. You continue along, noticing the path starts to ascend slightly. At the rising hill, you see a cluster of reeds that bend like a choir's front row. The reeds stand tall, waiting as if for applause or a grand performance. A stray gust lifts the leaves, causing the reeds to ripple like a wooden drum. The sound is almost melodic, like a distant jazz solo played over water. You imagine the reeds as woodwinds, each one playing its own tune. The reeds play a symphony that makes your ears hum with delight. A small bird lands on a reed, its feather crisp against the damp background. Its plumage gleams with the colors of morning light, vibrant as a painted canvas. You watch it blink, as if saying hello to the quiet marsh. The bird's eyes are golden, catching the light, an elegant contrast. A faint whistle blows as a wind moves through a small gap behind a stone. The whistle is so soft, it feels like a secret whispered between the stones. You realize the marshaller has no voice, yet its whispers carry a message. You hear the wind's breath, like a gentle giant exhaling in the marsh's silence. You feel your breathing aligning with the wind, slow and steady. Your fingers run along the smooth stones, feeling the grains of sediment beneath. The stones feel like a puzzle, each one offering a different texture. You wonder if each stone remembers a different tide or wind that shaped it. You remember the main fact. The French Navy built warships in Lorient based on salt harvested here. A small rabbit hops past, leaving footprints in the damp earth. You picture the rabbit as a tiny explorer, leaving breadcrumbs for future travelers. You chuckle at the idea of rabbits making itineraries in the marsh. Your laughter seems to ripple the reeds like a wave in a small pond. The reeds respond, shivering with a soft, almost playful tune. You watch as the melody flows through the reeds, a natural lullaby for the wandering soul. A distant howl rises, echoing from a marsh hideaway, a low animal calling. You follow the howl, feeling drawn to the unseen creature's presence. The howl is soothing, almost like a lullaby that makes your heart ease. A distant echo fades, leaving the marsh in a tranquil hush. You listen, and the silence fills a space in your chest that used to be filled with city noises. Your mind drifts to a world far from traffic, a world of soft, damp earth. You imagine a field where grass whispers your name, turning the world into a lullaby. A small snail climbs slowly, carrying its shell like a tiny castle. The snail's movement is a reminder that life moves at its own rhythm. You watch, noticing a subtle shift in the light as sun rays touch the damp earth. Sunlight feels like a soft blanket, covering the path in warm, gentle fingers. Your eyes adjust to the glow, and you feel the light warm your skin. You feel the light on your fingertips, as if it were a gentle stroke of a friendly hand. The path continues, its stones smoothing into a smooth, almost impossible flat. You feel like walking in a dream, the world a quiet dreamscape. You hear a faint music, a soft hum that sounds like a distant church bell. It merges with the reed's lullaby, creating a layered hymn that eases your mind. You breathe in slowly, letting the calming rhythm fill your lungs. The marsh's pulse becomes your heartbeat, the rhythm steady and calm. You think of a quiet joke that if you find the most peaceful spot, you can sleep. You imagine yourself falling asleep while walking, a dreamscape of green. A feather falls from a sky, drifting in a slow spiral to the earth. The feather lands lightly, as if it had landed there on purpose. You pick it up, feeling its softness against your palm. The feather feels like a tiny cloud that has come down from the sky. It looks like a gentle reminder that nature is connected in quiet ways. The marsh feels like a gentle giant, offering its embrace to anyone who walks. You feel that the world is a quiet place, and the marsh offers that calm. A new faint smell of wet pine shows up, a natural aromatherapy. You inhale deeply, feeling the aroma transport you to a forest clearing. Your body relaxes, as if the marsh is giving you a massaging hand. The stones feel like a smooth path, guiding your feet along the marsh. You think about the idea that the marsh is an ocean in miniature, its waves hidden among reeds. You let the idea swirl in your mind like a calm pond. You hear a soft clink from a small shell left behind by a curious crab. The clink is like a tiny bell that has a gentle hum. You pick up the shell, feeling a smoothness that matches the river's calm. The shell's texture reminds you of something delicate, almost like silk. You think of a small joke, that if shells could talk, they would gossip about ocean currents. You let the laugh spread, as if you were sharing a secret with a friend. A quiet rustle, as a small insect buzzes in the reeds, draws your attention. The buzz is steady, like a metronome that keeps the marsh's heart beating. You listen, feeling the sound, as if your own pulse follows rhythm. Your mind settles, as if the marsh's quiet is a deep, calm waterfall. You remember that the marsh's history is linked to France's navy, with sea salt used in warship building. The path continues, opening up into a small clearing framed by reeds. The clearing hosts a shallow pool, shimmering like a small mirror of blue. You watch the reflection of your own face ripple with each breath. You reach out for a water droplet, feeling its coolness on your fingers. The droplet drops, leaving a tiny splash that spreads like a small wave. You laugh softly, imagining a tiny wave that jokes by itself. A small ripple spreads, like a subtle wave on calm water. The sound of the rippling water is like a gentle lullaby for the walking mind. You let your footsteps carry the rhythm, feeling it sync with your own heart. A small fish jumps, spitting water like tiny pearls along the path. The fish's splash is a playful reminder that even small bodies join the dance. You imagine a tiny fish cheering you on, as if it is a tiny coach that believes in you. The marsh's green blanket continues beneath your feet, soft and damp. You feel a gentle hum of life, like a choir of insects humming a soft tune. You close your eyes, letting the sound become part of your mind's soundtrack. The marsh's chorus blends with your breathing, creating a peaceful rhythm. You hear a faint sound of wind against a stone, like a distant echo. The echo is almost a ghost of the past, like a memory carried by the wind. Your mind drifts to the idea of how long the marsh has existed, ancient and timeless. You realize that the marsh has grown, aged like a gentle old tree. You think maybe the marsh is older than the city you come from, a quiet guardian. You feel a sense of belonging, the marsh giving its ancient embrace to your wandering soul. You stand still, the path winding gently beneath your feet. You feel the path, the marsh, and your own breath in sync with one another. You notice a small rock, smooth and glistening from being touched by countless waters. The rock feels like a small treasure, a hidden gem under the green. You pick up the rock, feeling its coolness against your skin. You place it behind a stone, creating your own little altar in the marsh. You imagine the rock is a marker, a reminder that you have found a secret place. You take a deep breath, filling your lungs with damp, sweet air. Your mind is calm. The path feels endless and gentle. You hear a distant chime, a low note from a hidden object. The chime vibrates softly, like a lullaby resonating across reeds. You remember the fact that the marsh's salt contributed to warships that sailed across the sea, a small yet powerful detail of history. You feel gratitude for the quiet guidance the marsh offers, as if it were a friend. Your steps feel smoother, as if a hidden hand guides your feet down the path. You think of a joke. The marsh is so good at relaxing, it could put a statue to sleep. You laugh, feeling the joy ripple through your muscles, turning any tension to lightness. A small frog leans against a stone, watching you with bright, curious eyes. You pause, watching the frog for a moment, then continue strolling deeper. The marsh feels like a living organism, breathing along with you. You feel that the marsh's rhythm is a gentle, steady hum that helps your body relax. The quiet of the marsh is a soft blanket that covers your mind. You notice a smooth, flat stone that offers a perfect spot to sit for a moment. You sit, feeling the stone's coolness against your back as a gentle support. You breathe slowly and let your thoughts settle like a gentle tide. You listen to the reeds as if they were a choir singing a calm lullaby. Your breath aligns with the reeds, each inhalation a gentle wave. The marsh's rhythm becomes a kind of meditation, calming your mind. You feel your feet moving slowly, a steady rhythm beneath the damp path. You pause, then continue walking, following the reeds that guide the way. You hear a faint whistle in the distance, a whisper from the marsh. The whistle lingers, like a lullaby that wraps around your shoulders. You realize the marsh has a rhythm that mirrors the rhythm of your dreams. The wind rises, soft and cool, like a cool breeze brushing your skin. You feel the wind's touch, a gentle wave across your head, soothing. You hear the reeds sway, almost like a soft music that soothes the soul. You notice the reeds sway, a steady heartbeat of green. You feel the rhythm, a subtle beat under your feet, humming along. You think of a laugh. The marsh is so calming that if you stare at it, you might drift into a peaceful nap. You smile at the thought, feeling a gentle warmth in your chest. You continue walking, the path inviting more steps. You keep walking, each step a whisper of confidence, easing your mind. You hear a faint sound, a subtle rustle of leaves in the water. The rustle is like a gentle whisper that feels like a secret message. You let the sound drift into your mind, making it a melodic backdrop. You feel the marsh's calm settling around you, soothing your nervous system. You think of how the marsh's soft texture is a gentle hug, wrapping you in a green blanket. You know that in this quiet place, your mind can rest. The path continues, leading away from the clearing into a quiet stretch of reeds. The reeds line the path, forming a natural corridor that feels protective. You feel like you are inside a green tunnel. The path feels like a secret path, one that only the quiet knows about. The marsh sounds like a choir of small insects, each note adding to the lull. You take a breath, inhaling the salty air and the damp earth. Your lungs fill with coolness, and you feel your muscles soften. The reeds move as if breathing, each leaf exhaling a quiet sigh. The marsh becomes a living instrument that plays a gentle, soothing tune. The rhythm of the reeds and your steps feels like a lullaby that comforts. You notice a small stone with a carved symbol, a tiny ancient seal. The symbol looks like a small wave, etched long before your arrival. You imagine that symbol remembers the waves that have crossed this marsh for centuries. The sound of the water is steady, a soft rhythm that invites your thoughts to rest. You feel your thoughts drifting, like leaves floating on the marsh's surface. You hear a faint murmur of a distant creek. The creek's sound is a gentle hum that adds to the marsh's blanket of calm. The marsh, with its reeds, appears as a living garden. You feel a sense of peace, as if your heart is a part of the marsh. A small bird lands on a nearby reed, its feathers bright. You watch as it flutters its wings, a gentle motion that adds to the symphony. You feel the bird's eye meet yours for a moment, a silent exchange. You laugh quietly, imagining the bird might be telling you a secret joke about the marsh. The marsh's sound, with a lullaby, feels like a kind of magic. You realize the marsh is a natural playground, a quiet haven. You hear a soft thump, like a small footstep from an unseen creature. The thump echoes in the reeds, a gentle reminder that something is nearby. You feel the sound, feeling a connection to the unseen. You know that the marsh is listening to your every step. You listen, aware that the wind carries the sound of birds and insects. You imagine the marsh as a gentle giant, keeping quiet but strong. You feel that the marsh keeps you safe, and you keep it calm. You take a breath, feeling the calm as it drifts like a gentle cloud over the marsh. You continue walking, feeling the path underfoot, a quiet line. You notice a hidden stone that looks like a tiny statue, carved from natural rock. The stone's shape reminds you of something familiar, like a small boat. You move closer, feeling peace in the silence. The stone feels solid, a testament to time. You see a small frog on top of it, perched and watching. The frog looks like it has seen many seasons, holding a quiet story. You glance at the frog, feeling a calm connection. A gentle wave of wind passes through the reeds, making them ripple, a rhythmic motion. You hear that faint whisper, as if the reeds are telling you to breathe. You feel the wind lull your hair, a gentle feel that relaxes you. Your thoughts start to slow, the marshes quiet, becoming a lullaby of mind. The path fades away, but the marsh is still there, a silent friend. You think of the idea that if you sit under a tree, the wind may be softer, but you may still hear the marshes hum. The marsh reminds you that all life has a rhythm, a pulse. You feel that rhythm, the marsh's breath, syncing with your heart. The marsh becomes a memory, a quiet place you return to mentally. You recall the marsh is like an ocean in miniature, waves hidden in green. The marsh is a lullaby that comforts your mind. You close your thoughts, letting calm fall like soft rain. You hear the final whisper of the reeds as you walk toward the next corner. The reeds continue to sway, the marsh calm and steady. You pause once more, feeling the green breath around you, comforting. The path ends at a small gate that seems to vanish when you look past it. You turn as you see a sign telling you to stay in the green. You imagine the sign is a gentle reminder, a light that keeps the marsh calm. The marsh's voice continues, so you walk with a smile around the corner. You breathe slowly, letting the green lull keep you at ease. You watch the path again as a final line, a green path that embraces you as you walk away. You step back, letting the water catch the sky like a perfect glass. The mist curls above, turning the surface into a dreamlike curtain. A soft breeze lifts droplets, making them dance on the shimmer. Every ripple looks like a page turning in a silent book. You lean closer, feeling the cool spray brush your cheek. The water's transparency lets you see the sky's own reflection. Your reflection mirrors the clouds, blending reality with illusion. You notice the sunrise changing color, hues shifting from amber to pink. It feels like watching a paint splash slow down. The marsh sighs, and the wind answers with a gentle hum. Historians still argue whether the salt rivers once carried hidden metals. That debate reminds you that history can feel like a whispered secret. Your footsteps echo on gravel, creating a steady rain of tiny beats. You turn your head, catching a small rabbit hopping near the reeds. It pauses, listening to the water's soft dialogue. The rabbit's amber eyes reflect the sky, twin mirrors in fur. You chuckle softly, thinking of the rabbit as a tiny weather reporter. Your laugh is muffled by the reeds, turning into a gentle echo. The reeds hum, a living choir tuned to the marsh's heart. Each leaf shivers, adding layers to the symphony of stillness. You feel the air thick with salt and damp, a natural perfume. It reminds you of seaside taverns that once traded spices. Those taverns used salt from these very marshes to preserve fish. You think of the fishermen, their nets heavy with tomorrow's meal. Their breath mingles with the mist, creating a cloud of memories. The marsh's history whispers, telling tales of sailors and storms. You wonder why the waves felt like music rather than chaos. Maybe the water remembers every tide and sings it softly back. A quiescent frog watches from a stone, unhurried and patient. Its eyes glint, reflecting the sky above, a tiny sun within. You pause, feeling the ground beneath pulse with ancient rhythms. A feather drifts gently, carrying a story of distant horizons. You follow it, watching it settle onto a reed, like a quiet kiss. There is a lightness to the world, as if the marsh lifts you. All your senses synchronize, creating a living tapestry for your mind. You notice a small crab scuttling across a puddle, its shell a bright orange. Its tiny claws patter like a metronome, keeping time with the marsh. You laugh quietly, thinking the crab might have a secret joke about tides. The laughter blends into the reeds, a soft giggle of nature. The water's surface ripples further, like a mirror catching a star. You watch a fish leap, causing a tiny splash that echoes your heartbeat. Each splash writes a tiny poem in the water, a stanza of tranquility. You inhale the scent of algae, earthy and slightly sweet. The air feels like a lullaby, soothing the nerves into sleep. You feel a gentle wind brush your forehead, cool and reassuring. It carries a faint whisper of stories from ships that once sailed these waters. Your mind drifts to coastal towns, their histories soaked in salt and gossip. Some say the salt here has mystical powers, keeping nightmares away. That's the quirky tidbit the locals love, telling children to sleep under salt trees. You smile, realizing every odd belief becomes a comforting blanket. The reeds sway like old dancers, their rhythm as steady as a metronome. You feel your heartbeat sync with that rhythm, a gentle drumbeat in your chest. You notice a glimmer of something metallic, half buried in the mud. It could be a relic, a piece of iron lost to time. You bend down, brushing away the algae with your fingertips. The iron glints, catching a ray from the rising sun. You wonder if it was once a sword or a simple spear. Historians still argue whether such artifacts were used by fishermen. The debate feels like a playful mystery, leaving room for imagination. You set the iron back, letting the marsh swallow it again. A distant gull cries again, piercing the calm with a bright note. Your ears pick up every minute detail, the world quieting around you. The sun's light filters through clouds, painting the marsh in gold. You feel the warmth, a reminder that daylight can be gentle. You let your hand trail along the stone wall, a cool, smooth surface. The stone's texture is rough yet comforting, like an old friend. You press your palm to it, feeling the subtle vibration of the marsh. The vibration matches your pulse, tying your energy to the earth. You inhale slowly, the air filling your lungs with salt and peace. Your exhale releases tension, letting it dissolve into the reeds. You feel the marsh hum, a lullaby for your nervous system. A slight breeze lifts a feather that had been lying flat. You catch it gently, feeling its weight, light as a promise. The feather falls back into a pool, creating a ripple of thought. The water reflects back the sky, showing a perfect circle of the sun. Your eyes follow the circle, tracing geometry in nature's own diagram. You feel a subtle connection, a link between your thoughts and the world. You realize that each breath is a bridge between mind and the marsh. You let your mind wander, letting the marsh carry you forward. The path bends slightly, guiding you toward a little cove. You hear a soft splash as a small fish slides across the water. Your feet sink a whisper into the mud, tasting the earth. You pause, feeling the ground's weight, a steady pulse. A breeze blows through, carrying a scent of pine and damp stone. You breathe it in, and your mind settles like a feather on water. The marsh's silence is a blanket that muffles distant traffic. You imagine a world far from the city, one where calm is abundant. The scene paints itself, a gentle picture that comforts your soul. You exhale, letting the marsh take any residual tension. Your body feels lighter, as if the marsh lifted some invisible weight. You smile to yourself, grateful for this quiet adventure. The marsh breathes again, slow and steady, a pulse of its own. You listen, letting each exhale sink with that rhythm. The sky above transitions from light pink to soft amber. The sun's last rays glow gently, warming the reeds. You feel the heat against your face, a gentle reminder of daylight's hug. You lean forward, feeling the warmth spread across your shoulders. You pause, letting the warmth settle like a blanket of light. The marsh, with all its quiet symphony, calls you gently to return home. You nod, walking back along the reeds, the path echoing softly beneath you. Your thoughts drift to the ancient trade routes that once traced these banks. You imagine merchants lugging sacks of sea salt across mud and reeds. They might have whispered stories of distant lands while walking barefoot. The sound of their steps would echo like tiny drum beats on moss. You feel a tug in your chest, as if history is reaching out. It reminds you that even the quiet can carry powerful memories. A shadow passes, made of a passing boat's wooden hull. You pause, imagining the creaking logs, of a 19th century cargo vessel. The wind carries a faint scent of tar and old timber. You inhale that aroma, feeling the passage of centuries bloom in your lungs. Your breath deepens, matching the slow swell of a distant tide. A small snail emerges from the mud, leaving a trail of silver. Its shell shimmers, reflecting the muted light like a tiny mirror. You watch the snail's slow march, a living metronome of nature. You chuckle softly, imagining the snail as a tiny drummer. Its beat syncs with your heartbeat, a quiet rhythm in the marsh. A distant storm whispers overhead, its rumble echoing through the reeds. You tilt your head, feeling the world tilt with it. The sky deepens to a warm, amber hue, signaling the day's close. You stand still, letting the marsh absorb the last light. The waters glow faintly, reflecting the sun's farewell in rippled silver. You let your hands rest on the water's surface, feeling the coolness seep. The moisture drips onto your skin, creating a tiny pattern of lace. You watch the pattern shift as the water moves, a living tapestry. You whisper thanks to the marsh, feeling the gratitude rise within. A breeze carries the scent of wildflowers, drifting from a hidden meadow. You inhale deeply, absorbing the fragrance as a subtle lullaby. Your mind starts to wander, but the marsh anchors it like a rock. It steadies your thoughts, as if the earth itself hugs your brain. You close your eyes again, feeling the rhythm of the reeds around you. You feel the steady pulse of the marsh, aligning with your pulses. The sense of unity calms you, smoothing any lingering tension. You smile with a gentle grin, the kind you give to a good joke. You think of the joke about the crab who missed the tide and laugh softly. The laugh bubbles up like dew on a leaf, brightening the mood. You feel the sound echo through the reeds, a subtle chorus. The marsh feels like a giant arm reaching to cradle your feet. You let your feet glide across the moss, feeling every tiny pulse. A breeze lifts a plume of mist, swirling around your ankles. The mist feels like a veil, covering you with subtle softness. Your skin tingles, the sensation drifting like a gentle wave. You notice a hidden feather perched on a reed's tip. Its color is pale blue, like the early morning sky. You approach, feeling the feather's weight, a quiet invitation to rest. You lay your palm upon it, the feathers brushing against your fingers. The touch is cool, but the sensation warms from within. You hear the soft whisper of wind telling you to breathe deeper. You take a deep breath, inhaling the marsh's sweet perfume. Your exhale releases tension into the evening, dissolving it like salt in water. The marsh hums a lullaby, slow and steady, a hymn of peace. You pause, letting the wind song wrap around you like a quiet blanket. The sound is distant at first, then grows into a steady, almost breathing rhythm. You feel your chest align with that rhythm, as if the marsh itself is exhaling. Your ears detect tiny shifts, the wind's voice changing with each reed's sway. You wonder if the reeds are whispering ancient secrets or merely singing their own tune. Imagine the marsh as a giant concert hall where every leaf is a violin string. The wind breathes out, and the water below ripples in perfect time. You close your eyes, feeling the vibration travel through the soles of your shoes. The ground hums back, creating a subtle bass beneath the higher wind notes. You imagine those notes could guide lost ships back to shore, like an invisible beacon. Historical travelers once relied on salt licks to navigate. Sailors charted seas using the Marshes' sodium scent. That old navigation trick may sound quaint, but it proves how sound and scent guide humans. Some say the marsh emits a lullaby for those who listen closely, calming their restless thoughts. It becomes the sea's quiet voice, a companion to the roar of waves elsewhere. The wind hums steadily, like a metronome ticking in the distance. You check your watch. There is no time sense when the sky turns pale yellow. In moments like this, minutes stretch into a soft blanket of sound. The marsh's song carries a rhythm that feels ancient, perhaps older than human memory. Historians still argue whether these sounds indicate early acoustic practices or simply natural phenomena. Your mind drifts to the idea that the wind used to carry prayers from ancient villages. A quiet chuckle escapes. The idea sounds too whimsical for this solemn place, yet the wind remains a steady companion, keeping rhythm until sunrise meets dusk. You trace your fingers over a smooth stone. It gleams under the wind's soft light. The stone whispers back in a hollow tone, mirroring the soft wind song. You notice a distant gull cry echoing like a flute, adding to the harmony. Its call seems to echo the wind's lullaby, a tiny high note against the bass. You smile at the absurd thought, a soft grin that melts into the marsh. The wind keeps playing, turning each reed into a different instrument. You sense every note has a purpose, like a message written in the wind. And if you listen closely, the marsh sings about salt, tide, and the old world. You feel the wind's breath on your face. It's gentle, like a mother's whisper. The wind carries faint aromas, salty, damp, with a hint of rosemary. You inhale fully, letting the scent mingle with the soothing hum. It feels like an old lullaby your grandmother sang, but it's the marsh doing it. A sudden breeze swirls a mote of dust. It lingers in the air like a small bubble. You watch the dust dance, as if the wind is a conductor with invisible baton. The wind keeps time, and every step you take syncs with its pulse. You feel the rhythm in your heartbeat, a quiet echo of the wind's own beat. You pause, listening to the marsh's song, and think of a funny joke about a crab. The crab supposedly knows no tide, yet it loves to wear a tiny hat made of seaweed. You laugh softly, the sound merging with the wind's gentle hum in perfect harmony. The sound of your laughter seems to be part of the wind's song, a new note added. You feel a gentle pressure on your chest, as if the marsh is breathing with you. The wind, unfiltered, carries whispers of ancient salt licks used by Vikings. Historians say Viking traders traded salt for fine wool, but that remains hot debate. You think of a tiny Viking boat bobbing in this very marsh, invisible to most eyes. Its hull creaks softly, as if whispering thanks to the wind for keeping it afloat. You inhale again, the smell of salt and wet earth calming your mind. A soft murmur runs across the reeds where the wind sighs like a sleepy child. The wind hums like a lullaby that only nature knows how to write. You feel the wind's breath tickle your throat like a soft lull. A small fish leaps, sending ripples that echo, a miniature ocean wave. The waves ripple, and the wind carries their echo across the marsh floor. You feel the wind's music seep into your bones, a slow, steady rhythm. You think back to a funny story about a gull that kept losing its compass. The gull's laugh sounds like a bark of wind echoing around you. You chuckle, feeling the wind's energy bounce back to you, as if playful. Wind's hum feels like a soft drum in a hidden orchestra. Every breath feels like stepping into a quiet meadow, damp and filled with salt. The wind seems to guide your feet, leading you farther into the marsh. You hear the gentle splash of water, the wind's rhythm echoing the splash. The marsh sings louder in this moment, as if the wind is feeding its voice. You feel the wind's lightness, like a feather floating on an invisible breeze. You follow a tiny glow that flickers, the moonlight reflecting on a puddle. The reflection glows blue, like a calm, still lake hidden in the marsh. You breathe, feeling the marsh settle, the wind easing your chest. The wind's hum calms the reeds, like a lull in a quiet nursery. You stand still, hearing your own heartbeat sync with the wind. The wind feels like a friendly guide, as if to welcome back to rest. You smile once more, grateful for the marsh's gentle lullaby. Wind whispers the last syllable, a whispered note that fades into night. You let your breath fall softly, the wind guiding you toward a deep sleep. The marsh's lull remains, a sound that drifts through your mind like a dream. You notice a stray leaf drifting, its edge glittering like a tiny lantern. The wind lifts it, then sets it down by a quiet stone. The stone hums softly. You touch it, feeling a subtle charge. It reminds you of old folklore, where stones sang when kissed by the sea. You think of a local legend about a stone that grants wishes after midnight. The wind's hum grows louder, as if urging you to keep moving. A faint glow appears behind a dune of reeds, pulsing gently. You approach, feeling the pulse match your heart's slow rate. The marsh seems to breathe with you, a living, breathing partner. A sudden gust stirs the reeds, creating a chorus of tiny crackles. You laugh, a soft sound that joins the wind's hymn. The wind whispers again, a promise that time slows down here. You inhale, the air filled with salt and pine after rain. The sound of the wind feels like a lullaby from a distant childhood ocean. You feel your mind easing, the marsh's song washing worries away. You trace the lantern's faint glow, its light shimmering like a sleepy star. The lantern hangs low, its brass frame humming with gentle heat. It offers a soft, comforting promise against the crisp salt breeze. You adjust its angle, watching the glow-carved pale patterns on the marshy ground. The light flickers softly, inviting you to slow your pace and listen. You feel a warmth that feels like an old friend's hug in the cool air. It is almost therapeutic, like sipping chamomile while watching clouds. In this quiet moment, the lantern becomes a beacon of calmness. You remember the dusty memory of a forgotten campfire. That memory stirs a small chuckle, a low giggle at the absurdity of it all. You think about how lanterns once guided Vikings across stormy seas. The thought lingers as oddly comforting as a blanket. The lantern's light does not just illuminate, it whispers. It whispers tiny lullabies that only the Marshes reeds can hear. You listen for the subtle hum, a secret lullaby of the wind. Your breath syncs with the lantern's steady flicker, a comforting rhythm. You stroll further while the lantern's glow steadies your path. All you need is a lantern, a path, and a whispering wind. Your steps become measured, matching the lantern's gentle cadence. The marsh seems to sway in time with the lantern's soothing light. You almost slip on a soft patch of moss, but the lantern's glow guides you. The light paints the moss with a translucent, honeyed hue. You pause, feeling a sense of safety wrap around you like a quilt. The lantern radiates a gentle, almost maternal comfort. You think of the ancient Greeks who first tried lanterns in caves. They used oil to keep darkness away, but their light was fickle. Historians still argue whether those early lamps truly penetrated night. It is a debate that adds intrigue to your walk. One peculiar tidbit surfaces in your mind. Some claim a wandering cat once stole a lantern. That cat allegedly turned it into a makeshift lighthouse for lost seabirds. The story has no proven record, yet it adds a whimsical flavor. You chuckle softly, imagining the feline perched on a reed, flicking its tail. A quick breeze stirs leaves, and the lantern's halo dances. You grin, pleased to see humor mingle with the natural soundtrack. Your fingers brush a leaf that flutters like an impatient fan. You feel the leaf's touch as an invitation to pause. The lantern's heat permeates the air around you. You taste the warmth, as if the light itself could be bottled. You breathe in the subtle scent of burnt oil and seaweed. The air tastes faintly of salt and toasted marshmallows. You watch the lantern's flame sway, a graceful pirouette against darkness. It reminds you of a gentle dance between light and shadow. You imagine the flame as a tiny dancer performing nightly. It's almost too whimsical to be real. A curious fish flicker near the puddle, startling the lantern's flame slightly. The flame quivers, but steadies itself, a calm response. You marvel at the resilience of light in the face of movement. The lantern acts as a pillar against the tides of life. You stroll toward a cluster of reeds, the lantern's glow casting silver outlines. The reeds sway in soft concert, each leaf a silent instrument. You tune into the subtle music of the marsh at dusk. The lantern's light seems to feed this underground symphony. Your thoughts drift to stories of sailors who carried lanterns as talismans. Some say that those lanterns held more than light, they carried hope. You humor yourself with a thought: what if my lantern is a miniature lighthouse? The idea feels charmingly absurd. A stray gust lifts a thin piece of driftwood. The lantern's glow illuminates the driftwood's carved face. You glance at it, seeing an odd resemblance to a cartoon pirate. The image makes you chuckle, feeling the tension loosen. You adjust the lantern's wick, smoothing the oil. The flame steadies, a testament to your small hand. You smile as you imagine ancient stonemasons using lanterns to set quarries. Their light guided great arches and domes. The lantern's warmth reaches around you, filling a small bubble. It is a bubble of comfort against the cool breeze. You inhale, feeling that bubble settle over your chest. The sense of being watched is not ominous, but gentle. You consider the mainstream fact that the first practical lantern was invented by the Portuguese. That invention revolutionized maritime exploration. When sailors set out, the lantern light was a lifesaver. You imagine their awe at seeing a steady glow through fog. The lantern's glow paints the marsh's surface like a painter's palette. Each ripple reflects tiny stars in a vast sky. You feel the colors shift as the twilight deepens. The light's subtlety invites your mind to wander. You notice a tiny insect crawling near the lantern. It pauses, as if respecting the lantern's glow. You think humorously, do insects also appreciate a good light? The question lingers, adding humor to the silence. You walk beside the lantern, feeling it guide your footsteps. You realize this path is longer than it appears at first glance. The lantern's presence keeps your confidence steady. You are no longer a wanderer in the unknown. The marsh sighs, a low, rhythmic whisper that fills the air. The lantern's light mirrors that sigh, creating a dialogue. You listen intently, feeling the sound soothe your mind. It is a low hum that matches your heartbeat. You look at the lantern's metal frame, noting its polished shine. It gleams against the soft blues of the horizon. You imagine the craftsmanship of the torchmaker. The details fill you with admiration for ancient artisans. The lantern emits a warm, steady heat, not scalding, but comforting. It feels like an old friend's presence on a cold night. You feel a sense of security in the marsh's darkness. The lantern's glow feels like a hand on your shoulder. A curious detail catches your eye. The lantern is marked with a tiny star. You wonder who carved the star and why it is there. It might be a nod to the night sky or a sailor's hope. The mystery adds fascination to your journey. You feel the marsh's moisture settle around your shoes. The lantern's heat keeps your feet dry and warm. It feels almost like a tiny personal oasis. You can almost taste the warmth of a sunrise. You think about the debates surrounding the lantern's design. Historians still argue whether the lantern's shape influenced its effectiveness. They study the geometry to understand brilliance. The debate adds intrigue to your walk. A breeze carries a faint scent of blooming sea lavender. The lantern's glow enhances the scent, making it more vivid. You inhale deliberately, letting the aroma calm you. The moment feels suspended in time. You pause to appreciate the lantern's steady pulse. Its light never dims under the Marsh's night. You feel a gratitude that is both simple and profound. The lantern's steadiness reflects your own inner peace. You notice the lantern casting silhouettes on the reeds. Each silhouette is a delicate lace pattern that shifts as the wind plays. You smile as the patterns change. They feel like stories that the marsh is telling you. The lantern's flame flickers, a small dancing partner. You imagine it as a tiny dancer performing across the marsh. The image gives you the lightest chuckle. You laugh softly, a sound that blends with the wind. The lantern's warmth surrounds you, a comforting cocoon. You feel as if the marsh is wrapping you in a blanket. Your body relaxes, letting the calm take hold. You become one with the marsh's rhythm. You walk slowly, letting the lantern guide you toward the center. The center is a place where the marsh feels the richest. The lantern's glow highlights its vibrant details. You feel the path become more familiar. An old story whispers through the reeds. Some say that lanterns could guide lost souls back to earth. You hum a tune of hope, almost as a bedtime rhyme. The idea is oddly soothing. The lantern's brilliance cuts through the dark. It is more than a source of light. It feels like a compass. Your mind aligns the lantern with the sense of direction. You trust its guidance even more. You feel your breath slow, each exhale matching the lantern's glow. The sound is gentle, almost like a lull. You feel your body melt into the soft grass. The marsh gives you a deep sense of belonging. A small frog jumps near the lantern. It pauses, watching the flame as if mesmerized. The frog's eyes reflect the lantern's light. It adds to the wonder of the evening. You think of how easy it is to forget the lantern's importance. The lantern remains a steadfast ally in the marsh. It is an anchor, a glow of hope, a safety. Every step feels safer because of it. The lantern's light is steady and calm. It is a soothing rhythm against the wind's whisper. You let the light wash over you in waves. It's a comforting cascade that soothes your mind. You notice a subtle scent of damp earth rise. The lantern's warmth seems to bring the earth's perfume into the air. You breathe, feeling the earthy aroma settle. You feel peace in this combination of light and scent. You recall a fringe tidbit. It is said that sailors sometimes sang to lanterns. They believed the songs helped keep the lantern's flame steadier. The thought of sailors singing to light feels oddly magical. You imagine a chorus of voices under a night sky. The lantern's glow is a small, constant source of light. You feel it as a promise, as a reminder that you are not alone. Your eyes drink in the gentle illumination. You feel gratitude for the small miracle. The marsh's silence grows deeper, yet the lantern's glow persists, unwavering. You feel a connection to something larger, You feel your heartbeat sync with the flame. You pause, feeling the lantern's heat on your fingertips. The warmth spreads through your hand like a wave. You feel the softness of the marsh around you. You are enveloped in a quiet, bright presence. The lantern's flame seems to hum a gentle tune. The sound joins the whispers of the reeds. You imagine the entire marsh as a symphony. You're a small instrument in a grand orchestra. You find a small clearing where the lantern's glow is brightest. The light reaches the edges of the clearing like sunlight. You sit, letting the glow wash over you. It feels like your own personal sanctuary. You close your eyes, and the lantern's brightness guides your breathing. You inhale, feeling the light and the air mingle. You exhale, letting go of tension. The lantern becomes a beacon of calm within. You become aware of how the lantern's presence shapes the marsh. The marsh seems less mysterious, more intimate. Its silence becomes an open conversation. You feel your heart ease within that dialogue. You notice a faint glow of something beyond the reeds. It might be a firefly or a distant lantern. The glow dances against the darkness. It feels like a nod from the marsh itself. You walk a bit more, trusting the lantern's path. The path becomes clear whenever the light flickers. You feel guided by a steady, warm presence. You are safe in its light. A gentle reminder of the lantern's role in history surfaces. The first practical lantern was invented by Portuguese sailors. It guided them across unknown seas. The lantern is a relic of exploration. The lantern's light holds a steady beat that matches your breath. It slows your mind, slows your thoughts. You feel your mental clutter dissolve. The lantern's glow is like a calm lullaby. You imagine the lantern as a small, warm heart beating in the marsh. Its rhythm matches your own, a subtle synchrony. You feel that rhythm echo in your chest. It feels hopeful, like a sunrise. You notice the reeds sway again. They create patterns that mirror the lantern's glow. It's a dance of light and green. You smile at the playful scene. You hear a distant splash, almost a drumbeat. It syncs with the lantern's glow to fill the air. You feel the marsh breathing with you. Your thoughts drift into a gentle tide. You think of a fringe tidbit. Some say lanterns can change the direction of wind. It's a strange legend, but adds a touch of humor. You joke, should I ask my lantern to pull me toward a comfy pillow? The idea is silly yet comforting. The lantern's warmth stays steady. It does not flare, it stays controlled, like a gentle caress. You feel it like a comforting hand. It grounds your feet in the marsh. You lean closer to the lantern, feeling its warmth on your forehead. The light feels like a promise that all is well. You breathe in, filling your lungs with calm. The marsh and the lantern form a silent pact. You feel an impulse to thank the lantern. You silently say thank you to that gentle light. It feels like an intimate gratitude. The lantern seems to glow brightly in response. You notice a faint glimmer near a patch of lily pads. The lantern's light bounces off them, making each pad glow. The effect is a small, scattered constellation on Earth. You feel the sense of wonder grow. The lantern acts as a bridge between day and night. This bridge is a glow that dissolves shadows. You step across it, feeling safe. The marsh becomes less intimidating. You feel your senses sharpen around you. The lantern's glow highlights details. The reeds, the water, the fireflies, all feel vivid. You are present now. The world feels less rushed. You recall a historic moment when lanterns guided explorers on lost maps. Historians still argue whether those maps were accurate. The debate adds color to your reverie. Such history feels close to your path. You take a deep breath of salty air. Your mind begins to untangle from all the rush. The lantern's glow steadies you in this slow moment. You smile at the peaceful sensation. The lantern's flame is a small beacon, steady and soft. It guides you through a dark, cool marsh. You feel a sense of trust in that light. Your heart aligns with its warmth. You see how the surrounding reeds align into a natural frame. The lantern's glow forms a halo that frames the path. It feels like walking through an art piece created by nature. You enjoy the simple beauty. The lantern seems to hum when a breeze passes. It adds a gentle rhythm to the environment. You imagine all sounds forming a lullaby. The marsh feels like a choir. You realize that the lantern's warmth is a small miracle. It comforts your body while the marsh cools around it. You feel a gentle equilibrium. You feel your mind relax. The lantern's light is a compass that points to calm. You trust it to guide you through the night. It leads you forward. You feel less tired. You sense that the lantern's presence is more than light. It offers a feeling of safety, a sense of peace. The marsh feels less overwhelming. You feel comforted. You pause at a patch where the lantern's light dances on water. Tiny ripples reflect a constellation on the surface. Each wave looks like a tiny star. You feel delighted. The lantern's glow continues to flicker softly. It feels like a steady heartbeat in the marsh. You feel the connection to that pulse. You exhale in harmony. You remember that lantern lighting can change the atmosphere. Historically, lanterns were used for rituals and ceremonies. They held a symbolic meaning for the people then. The lantern becomes part of that tradition. You notice a faint breeze carrying the scent of fresh moss. The lantern's warmth mixes with the aroma. You breathe deeply, feeling it calm you. Your mind relaxes. The lantern's flame is steady, not harsh. It feels like a gentle hug. The marsh around you feels less distant. You feel at home. A small wind chime nearby tinkles lightly. Its sound complements the lantern's hum. The environment sounds like a song. You feel calm. You walk slowly, feeling the lantern light on your skin. It warms your palms, feels like a soft hand. It's a small comfort that steadies you. You feel grateful. You think of a fringe piece of folklore. It said lanterns once sang with the wind. The legend is whimsical and adds a touch of fun. You chuckle softly, feeling the humor. The marsh feels lighter. The lantern's glow is a beacon that steadies your route. You find comfort in its steady presence. Even the faintest wind can't dim it. You feel protected. You notice a ripple near a stone that catches the lantern's light. It creates a momentary glow on the stone's surface. You step closer, feeling the light's invitation. It feels like a personal message. Your footsteps echo softly as you walk. The lantern's light guides each step. Each echo becomes part of the calm. You feel relaxed. You feel the marsh's air growing cooler as night progresses. The lantern's warmth balances the chill. You feel a gentle reassurance. The light keeps you cozy. You think about the historic fact. Old sailors used lanterns to navigate by moonlit tides. They relied on that steady glow. History and the lantern's function align. It feels relevant. You pause, feeling your heart steady against the lantern's glow. It seems to sync with your breathing. It feels reassuring. You sigh quietly. The lantern's flame remains a constant in this changing world. The marsh and the wind may shift, but the lantern's light stays. You feel anchored. You sense your fatigue dissolving under the lantern's warmth. It feels like a gentle pull toward rest. You lean back on a nearby stone. You feel ready to sleep. You listen to the quiet of the marsh. The lantern's glow paints the darkness with soft amber. It feels like a lullaby in a dim room. You find your breath slowing. The lantern's presence turns the marsh into a sanctuary. It makes the area feel safe, gentle, and bright. You feel a sense of wonder. You smile. You close your eyes, letting the lantern's glow be your guide. You feel the world around you soften. The marsh breathes in sync with you. You are at peace. The lantern's tiny flame steadies the night. It carries the promise of safety. You rest for a moment, feeling serene. You are grateful for this light. You continue walking, guided by the lantern as a warm beacon. The marsh seems to open up for you. It feels like an intimate path. You feel comforted, safe, and at ease. You walk again, letting the lantern light guide each measured step. The echo of your footfalls whispers out across the marsh. Your sandals splash faintly in shallow water, the sound a gentle pulse. As each footfall settles, the echo fades like a breath at dawn. You notice the sound dissolving into the soft mist. The marsh seems to swallow the trace, leaving only quiet. Your steps become a rhythm, a quiet drum beneath the reeds. Each stride leaves a faint shimmer on wet earth. You inhale, smelling salt and damp moss together. The aroma is oddly comforting, like a familiar song in a foreign land. Your mind slows, matching the rhythm of your breathing and footsteps. You think of the old maps sailors used, lanterns lighting their way. Historians still argue whether those early lamps truly penetrated night. You smile at the idea, wondering if a lantern could hear a whale. The sound of the marsh is louder than any creature you can imagine. You pause near a puddle, watching its surface ripple like a small pond. The lantern's reflection dances in the water, flickering in sync with the breeze. You hear the echo recede past your feet, a gentle sigh in the damp air. The echo dissolves into a low hum, the Marsh's heartbeat matching yours. You let the hum settle into your chest like a lull. You feel your shoulders relax, each breath slow. The world around you seems to slow. A deep breath in quiet. You think of a fringe theory that lanterns once attracted sea turtles. The tale says the light lured them like moths to a glowing hearth. You imagine turtles dancing around lanterns, their shells reflecting amber. The image stirs a laugh, a soft chuckle of wonder. The first practical lantern was invented by Portuguese sailors, helping ships find safe harbor. The lantern's glow stays constant, a friendly beacon in darkness. You feel the marsh breathing, the sound of waves humming. You let your thoughts settle, the lantern keeping them warm. A distant gull calls, its voice carried by the wind. You smile, feeling the lantern's warmth on your cheek. The lantern remains steady, a quiet companion in the marsh. You breathe in, letting the cool air refresh your mind. Your heartbeat slows, each beat synced with the lantern's glow. The fog lifts slightly, revealing a path of moonlit water. You step forward, feeling the light guide through the haze. The lantern's glow steadies, a constant amid shifting shadows. You sense the marsh closing around you, a protective cocoon. You rest your hand on the lantern, feeling its warm pulse. You walk again, letting the lantern light guide each measured step. The echo of your footfalls whispers out across the marsh. Your sandals splash faintly in shallow water, the sound a gentle pulse. As each footfall settles, the echo fades like a breath at dawn. You notice the sound dissolving into the soft mist. The marsh seems to swallow the trace, leaving only quiet. Your steps become a rhythm, a quiet drum beneath the reeds. Each stride leaves a faint shimmer on wet earth. You inhale, smelling salt and damp moss together. The aroma is oddly comforting, like a familiar song in a foreign land. Your mind slows, matching the rhythm of your breathing and footsteps. You think of the old maps sailors used, lanterns lighting their way. Historians still argue whether those early lamps truly penetrated night. You smile at the idea, wondering if a lantern could hear a whale. The sound of the marsh is louder than any creature you can imagine. You pause near a puddle, watching its surface ripple like a small pond. The lantern's reflection dances in the water, flickering in sync with the breeze. You hear the echo recede past your feet, a gentle sigh in the damp air. The echo dissolves into a low hum, the Marsh's heartbeat matching yours. You let the hum settle into your chest like a lull. You feel your shoulders relax, each breath slow. The world around you seems to slow, a deep breath in quiet. You think of a fringe theory that lanterns once attracted sea turtles. The tale says the light lured them like moths to a glowing hearth. You imagine turtles dancing around lanterns, their shells reflecting amber. The image stirs a laugh, a soft chuckle of wonder. The first practical lantern was invented by Portuguese sailors, helping ships find safe harbor. The lantern's glow stays constant, a friendly beacon in darkness. You feel the marsh breathing, the sound of waves humming. You let your thoughts settle, the lantern keeping them warm. A distant gull calls, its voice carried by the wind. You smile, feeling the lantern's warmth on your cheek. The lantern remains steady, a quiet companion in the marsh. You breathe in, letting the cool air refresh your mind. Your heartbeat slows, each beat synced with the lantern's glow. The fog lifts slightly, revealing a path of moonlit water. You step forward, feeling the light guide through the haze. The lantern's glow steadies, a constant amid shifting shadows. You sense the marsh closing around you, a protective cocoon. You rest your hand on the lantern, feeling its warm pulse. You rest your hand on the lantern, feeling its warm pulse. You walk again, letting the lantern light guide each measured step. The echo of your footfalls whispers out across the marsh. Your sandals splash faintly in shallow water, the sound a gentle pulse. As each footfall settles, the echo fades like a breath at dawn. You notice the sound dissolving into the soft mist. The marsh seems to swallow the trace, leaving only quiet. Your steps become a rhythm, a quiet drum beneath the reeds. Each stride leaves a faint shimmer on wet earth. You inhale, smelling salt and damp moss together. The aroma is oddly comforting, like a familiar song in a foreign land. Your mind slows, matching the rhythm of your breathing and footsteps. You think of the old maps sailors used, lanterns lighting their way. Historians still argue whether those early lamps truly penetrated night. You smile at the idea, wondering if a lantern could hear a whale. The sound of the marsh is louder than any creature you can imagine. You pause near a puddle, watching its surface ripple like a small pond. The lantern's reflection dances in the water, flickering in sync with the breeze. You hear the echo recede past your feet, a gentle sigh in the damp air. The echo dissolves into a low hum, the marsh's heartbeat matching yours. You let the hum settle into your chest, like a lull. You feel your shoulders relax, each breath slow. The world around you seems to slow, a deep breath in quiet. You think of a fringe theory that lanterns once attracted sea turtles. The tale says the light lured them like moths to a glowing hearth. You imagine turtles dancing around lanterns, their shells reflecting amber. The image stirs a laugh, a soft chuckle of wonder. The first practical lantern was invented by Portuguese sailors, helping ships find safe harbor. The lantern's glow stays constant, a friendly beacon in darkness. You feel the marsh breathing, the sound of waves humming. You let your thoughts settle, the lantern keeping them warm. A distant gull calls, its voice carried by the wind. You smile, feeling the lantern's warmth on your cheek. The lantern remains steady, a quiet companion in the marsh. You breathe in, letting the cool air refresh your mind. Your heartbeat slows, each beat synced with the lantern's glow. The fog lifts slightly, revealing a path of moonlit water. You step forward, feeling the light guide through the haze. The lantern's glow steadies, a constant amid shifting shadows. You sense the marsh closing around you, a protective cocoon. You rest your hand on the lantern, feeling its warm pulse. You rest your hand on the lantern, feeling its warm pulse. You rest your hand on the lantern, feeling its warm pulse. You rest your hand on the lantern, feeling its warm pulse. You rest your hand on the lantern, feeling its warm pulse. The marsh whispers, echoing your thoughts, soothing your mind. You breathe deep, letting the light calm the sharp edges. Your awareness stretches, as if the marsh is a living lullaby. You notice the lantern's flame flickers again, a subtle invitation. You think of the ancient Greeks and their lantern-lit fires in caves. They flickered in the darkness, stories glowing beside them. You imagine the light as a soft blanket against the night. You smile, thinking of the odd claim that lanterns were once used to attract sea turtles. The story feels like an inside joke shared by sailors. You let it linger, adding a whimsical thread to the calm. The lantern's glow stays constant, a friendly beacon in darkness. You feel the marsh breathing, the sound of waves humming. You let your thoughts settle, the lantern keeping them warm. A distant gull calls, its voice carried by the wind. You smile, feeling the lantern's warmth on your cheek. The lantern remains steady, a quiet companion in the marsh. You breathe in, letting the cool air refresh your mind. Your heartbeat slows, each beat synced with the lantern's glow. The fog lifts slightly, revealing a path of moonlit water. You step forward, feeling the light guide through the haze. The lantern's glow steadies, a constant amid shifting shadows. You sense the marsh closing around you, a protective cocoon. You rest your hand on the lantern, feeling its warm pulse. You slide your fingers along the lantern's brass band, tracing its worn groove. Warmth spreads from the metal to your palm, a comforting whisper against the cool air. The mist curls around your ankles like a translucent shawl, softly muffling each footfall. Your breath stirs tiny droplets, catching light in a miniature prism. A gull wheezes overhead, sending a splash of gull salt on the breeze. You chuckle, what a perfect soundtrack for a night of silent navigation. Historians still argue whether the first sea lanterns truly lit ships' horizons. The debate spins like a sea foam vortex, ever swirling. In the 18th century, Portuguese sailors first forged practical lanterns from brass. Those bright circles guided fleets to safe harbors, keeping nightmares at bay. You feel the echo of ancient voyages in the gentle hum of the marsh. A small joke: if lanterns had Twitter, they'd hashtag light up the storm. Your lantern flickers, casting dancing shadows across reeds that sway gently. Each shadow flickers like a secret, a whispering lullaby of the coast. The sound of crabs, distant yet intimate, joins the evening chorus. You imagine the crabs gossiping about missing shells and sunlit tides. You pause beside a shallow pool, dipping your toes in cool water. The surface ripples, reflecting the lantern's steady glow like a miniature aurora. You feel the coolness kiss your skin, a reminder to stay present. Light bends in the water, scattering tiny stars across the earth. A distant storm drum echoes, but not as loud as your own heartbeat. You synchronize your steps with its rhythm, finding calm in the cadence. The marsh exhales, releasing a scent of salt and algae that soothes. That scent reminds you of childhood puddles and sticky summer socks. Suddenly, a patch of moss glows faintly, like a hidden lantern of its own. You wonder if the moss had feelings and whispered thanks to you. It's a quirky tidbit. Some moss strains thrive on tiny light. The idea of glowing moss feels like a joke from a sci-fi plot. Your lantern's flame steadies, a friend amid the rolling mist. You feel its heat travel across skin, soothing any lingering tension. The marsh seems to breathe as you exhale, a slow inhale of damp earth. You smile at the thought that even water enjoys a good lullaby. The wind carries a faint scent of brine and old cedar sap. You inhale deeply, letting the scent anchor your wandering mind. It reminds you of a distant campfire, warm beside a lake. And yet, there is no fire, only gentle light. You keep walking, allowing the lantern to guide your path. Each step feels like a story unfolding, a chapter in a silent book. Historians still argue whether the best sea lanterns were silver or iron. The debate is older than the modern world itself. Your lantern's flame paints the reeds in gold and amber tones. Light flickers like a pulse, echoing the heartbeats of the marsh. You feel a rhythm in the air, a subtle hum of life. That hum feels like an invitation to close your eyes. You pause by a fallen driftwood log, a wooden seat in the mist. The log creaks under your weight, a low, melodic sigh. You rest for a moment, feeling the log's damp surface against your shoulders. It seems almost as if the log is breathing with you. You remember a quirky myth. Mariners claimed lantern light attracted sea turtles. The turtles supposedly drifted toward lanterns, their shell patterns glowing in the light. The idea feels like a joke, but stories have a way of staying. You laugh softly, imagining shells glowing in the marsh's dimness. The marsh's wind shifts, bringing a cool breeze that tickles your ears. It carries with it the distant echo of an ancient ship horn. You listen, hearing a long, hollow note that fades into silence. The silence feels like a blanket, wrapping you in calm. Your lantern flickers slightly, as if it were breathing in sync with water. It warms your hand, a pulse that matches your own. You feel grounded, as if the marsh itself is a steady heart. That steady heartbeat is a comfort in the wandering night. The lantern's glow paints shadows that dance along the reeds. Each shadow shifts, a tiny dance of light and motion. You notice the reeds sway, moving in rhythm with the light's pulse. It's a gentle reminder that all things move in harmony. As you continue, a soft rustle reveals a small creature beneath leaves. A tiny frog croaks, adding a new note to the marsh symphony. Its voice is loud enough to be heard over the wind, but intimate. You chuckle nature's own comedy show. The lantern's light glows brighter on a patch of wet moss. The moss pulses, absorbing the light like a sponge of joy. You think of the moss as a tiny lantern itself, quietly glowing. You smile, thinking perhaps moss has secrets to share. The marsh ahead is darker, but the lantern cuts through the veil. Light shows you the path, a silent guide through the unknown. You trust its steady glow, like a lighthouse on invisible waves. The path feels safe, steady, and almost familiar again. You feel a gentle breeze ripple through the reeds, a soft exhale. The reeds seem to reply, a delicate chorus syncing with your breath. Your breath aligns with nature, each inhale a shared song. You notice the connection and smile wide. A new scent arrives, caramelized pine after a campfire in a distance. The scent lingers, drifting like a memory of childhood nights. The lantern warms your cheek, a soothing counterpoint to the wind. You let that warmth sink into your skin, a subtle lullaby. The marsh's wind carries an ancient lullaby, a hum of tides and shells. It's a melody that lulls, soothing like a soft dream. Your mind drifts, but the lantern keeps you anchored. In this moment, everything feels timeless. A gust of wind brushes your hair, a touch of the sea. You close your eyes briefly, embracing the mist's gentle caress. The mist feels cool, but not cold, like a whisper. You breathe in, feeling the mist wash over you like water. The lantern's flame flickers, casting halos across reeds. Halos ripple, echoing the lantern's soft breathing. The marsh hums, steady as a metronome. You feel the hum pulse through your fingers. You pause to listen for the sound of distant waves. The waves beat against shore in a rhythmic pattern. The rhythm syncs with your own pulse. Sound blends, and you sit with it. Historians still argue whether the light from lanterns shaped maritime myths. Some say myths guided the sailors. Others think myths fed the lanterns. The debate continues, as spirited as a night of stargazing. It feels oddly romantic to ponder. Your lantern's glow illuminates a small patch of bright moss. It pulses like a tiny heartbeat on the ground. You trace the glow with your finger, feeling curious. The moss seems to breathe in sync with the marsh. A bird flutters nearby, its wings flashing in the lantern's light. The bird dips, rising, a graceful choreography of survival. It lands briefly on a reed, then takes flight again. You watch it go, feeling your own heart expand. The mist thickens slightly, wrapping the marsh in a soft veil. You feel the coolness against your skin, refreshing. The breath of the marsh is a living lull. It feels almost meditative, a gentle invitation to relax. You continue walking, guided by lantern light and your own thoughts. The path ahead seems endless, but its edges are familiar. You feel a tranquil certainty, as if the marsh is a confidant. The lantern light remains steady, a constant in the shifting night. You notice your breath slows, matching the lantern's slow flame. The rhythm of breathing feels like a lullaby. The marsh hums with a calm, steady tone. You feel the whole world breathing as one. A small joke about lanterns, They always keep secrets because they are lit. It makes you chuckle. The joke is soft, not sharp. Your laughter fills the silence like a soft bell. The lantern keeps glowing, unwavering and warm. The wind continues to whisper, soft like a lull in the sea. You feel the wind caressing your cheek, a gentle reminder. The marsh's breath is a steady background song. You feel at peace. A trick of light shows a reflection of the lantern on the water. It flickers, a heartbeat in the glass. The reflection seems to answer your thoughts. It feels almost like a conversation with light. You pause, feeling the lantern's warmth wrap around you. The warmth is a hug from the universe. You feel safe, as if the marsh is a nest. The night deepens, but your lantern stays bright, steady, and sure. The night deepens, but your lantern stays bright, steady, and sure. You feel the hush wrap around your shoulders like a quilt. A distant murmur travels through the reeds, like a secret conversation. Every droplet that falls paints a tiny, trembling chord. Your steps become light, almost hesitant, as the water whispers. Close to the edge, a tiny frog releases a single note. Its voice blends with the liquid percussion. The pattern is steady, one tap, one pause, one more tap. You breathe in rhythm with the drip, synchronizing body and sound. The drip grows steady, forming a metronome of nature. You imagine each bead a tiny drum in a hidden band. Your mind slows, as if the water is pulling the day apart. A gentle wind stirs the surface of the pond. Ripples spread outward, like concentric circles around a pebble. Each ripple carries a faint, wet echo. You trace the echo with your fingertips over the stone. The stone feels cool, slick, alive under your touch. You pause, listening for the next droplet's descent. The next one lands on the water, creating a bright, quick splash. Its echo drifts far into the damp air. The sound is soft, steady, almost like a lullaby. You smile as the water answers back with a gentle hum. The reeds sway slightly, adding a subtle rustle. The rustle seems to dance around the lantern's fire. Your lantern flame flickers, warming the surrounding air. The heat radiates in slow, golden waves. You inhale the salt air, letting it fill your lungs. The salty tang feels like a warm, familiar hug. You hold your hand over your mouth, feeling the humid breath. A faint fog rises from the marsh's heart. The fog twirls, chasing the lantern's glow. It shapes itself into delicate, transparent curtains. You glide through the fog, stepping on reeds. Each reed is a living bridge, sturdy and patient. Your feet find the path with gentle, rhythmic steps. The path feels like a soft mattress beneath your soles. You pause, feeling the world around you breathe. The water's sound swells, as if inviting you to stay. You lean against the lantern, letting its light touch your cheeks. The lantern's glow paints silver lines on the wet grass. You trace those lines with a lingering gesture. You feel the grass quiver under the moonlight. Its blades whisper, a chorus of unseen voices. The chorus merges with the water's steady rhythm. Your pulse slows to match the water's slow beat. The night feels deeper, as if the marsh has swallowed the light. You remember the story your grandmother told about the sea. She spoke of lanterns guiding lost sailors with hope. Historians still argue whether the first sea lanterns shaped maritime myths. The debate continues, like waves against timeless stone. You recall a quirky claim from the internet. Some say the tide is controlled by a secret, moon-shaped crystal. That idea feels like a joke, yet you chuckle softly. You let the laughter drift into the marsh air. The sound of dripping echoes like a heartbeat in the night. The heartbeat is steady, not frantic, not loud. It reminds you of a slow song on an old radio. Your ears capture the subtle differences of each drop. Some drops fall faster, some slower, like a silent pulse. You imagine a hidden choir of droplets. Each droplet sings its own tiny song. The water seems to remember every splash, every tap. You walk slowly, letting each water sound guide you. The lantern's ember offers a safe, soft glow. The light is warm, like a companion on a cold road. You feel the lantern's presence as a living friend. The marsh offers no judgment, only calm. Your feet keep pace with the natural lull. The lull pulls you deeper into a quiet trance. You close your eyes, feeling the sound wash over you. The sound is a blanket, a soft blanket that covers fear. Your mind drifts to a memory of childhood, a memory of splashing in a garden pool after rain. The pool's echoes match the marsh's gentle drip. You smile at the memory, grateful for moments like this. The lantern's flame continues to glow steady. You feel its steadiness in the stillness. You feel the marsh's breath as it moves through the reeds. The reeds move like breathing limbs, slow and measured. You listen to their deep, slow exhale. It feels like a shared breath between you and the marsh. Your heart flutters with the gentle pace. You feel your thoughts slow, stretching like a lazy ribbon. The river's soft rush joins the water's tap. The river whispers, a lullaby to the moon. You follow the river's sound, it leads you further. You step onto a mossy patch, soft as a blanket. Moss lifts, cool, and slightly damp in your palm. You trace its strands with a fingertip, feeling a delicate vibration. You feel the moss's quiet, steady pulse. You notice a tiny beetle scuttling between the moss. Its movement is subtle, almost invisible. You watch it, feeling a quiet fascination. The water's sound keeps playing steady, like a heartbeat. The marsh feels alive, a quiet, breathing entity. Your lantern's flame steadies, as if breathing with you. You inhale the cool night air, feeling weightless. You close your eyes, letting the sound guide your body. Your muscles ease, releasing all tension. You feel the lantern's heat on your cheek. The heat is warm, a gentle hug from the universe. The marsh's lull wraps around you. It feels like a blanket made of light and water. You stand until the marsh breathes a long sigh, a sigh like a tired night wind. It carries a faint scent of pine and old cedar. The scent lingers like a memory in the air. You inhale deeply, letting it fill your lungs. You feel your breathing slow, syncopated with the sound of water tap steady. Each tap is a note on a silent scale. You imagine the water has turned into a quiet jazz band. Each musician, a droplet in a vast orchestra. The forest, the reeds, the lantern all play in harmony. You feel part of the music, your pulse matching the beat. Your steps feel as light as feather dust. You step slowly, each footfall a note in the song. You feel the rhythm in your legs. Your mind floats on the water's surface. You see the lantern's light dancing on the reeds. It flickers like a gentle star on the ground. The lantern's light becomes a friend, steady in the dark. You feel grateful for the silence, for the sound. The water's rhythm is a gift, like a secret lull. Your heart settles into the song. It pulses in perfect sync with the water. You feel the marshes' cool embrace. You feel your feet moving with the sound. Your breath follows the cadence of the drops. You hear a distant splash, then a pause. The pause is like a breath held in time. You feel the sound echo through the marsh. You listen to the echo. It drifts away. It comes back, humming softly. The humming is a slow, melodic lull. The lantern's flame adds a subtle fire. Its light dances, matching the ripples. You step further, letting the lantern glow guide you. You notice a small frog beside the pond. Its skin reflects the lantern, bright and green. You watch the frog leap away, leaving a ripple. The ripple is a tiny, soft splash. You feel the river's surface ripple again. It sounds like a soft, steady piano. The water keeps falling, each drop a single beat. You feel the rhythm fill your lungs. You feel the water's pulse as it runs around you. You pause, letting the sound wrap around. The marsh's sound feels like a warm blanket. Your thoughts sink into the soft water. Every drop feels like a gentle kiss. You feel the cool night wind against your face. It carries faint whispers from the reeds. The whispers carry a soft lull. You taste salt on your lips. The taste is fresh, like the first day of summer. You walk slower, letting the sound guide your pace. Your steps are soft, like a feather on the ground. You sense the sound of water as a heartbeat nearby. You feel the heartbeat, steady, steady. You feel the marsh calm you. It lulls you, pulling you into deep rest. You feel a sense of safety, wrapped in light. You walk until the lantern's light flickers like a star. The lantern steadies, shining through the night air. The light is like a beacon, a silent guide. You feel the lantern's glow soothe your mind. You let your thoughts drift with the sound. You sense the marsh becoming a place of quiet. You feel the sound of water, ever steady, ever gentle. The marsh's rhythm fills the night. You feel your breath slow, your body relax. You feel the sound like a slow song. At last, you sense the water's song concluding, like a final note. The final note drifts soft across the marsh. You close your eyes, feeling the light and sound merge. Your mind rests within the hush. You feel calm, breathing slow and steady. The lantern's flame lingers, steady and sure. You pause, listening as the marsh hums softly behind you. The lantern's glow sketches shadows that dance like shy moths on stone. A rustle brushes past, carrying scent of seaweed and old cedar. You smile. The fog seems to chuckle along, teasing your nerves. Remember that ridiculous idea of a marsh acting as a secret library. In truth, it likely holds forgotten boat routes etched in peat. Historians still argue whether the first sea lanterns shaped maritime myths. You breathe in the damp air, feeling it settle in your chest. An old tale whispers that Breton marshes once hid a stone circle. Some claim that marsh moss can glow blue when the moon is a ghostly sliver. You wonder if those glowing strands guided fishermen past the dangerous shoals. The light from your lantern flickers in time with distant gulls. You notice a thin streak of glow moving across the reeds like a phantom. It glides just above the surface, reflecting the lantern's warm breath. You feel the marsh whispering, soft as a lullaby you just heard. Your smile is an ember in the night, small but glowing. The reeds sway, a gentle rhythm that calls to your feet. Your footfall echoes like a tiny drum, nature's own stand-up comedy show. An old legend says marshes are living archives, holding secrets in every grain. You pause, feeling that secretive hush around you. You inhale again, tasting the faint mineral tang of the sea. The air feels like a gentle wave. No, not that wave. A marsh wave with no surfers. A distant gull croons, its voice a soft echo in the mist. You laugh, the sound a ripple in the marsh's quiet. The lantern's flame seems to dance, playing hide and seek with the reeds. It casts tiny shadows that flicker like stargazing on a wet night. You close your eyes, and the world blurs into sound. The sound swells, as if an invisible orchestra has appeared. A chorus of frogs joins. There croaks a mellow bass. The frogs are like tiny percussionists, keeping time with the tide. You smile, feeling the rhythm sync with your pulse. Your heartbeat slows, aligning with the marsh's melodic pulse. The lantern's light softens, like a whispered promise to the night. It steadies, a lighthouse for lost dreams hidden in mist. A ripple of cold water brushes past your toes, tingling. The sensation sends a shiver, a gentle reminder of your mortality. The marsh listens, a patient teacher of quiet wisdom. It teaches that breathing alone can be a secret key. Your lungs fill with salt, then release, like the breath of an old tree. The tree, you sense, stands guard over the hidden waters. You feel your feet grounded, yet light as winged dreams. The marsh's secrets spread like ink across a quiet sea. Each secret whispers, "Stay a while, breathe, let the night swallow you." You nod silently, honoring the ancient invitation. The lantern flickers, a steady heartbeat against the dark. You imagine it as the marsh's own pulse, warm and reassuring. The marsh sighs, a gentle exhale that carries memories. The memory of ancient fires, of marsh dwellers, flickers in your mind. You feel the ancient fire's warmth seep into your bones. It reminds you that even in darkness, light finds a way. The lantern's glow becomes a star chart for your weary soul. It points toward calm, guiding you through the twilight. A soft breeze lifts a feather from a distant reed. The feather drifts, a silent postcard sent from the marsh. You smile, thinking of a bird that might have flown over. The bird, perhaps, carries your thoughts to some far, far shore. The marsh hums a lullaby that has carried generations. The rhythm, deep and steady, matches the ocean's ancient pulse. You let that rhythm fill your chest, breathing through. You breathe in, and it feels like a slow sunrise. The lantern steadies its glow, as if it watches your every move. Your mind drifts, the sea of marshes unfurling before you. You are not alone. The reeds hum a quiet welcome. The wind whispers, "Stay long enough, and you'll see stars." The stars appear, tiny beacons against the dark water. Their light wavers, reflecting like lanterns on distant tides. Your eyelids grow heavy. The marsh wraps around them. You feel ready to drift, to join the hidden chorus. The lantern's flame flicks, steady as a friendly guide. You sink slowly into the marsh's gentle cradle. The path behind you dissolves, replaced by a silent river. It carries your thoughts like a boat on a silent wave. The marsh sighs again, deeper, as if breathing more fully. You close your eyes, the world folding into sound and scent. A soft, green glow lights every corner of your dreams. Your mind drifts, the marsh a soft lull around you. The lantern's glow becomes a halo, steady against the night. You listen, the sound of water steady as a metronome. It feels like the marsh's own heartbeat, pulsing with life. You feel your pulse sinking, a quiet agreement. A faint music swells, as if the reeds are singing together. You smile. The sound feels like an old lullaby. The marsh holds the memory of every ancient story ever told. A subtle ripple travels, a gentle reminder of the life around. You feel the marsh's heart beating alongside yours. The river of light flows, guiding you further inward. The path ahead is clear, painted with soft, warm light. You step forward, trusting the lantern's gentle guidance. The marsh's whisper becomes a lull that cradles your thoughts. The night feels less heavy, more open, like free air. Your breathing slows, each exhale a soft feather falling. The lantern's flame steadies, a tiny mountain in darkness. You listen to the marsh's ancient tune, a lullaby for souls. You feel the world pause, breath shared with the sea. The lantern's glow shifts, steady as a watchful star. You smile, the marsh's secrets wrapping around you like a blanket. The last whisper of wind cools the air. It's like the marsh is blowing a chilly high five. You inhale, feeling a promise of peace. The lantern humps, gently pulsing, a lull in the night. You sense that you are here, safe and still. The marsh's glow deepens, a quiet fire under starless sky. Its light mingles with the faint hum of insects. You feel a gentle pull, inviting you to rest. The lantern stands steady, a silent promise of return. You walk back, the path illuminated by the soft glow. The marsh behind you whispers like a familiar lullaby. Your steps echo softly, a mantra of calm. You return, holding the marsh's silence like a secret lull. You breathe in the crisp air, feeling the hush grow deeper. The path ahead glows softly, as if the moon itself decided to whisper. You notice a flicker, a candle, humming at the edge of darkness. It casts gentle shadows that dance across the stones like shy dancers. Your fingertips graze the wooden holder, warm as an old blanket. A breeze tugs at the flame, teasing it into a playful waltz. You smile at the motion. Each sway feels like a secret invitation. The candle breathes like a sleepy dragon, exhaling soft, warm breath. You wonder how someone first discovered this humble flame. The earliest recorded use of candles dates back to ancient Egypt, where they lit tombs. Back then, the flame was more than light. It was a spirit of protection. Later, candles traveled across seas, becoming companions on long voyages. Some people say that candle smoke can reveal hidden messages if you stare. You hold the candle steady, watching the wisps curl like lazy snakes. In the quiet, you hear a distant whisper that feels like a lullaby. It almost sounds like a friend singing softly in a dream. You chuckle, thinking of a mouse that dared to dance on a skillet. The candle's flame flickers, a gentle heart beating in the dark. Its light cuts through shadows, revealing cracks that the wind loves. You imagine those cracks as tiny doors to another world. The wind sighs, carrying the scent of salt and wet earth. You inhale deeply, letting the air settle like a blanket over your thoughts. In this moment, time feels as soft as a feathered pillow. The candle continues to pulse, syncing with your own heartbeat. You remember a quirky tidbit about a forgotten society that worshipped fire. They believed each flicker held a spell, a promise of safe passage. Historians still argue whether flickering candles were ritualistic or practical. You pause, letting the debate rustle in your mind like leaves. Then you focus back on the little ember, tiny but infinite. Its heat kisses your palm, a silent reassurance of warmth. You notice the shadow of a tree stretching across the path. The leaves rustle, another companion to the candle's glow. You feel like a traveler in a forest where the lights dance. The candle becomes a compass, guiding you gently. A distant bird squawks, sounding like an old timer tapping a rhythm. You laugh because a bird with a beat sounds oddly therapeutic. You imagine that bird is a tiny drummer on a wooden drum. The candle's flame replies, wobbling like a shy drummer. You feel the glow paint the ground in soft amber hues. Each step leaves a faint, glowing imprint that fades quickly. You trace the path, feeling curiosity tug at your toes. The candle keeps your way lit. No darkness can hide this light. You recall laughter from a sibling who claimed the flame could reveal your future. You remember how, as a child, this candle would predict school grades. You grumble, but the thought makes you smile despite everything. The memory feels like sweet nostalgia wrapped in firelight. You notice a small beetle crossing the path, its shell reflecting the candle. It glides with calm confidence, like a tiny ambassador of the forest. You watch it for a moment, then let it vanish. The candle remains steady in its vigil. You imagine a story where this candle is the guardian of the night. It watches over dreamers and seekers, offering a gentle glow. The path feels safe, as if the moon herself is watching. Your steps become rhythmic, a poem written in motion. You notice the scent of wet pine and dust. Each inhale carries memories of distant lands and faraway towns. You think of a ghost that walks the same path, but it hasn't come yet. You whisper a hello, hoping the ghost will notice. The firelight flickers, like sending a wave of warm invitation. You continue walking, guided by the candle's steady pulse. You notice the ground is soft, covered in a film of dew. The dew reflects the light, turning the path into a silver ribbon. The candle's flame paints swirls that move like waves on a lake. The wind carries notes of sea and salt with it. A faint crackle, someone somewhere lit a fire. It sounds like a distant choir, singing a quiet hymn. You imagine each note a candle in a sea of stars. The sound washes over you, soothing more than it wakes. A shadow leaps across the candles, edge not a creature, yet a cloud. Clouds dance, forming shapes as playful as kids playing hopscotch. You smile at the idea, then let the image settle. The candle continues to glow, keeping the shadows in check. You think about the quiet history of candles, from ancient to modern. Once candles were seen as luxury goods, now they're simple comforts. The candle feels like a bridge between past and present. You feel a deep connection to everyone who held one before you. You pause, feeling a warm breath on your cheek. The candle's ember tickles like a gentle tick and joke at your ear. You chuckle, imagining the ember as a tiny comedian. The flame steadies, a calm companion in the dark. You notice the path ahead bends, like a question mark in the night. You take a step, letting curiosity drive you forward. The candle's glow outlines the twist, showing you which way to go. You see a small patch of moss that feels like a living carpet. Its texture is soft, almost velvety under your worn boots. You step on it. The candle feels less like a lamp and more like a friend. You breathe again, feeling the night's coolness wrap around you. Your muscles relax, each breath a gentle tide. You let the candle guide your thoughts like a lighthouse beacon. Its flame is steady, never wavering, always present. You notice a faint melody in the air, like a lullaby for nocturnal creatures. It syncs with the candle's pulse in a tiny symphony. You imagine a penguin clapping to the rhythm, a silly image. The candle stays strong, its light a steady rhythm. You sense the earth humming, a low frequency in tune. The candle's flame dances with it, a tiny partner. You think of a cat that once lit a candle to chase away mice. The cat's tail twitching, it seemed more fascinated than the mice. You step closer to the candle, feeling its warmth on your hand. You feel grateful, as if a small light holds the universe. You feel grateful, as if a small light holds the universe. The rhythm of your breathing slows, letting the marshes hush grow deep. A soft breeze nudges the reeds, turning their sway into a gentle lull. Your mind floats, a leaf caught on that quiet current. Remember the way your childhood bedroom felt after you lit a single candle. It was warm, but you also sensed that tiny, hopeful ember was the world's only safe spot. Now the lantern casts a steady glow, and with it your thoughts mellowed, and your pulse whispers back, a soft thump that matches the lantern's quiet beat. You notice the salt air tasting faintly like crushed citrus on a summer day. The reeds hum a low note, maybe a secret lullaby from a lost civilization. It feels like a soft wave rolling across a sleepy beach, but no sand is near. Historians still argue whether the Roman baths were primarily social or medical. Your gentle exhale syncs with the marsh's slow drip, each breath a small drum. This rhythmic pulse is your body's secret mantra, louder than any spoken word. The lantern's glow gently warms the damp grass, turning it a pale honey. You sense the ground shift slightly, like a whispered welcome from an ancient path. A stray feather drifts down, landing softly on your palm as a tiny, fleeting hello. You smile, remembering that feathers dance as a child learning to catch fireflies. A quiet chuckle escapes you, the absurdity of fireflies dancing under moonlit marsh lights. It feels like a small joke that nature loves to share with a night owl. Your breath deepens, each inhale a slow slide down a silver slide made of fog. Exhale out loud, and you hear the lantern's flame breathe with you. It is a subtle duet, a lullaby sung by the wind and the light. You pass by a patch of moss, its green velvety surface glowing faintly. A tiny crinkled leaf falls, fluttering like a silent drum. Your fingertips brush it gently, feeling a faint pulse, like a heartbeat of the marsh. The marsh feels alive, a living organism breathing in sync with your own. A soft giggle breaks the silence, because even the marsh knows the joke about marshmallows. You watch the lantern's flame flicker, the light shifting like a sleepy cat. Every flicker feels like a sigh, a reminder that nature takes its time. The wind stirs the reeds again, creating a gentle, rhythmic choir. You inhale deeper, feeling the salt taste sweet, almost like caramelized sea ice. A distant splash echoes, as if a shy animal splashed nearby. It's a soft reminder that life pulses even when you're alone. Your mind drifts to a Roman bath we visited in a museum, the marble gleaming. The baths were a staple of daily life in ancient Rome, a sanctuary for sweat and story. The marble walls echo voices, like a distant choir of gossip and gossip. You feel the echo wrap around you, gently reminding you of centuries of breathing together. The lantern's light continues, steady, refusing to falter, like a loyal friend. Your breathing slows even more, each exhale a whisper of gratitude. You pause, letting the world shrink to the size of a single breath. The marsh hums a lullaby, a soft, low song that keeps time with you. A faint scent of pine rolls through, carrying with it the fragrance of distant forests. You inhale it, feeling it fill your chest, a soothing, almost comforting blanket. Each breath becomes a quiet, deliberate practice, a meditation that you can carry into tomorrow. In the distance, a tiny owl hoots, its voice a soft, rhythmic drum. You smile at the sound, knowing that even animals share the rhythm of calm. Your mind settles, a calm sea where thoughts drift like gulls. The lantern emits a steady pulse, as if it were counting your heartbeats. You feel it, an external metronome guiding your relaxed, rhythmic breathing. A gentle breeze plays with the lantern's shadow, creating a moving tapestry of light. It's like a living, breathing curtain, folding and unfolding with every sigh. The quiet stillness feels like a long, slow stretch after a hard day. You let the muscles in your legs relax, a relief you hadn't felt before. The lantern's glow seems to pulse with the rhythm of your own heart. Your breath deepens, each inhale a cool river, each exhale a warm sun. The marsh, in its quiet, whispers a secret that only the night can understand. You feel the weight of the day dissolve, replaced by a steady, gentle tide. Your mind, now calm, is a quiet reservoir ready to refill at dawn. The lantern keeps its glow steady, a constant companion as the path grows dimmer. You close your eyes, accepting the world's lullaby, feeling sleep gently knocking. The marsh's breath, the lantern's glow, the wind's soft hymn, all sink into a single song. It's a lullaby only the stars and the night can hear. You inhale deeply once more, letting the moment wrap around you like a warm blanket. Your heart beats slow, a steady drum that says quiet is beautiful. With each breath, the marsh sighs, echoing your own quiet rhythm. The lantern's flame flickers softly, a small, steadfast candle in the dark. You feel gratitude rise, a gentle tide of warmth, thanking the night for its patience. You are ready to let go, to let the marsh absorb your thoughts like a sponge. The path behind you fades into a soft, silvery glow, inviting you to continue or rest. As you walk forward, the lantern's beam becomes a steady beacon. Safe and calm, you feel each step light and confident, as if your legs were dancing with the wind. The world around you is a whisper, a melody of quiet and comfort. You notice your eyelids growing heavier, the thoughts softening like a distant choir. The lantern's glow steadies, assuring you that darkness is a friend, not a foe. You drift toward the marsh's gentle embrace, listening to the wind's quiet lullaby. This final breath, slow and warm, carries you into a dreamscape of calm. The lantern's light continues to glow, a promise that tomorrow will carry its warmth, too. You feel the marsh breathe with you, the night cradling your rest. Sleep comes like a slow wave, the light fading into a soft, comforting dusk. Some Victorian lovers smudged tea leaves for fortune-telling, believing each whiff revealed tomorrow's secrets. You pause, letting the lantern's glow settle into a gentle, humming presence. The light spills across the marsh, painting every corner with a soft, golden warmth. You feel as if the lantern is a quiet guardian, watching over each step. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It feels oddly comforting in the damp air. You breathe in, the salt and cool mist mingling like an unexpected cocktail. Each breath feels like a slow tide, rising and falling in gentle rhythm. The lantern's light grows brighter, a subtle reassurance that nothing here is fleeting. You wonder if the marsh itself hums a lullaby tailored just for you. Behind you, the path winds like a ribbon, softly lit by the amber glow. The stones beneath your feet have stories etched in their weathered faces. You pause, tracing a line with your fingertip, feeling history pulse under skin. The Great Wall of China measures more than 13,000 miles, a testament to patience. You laugh softly, amused by the absurdity of comparing distant walls to this small marsh. The lantern casts playful shadows that dance across reeds like shy crickets. The reeds sway, creating a low, soothing hum that complements your breathing. You hear a distant splash, a reminder that life still moves in this quiet place. Your mind drifts to a quirky claim that rain has a taste of copper. You chuckle, imagining a shower with metallic zest, and the world feels lighter. The lantern's gentle glow feels like a soft spotlight on your personal parade. It's almost like a shy cat that refuses to be seen, but still lights your path. You notice the air coolness slipping into your fingers like a gentle tide. Your pulse slows, matching the lantern's measured rhythm of a calm ocean. You smile, wondering if the marsh is a secret sanctuary for quiet giants. Historians still argue whether the Nile was navigable in the early Bronze Age. The light from the lantern ripples across the water like a slow, amber ripple. You feel the water's surface shift subtly, as if it were breathing with your thoughts. Every ripple holds a memory, a whisper of lives once touched by salt and sun. The lantern's glow turns the marsh into a soft, golden dreamscape. You hear a faraway bird call, a lone note cut through the evening hush. You pause, feeling the rhythm of the marsh match the beat of your heart. It's a quiet conversation, a promise that the sea and you are in sync. The lantern steadies, its small flame dancing like a shy dragon around you. Your thoughts drift to the Victorian lovers you mentioned earlier, their tea-scented futures forgotten. You chuckle, imagining their misadventures, and the world feels whimsical. The lantern's light feels reassuring, like a guardian watching over your restless mind. You notice a small insect crawling across a stone, tiny but purposeful. Its path is deliberate, a reminder that even the smallest travel a meaningful journey. You imagine the insect's tiny lantern, its own tiny beacon guiding it through darkness. The marsh feels alive, a living mirror reflecting your calm breaths. Each breath you take is mirrored by the water, creating a perfect duet. You pause, absorbing the gentle hush, feeling each syllable of silence as a lull. The lantern's glow sways with the wind, a dance that invites soothing sleep. You wonder if the marsh keeps secrets, maybe a treasure of whispered memories. The light feels like a soft blanket, folding over you, making the space feel safe. You breathe in the salt, tasting faint citrus, a taste of morning fog. The scent lingers, gently humming like a lull. You feel the lantern's warmth seeping through your clothes, easing tension. It becomes a steady rhythm, a metronome for your drifting thoughts. The marsh calls softly again, a gentle voice from the green depths. You hear your own voice echoing, a whisper that feels like home. You smile, knowing the lantern will guide you through the longest night. Every breath becomes a promise that rest is near, safe, inevitable. A joke slips into your mind. The lantern is the only thing that doesn't run out of candles. You laugh softly, the sound blending into the marsh's calm melody. The lantern's flame flickers, a tiny heart beating with your pulse. The marsh seems to nod, a slow approval that everything is right. You close your eyes, letting the light wash over you like soothing tide. You inhale, taking in the scent of damp earth, salt, and the faint sweetness of sunrise. You exhale, releasing tension, feeling the lantern's glow seep into every muscle. A gentle hum rises from the reeds, like a lullaby whispered by the sea. You sense the marsh's heart beating in sync with your own, each beat a soothing mantra. The lantern maintains its steady glow, a constant against the ever-shifting shadows. You smile, the world feeling both vast and intimately small at the same time. The light's warmth feels like a hug, gentle and unhurried. The marsh is quiet, the water breathing, the lantern keeping watch. You feel gratitude rising, a soft tide of thankfulness washing over your chest. You recall that Victorian lovers, their tea leaves swirling, and imagine a gentle, hopeful future. You close your mind, letting the lantern's glow be the only beacon in the dark. You feel the world settle, the marsh's lullaby pulling you into a deeper rest. A final breath leaves you, quiet, content, the lantern steady beside you. You exhale, feeling the quiet settle around your shoulders like a soft blanket. The wind lifts, carrying subtle, distant sounds that trickle through the reeds. You sense each breath aligning with the marsh's slow pulse. A gentle gust whispers old tales, as if the earth holds its own gossip. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It still feels oddly comforting in the damp air. You chuckle softly, amused that your own scent mingles with salt and seaweed. The lantern flickers, its light dancing like a shy dragon in the mist. Your eyes follow the tiny shimmer, each movement slow enough to soothe. The wind plays a quiet tune, a lullaby for restless minds. You close your ears slightly, listening to the hush between the waves. Historians still argue whether the ancient mariners preferred salt over oil. You shrug, knowing history can be more curious than accurate. The wind carries a scent of wet stone and forgotten stories. You inhale deeply, tasting the mingled flavors of earth and tide. The lantern's glow steadies, a companion in your midnight stroll. You feel it brush against your cheek, like a gentle hand. A whimsical joke pops in. Maybe the wind is just jealous of the lantern. You laugh aloud. The sound rolls like distant thunder. The wind steadies, no longer a gossip, now a patient teacher. You feel each breath become an echo, a subtle ripple in the water. The marsh watches, patient, as you share your quiet moments. A soft cluck echoes nearby, hinting that life thrives nearby. You smile, knowing this sound is a lull for the world. The lantern's flame seems to pulse in harmony with your heartbeat. You feel it warm, a small sun in a cold marsh. A quirky tidbit floats. Some claim sea salt can balance chakras. You chuckle, picturing a cosmic yoga class on the shore. The wind brushes leaves, turning them into a green choir. You close your eyes further, the sound becoming a lullaby. You feel a distant, melodic hum, maybe from a hidden bird. The lantern glows brighter, defying the creeping night. The wind lifts, whispering a memory of old fishermen's songs. You sense the wind's story unfolding, each word soft and clear. This place holds history, like a secret garden. You're a visitor, a gentle wind carries. Historians still argue whether the Nile was navigable. You smile at that debate, the world remaining small and vast. You lean into the breeze, breathing slow, letting tension drain. The lantern's heat seeps into your clothes, easing tight muscles. You feel the soft warmth act like a hand, tightening your calm. The wind whispers, you might forget your worries before the next breath. You laugh at that thought, amused that the marsh has sense of humor. You continue strolling, the path beneath your feet soft and damp. The lantern steadies, its gentle glow a promise of safety. A distant splash is heard, a small drumbeat of the marsh. You feel its rhythm sync with your heartbeat, a lullaby of the wild. A quirky rumor says marsh fog reveals true thoughts. Perhaps it's a prank. You grin, imagining your deepest secret drifting away. The wind lifts, carrying a faint scent of ancient incense. You close your mind, allowing the scent to dissolve into the air. The lantern glows, its flame a tiny beacon in the dark. You feel the glow hug your face, a quiet love notice. You notice the reeds bending, as if they're dancing to the wind's song. A gentle laugh escapes you, the sound mingling with the reeds. The wind speaks about patience, as if telling a bedtime story. You drift, your own breath matching the marsh's steady rhythm. An old fact emerges. Napoleon once used a marsh to test cannonballs. You smile at the absurdity of grand rulers testing fire in shallow water. The lantern's light flickers, aligning with the rhythm of your thoughts. You sense a comforting cadence, a lullaby of a forgotten era. Your skin shivers with the gentle touch of cool mist. A subtle joke slides in. Maybe the wind wants a break from being loud. You laugh, the sound echoing through the reeds like a small trumpet. The wind sighs, as if relieved, and then carries a softer murmur. The lake's surface shimmers, reflecting the lantern's glow. You feel your reflection blend into the marsh, a floating dream. Historians still argue whether early sailors understood wind patterns. You nod, knowing the debate keeps the world questioning. The wind carries tiny whispers, like secrets between two lovers. You feel them cradle your heart, a gentle caress from nature. The lantern's flame seems almost alive, responding to the wind's breath. You feel drawn to watch it, a quiet companionship in the dim. A quiet thought lingers. The marsh may be the earth's final hush. You accept that idea, letting the wind carry your gratitude. The wind lifts, carrying a faint echo of ancient chants. You feel the echo ripple inside, like music in a silent room. You inhale, let the damp air fill your lungs, steady and cool. You feel the lantern's warmth radiate through your joints, easing strain. The wind whispers about night's secrets, as if sharing a bedtime story. You smile, the marsh becoming a sanctuary for your weary mind. A tiny joke blooms. Why did the marsh keep its secrets? Because it was always spilling. You chuckle again, the sound mingling with the breeze and reeds. The lantern remains steady, a constant in a shifting world. You feel the light soften your thoughts, easing the edges. The wind lifts, carrying a lullaby of crabs and distant waves. You feel the rhythm sink with your eyelids growing heavy. You hear the faintest rustle, the marsh exhaling quietly. The lantern's glow flickers like a candle in a storm, reassuring. You feel in that flicker a tiny universe of calm. The wind carries a soft hum, as if the marsh is singing to you. You close your eyes, letting the sound become a blanket for your mind. You inhale a final breath, feeling the wind kiss your cheeks. A gentle joke nudges you. Maybe the lantern is the only thing with no battery. You laugh softly, the laugh blending into the reeds around. The wind whispers, when in doubt, listen to the quiet. You agree, letting the quiet speak into your chest. Your breath slows, each inhale and exhale mirroring the marsh's breath. The lantern continues, casting a small, steady halo. You feel the warmth seep into your bones, settling deep. A whimsical thought appears. If the wind were a drum, the reeds would be percussion. You think that joke, savoring the image of a living orchestra. The wind lifts, carrying a distant train of stars. You feel the stars reflecting, mirrored in the marsh's glassy floor. The lantern's glow steadies, a promise of safety for your wandering mind. You feel the calm enveloping your thoughts, like a soft scarf. The wind hums an old tune, a lull that feels ancient and fresh. You allow the tune to drift into your consciousness, easing every muscle. You sense the wind's voice change, a gentle murmur inviting rest. The marsh listens, the reeds bending with a quiet consent. A humorous note appears. Maybe the reeds are just practicing yoga. You laugh, noticing the reeds sway in perfect asanas. The wind continues, carrying soft sounds from distant marsh creatures. You feel these sounds soothe the edges of your day. The lantern remains steady, a beacon of calm in the damp. You feel its glow wrap around you like a gentle, warm scarf. Historians still argue whether the Marshes' secrets survive centuries. You note the idea, letting curiosity nestle in your mind. The wind lifts, carrying a gentle breath, a promise of renewal. You breathe it in, let it rise, and feel your thoughts become lighter. The marsh seems to open, revealing hidden paths beneath the water. You follow the path, guided by lantern lights and wind whispers. The wind speaks softly, encouraging you toward tranquility. You feel the wind's embrace, steady and reassuring. The lantern's light flickers a soft amber dance across the reeds. You sense the light's rhythm matches your heartbeat in soft accord. You grin, thinking the lantern might be a tiny, faithful drummer. The wind lifts, carrying a gentle murmur of distant frogs croaking. You feel the sound blend into the marsh's quiet symphony. You inhale again, a feeling of contentment washing over you. The lantern glows, a steady heartbeat amid the dark. You feel its warmth radiate through your chest, easing any tightness. A joke floats, perhaps the wind's lullaby is the marsh's secret lull. You laugh, the sound blending with the reed's soft song. The wind whispers, as if the earth is speaking softly to you. You feel the world shrinking, only the marsh and lantern in existence. Your breath becomes a slow rhythm, a lullaby echoing from the lantern. You feel the wind's touch become a gentle hand on your shoulder. The lantern remains unwavering, a guardian through the night. Historians still argue whether old sailors used windmills for navigation. You let the debate drift, focusing on the calm in your chest. The wind carries a hush like a promise, gently tightening around you. You feel the whisper wrap around your mind, steady and soothing. The lantern's glow feels like a tiny lighthouse, an island in the dark. You feel its warmth seep deep, a calm beating in your bones. A small joke arises. Who needs a therapist when you have Marsh and lantern? You smile, feeling the sarcasm drift like mist. The wind lifts, carrying a soft murmur of leaves dancing in rhythm. You let the murmur become a blanket over your senses. The lantern's glow steadies, steadying your thoughts in quiet. Your breath slows, each inhale a quiet wave of peace. The wind continues, filling the space with soft, ancient echoes. You feel these echoes washing away the remnants of stress. The marsh seems alive, breathing in rhythm with your heartbeat. You feel the sense of belonging, a part of the ancient song. A quirky tidbit surfaces. Some think marshes can store memories like stone. You grieve that memory could be saved in salt crystals. The wind lifts, carrying a lullaby in the form of rustling reeds. You feel your chest rise slowly in tune with the wind. The lantern glows, a steady light amidst the mist. You feel its warmth seep into your heart, a constant comfort. Historians still argue whether the marsh's age can be precisely measured. You think that debate, letting the mystery drift with the wind. A joke sneaks in, the wind might be a tiny musician here. You chuckle, noting the reeds as his instruments. The wind hums a quiet tune, the world listening to its song. You feel the tune ease your mind, a soft anchor in the darkness. Your breath becomes a slow rhythm, matching Marsh's gentle pulse. The lantern stays steady, lighting your way towards soft stillness. You smile, grateful for the lantern's constant glow in the night. The wind lifts, softening the reeds, singing a gentle lull. You feel the song blend with every particle in the air, calming. The marsh's breath syncs with yours, both sighing deep and slow. You feel a sense of timelessness, a fleeting, soft eternity. A final joke appears. Maybe the wind likes the lantern too. They're best friends. You laugh, feeling the banter echo around the reeds. The wind whispers softly, its voice a lullaby for weary minds. You feel the whisper steady your thoughts, easing your pulse. Your breath slows, each exhale a release of tangled thoughts. The lantern's glow steadies, a warm halo in the darkness. You feel it wrap your spirit, a gentle comfort amid night. The wind continues, carrying a hush that feels like a promise. You allow it, letting the noise of world drift away. Your thoughts drift in quiet as the marsh becomes a lullaby. You feel the lantern's light slowly dim, still enough for a calm sleep. The wind sighs, a gentle breath as the marsh settles. You feel the sound cradle your mind, a blanket of soft stillness. A gentle joke, maybe the lantern has a night shift, staying bright all night. You smile, realizing the lantern never sleeps. It just whispers. The wind lifts, the marsh ready, quiet and patient. Your breath slows, each inhale a soft wave of relaxation. The lantern's glow becomes a steady heartbeat in the dark. You feel its warmth settle deep into your skin. The wind keeps speaking, as if the marsh is your quiet confidant. Your heart slows accordingly, a slow, steady drum. You sense the lantern's flame dancing, gently guiding you. The wind continues, carrying old stories as silent whispers. You feel every rustle become a lullaby, easing your mind. Your breath becomes a gentle river, flowing into peaceful repose. The lantern's glow steadies, a constant that keeps you anchored. You feel the light wrap around you like a gentle hug. The wind lifts, a soft rustle that soothes you into calm. You feel your eyelids grow heavy as the marsh hums around. The lantern's flame, bright yet gentle, is your nightly lighthouse. You feel the wind's presence, a soft companion for the night. Historians still argue whether the wind can carry memories of ancient songs. You let the debate settle, focusing on the calm around. The wind carries a hush that seems ancient, a steady lull. You feel the hum ripple through your chest, soothing. Your breath slows. You let the world drift into twilight. The lantern remains steady, gently glowing, a faithful guide. You feel the warmth seep into your mind, easing every thought. A tiny joke, maybe the marsh and lantern, make a good pair for night. You laugh, feeling the humor dissolve into the damp air. The wind whispers, its voice a gentle promise of sleep. You feel its promise settle like a blanket over your thoughts. Your breath becomes a lullaby, slow, comforting, steady. The lantern's glow steadies, a safe harbor in the night. You feel your heart sink to the wind's quiet rhythm. The marsh hums, a soft song of patience and stillness. A joke sneaks in maybe. The marsh is a giant sponge, soaking your worries. You grin, feeling the humor lift. The wind carries a gentle murmur of distant reeds. You feel the murmur ease each thought, a gentle sigh in the air. The lantern light stays steady, a comforting glow on the path. You feel its warmth settle like a soft blanket over your back. Your respiration slows, each breath a calm wave of peace. The wind lifts, carrying a hush that blankets the marsh. You feel your mind soften, each cell relaxing with the breeze. The lantern stays bright, a steady pulse in the darkness. You feel its light guiding your steps into deeper calm. A small joke, maybe the lantern's light keeps the moon off the map. You laugh, noticing the humor in the darkness. The wind whispers, each note a part of a quiet lullaby. You feel these notes nestle into your mind, soothing. The marsh breathes, each rhythm matching a gentle pulse. You feel the world fall into softness, each thought calm. The lantern remains steady, a tiny lighthouse within the marsh. You feel the warmth of the flame spread through your inner core. Historians still argue whether old marshes stored secrets of kings. You let the debate drift like mist, focusing solely on calm. The wind carries a hum that feels like a whisper of the past. You feel that whisper ease your thoughts, a gentle sigh. Your breath slows, each inhale a serene moment. The lantern's glow steadies, a steady hand in the night. You feel its light as a gentle guide, easing your journey. The wind continues, carrying a hush that feels safe and kind. You allow that hush, letting the world fade into darkness. The marsh hums a quiet lullaby, easing the heart. You feel each note sink deeper, settling your mind. The lantern is steady, its low flame a comforting presence. You feel the warmth rise, a pulse within your chest. A final joke, maybe the wind and lantern are best friends, sharing stories at night. You smile, feeling the laugh in the mist. The wind whispers, a final breath, a gentle peace. You feel the whisper settle like soft foam on your thoughts, final and calm. The wind calms, easing the marsh into gentle breathing. Your breath follows, slow and deep, synchronized with the water. You feel a subtle vibration, like the earth exhaling through reeds. The night air tastes of salt and damp earth, comforting. The lantern flickers, a tiny guardian in the darkness. Its light dances across moss, painting a soft, green glow. You inhale, drawing in dampness, letting it fill your lungs. Historians still argue whether ancient mariners preferred salt over oil. The debate lingers, a whisper between your thoughts. A memory of a Breton song drifts, haunting and sweet. The marsh hums, a lull that seems both old and new. You feel the rhythm, an echo of tides in the night. A quirky tidbit twinkles in your mind. Marsh frogs predict rain. That claim sounds silly, but feels true in this place. The reeds sway, their blades moving as if dancing. Their motion is a soft percussion, a natural drumbeat. The lantern's flame breathes, warming your fingers with every flicker. The wind carries a scent of pine from distant woods. You pause, letting the aroma travel through the marsh. Historians still argue whether the marshes of Brittany housed ancient burial rituals. The murmur invites you to wonder about forgotten stories. You step closer, feeling ground pulse beneath your weight. The earth presses gently, absorbing every breath you exhale. It feels as if the marsh itself is listening. A subtle crack in a stone reveals a hidden cavity. The lantern casts shadows, painting shapes like tiny galaxies. In the distance, a frog croaks, steady and rhythmic. Its song blends with the marsh's deep, slow hum. Each note settles into your mind, a lullaby of salt. You let your eyes close, trusting the lantern's soft glow. The night deepens, and the world quiets around you. Only the marsh breathes, steady and infinite. Your heart sinks, beating with the marsh's slow pulse. It feels like a shared exhale between you and the land. The wind whispers, "Rest, traveler," in a hushed voice. You smile at its absurd kind of kindness. A joke bubbles in. If the marsh could talk, it'd probably tell dad jokes. You chuckle, feeling the giggle ripple through the reeds. The lantern's light flickers once more, a steady heart. You inhale, noticing the wet earth, salt, and distant sea. The marsh air feels like a fresh, cool blanket. The wind lifts, carrying faint, distant laughter from unseen creatures. It sounds like a choir of minnows, amused. You breathe in the serenity, letting it fill every cell. Your mind relaxes, clearing like mist over the marsh. Each breath is a drumbeat with slow, steady rhythm. You feel a soft vibration along your spine. The lantern steadies, a small, constant glow. It feels like a lighthouse beacon, guiding through fog. A historical fact floats in. The Romans built aqueducts over marshlands. That engineering marvel still echoes in the present. A fringe idea whispers. Some think these marshes remember ancient languages. The thought feels fanciful, yet oddly comforting. The wind shivers, sending currents through the reeds. The reeds sway in unison, a living metronome. The marsh breathes, exhaling dampness into the night. You inhale again, savoring the cool, mineral-rich air. Your throat feels dry, but the air satisfies. The lantern's glow warms your face with soft heat. The heat is a gentle hug against the coolness. Your thoughts drift to distant seafaring tailies. Historians still argue whether those tailies were factual or myth. The debate remains, haunting like a ghost story. You listen, letting the wind fill the silence. The marsh seems to pulse, steady like a metronome. Your feet feel grounded, connected to the earth's rhythm. A joke lands. If the marsh had a Wi-Fi, it'd probably be slow. You grin, hearing the pun echo softly through reeds. The lantern's flame flutters, a tiny, loyal creature. You watch it dance in the darkened air. The marsh's breath slows, becoming a deep, steady hum. You surrender to the rhythm, feeling your breath align. Your mind quiets, like water smoothing a stone. The wind carries the scent of moss and fresh rain. You smell the wet earth, comforting. A fringe rumor says marsh water can glow during full moon. That idea conjures images of glowing ribbons. You watch, but nothing glows tonight. The lantern continues to shine, a quiet beacon. Its light steadies, painting the path ahead. You notice the marsh shifts, moving softly beneath you. Each step writes a new line in the water. You feel the texture of the damp soil, cool underfoot. The wind sings, a soft lullaby to the reeds. Historians still argue whether the marsh was a refuge for pirates. The rumor suggests secret tunnels beneath the mud. You imagine hidden caves, echoing with lost voices. The lantern glows, brightened by your steady breath. A joke surfaces. If the marsh was a karaoke bar, the frogs would win. You laugh, remembering the melody of ribbits. The wind brushes, like a gentle hand tapping your shoulder. You feel the vibration, a subtle reminder of life. The marsh breathes deep and slow, like a sleeping giant. You match your breathing to its rhythm. Your pulse steadies, mirroring the marsh's calm. The lantern's ember glows steady, a small, safe sun. The light falls over moss, making it glow. You feel a sense of weightlessness as the night deepens. A quirky thought creeps in. Perhaps the marsh is a giant sponge. It soaks your worries and dries them later. The wind wraps around, a soft, warm blanket. The lantern's light cuts through the darkness, steady. Your breathing slows, a metronome for your mind. You feel the marsh's pulse, steady and deep. The wind whispers, "You are safe here." A joke tickles your ears, a marsh echoing your own laugh. You chuckle, feeling light and serene. The lantern offers a steady glow, like a guardian. You imagine it as a tiny celestial fire. The marsh breathes, slow, steady, encompassing everything. Your mind drifts, letting the rhythm guide you. You feel the breath as a shared sigh with the earth. The wind carries a faint scent of seaweed. You inhale, appreciating the salty depth. Historians still argue whether the marsh's history was recorded in songs. The debate lingers, echoing like distant waves. You listen, letting the silence fill gaps. The lantern warms, offering calm light. Its glow makes the night less stark. You feel safe, comforted by light amid dark. The wind moves gently, a steady companion. Your lungs fill with cool air, leaving tension behind. The marsh's deep breath syncs with yours. You feel the ground exhale with each step. The lantern's flame shimmers like a distant star. A joke surfaces. If the marsh could vote, it'd choose peace. You smile, imagining a marsh-run democracy. The wind hums softly through reeds. The marsh's rhythm is steady, infinite. Your heart rests in sync with the earth. You walk, feeling the night breathe with you. The lantern's light steadies, making your path clear. Historians still argue whether marshes formed the basis of early civilization. That conversation echoes in your mind. The wind carries a promise of peace. You feel its whisper against your skin. The lantern's glow is a small, constant flame. The marsh breathes deep and sure. Your thoughts settle like leaves on water. You listen to the quiet, deep breath. The wind whispers stories of old. The lantern remains steady, a beacon. Your heart slows, trusting the marsh's hum. The marsh breathes, steady as a drumbeat. With each breath you feel calm. The wind is soft, gentle. The lantern's glow is reassuring. The marsh's breath wraps around you. You surrender to the night. The wind sings softly. The wind sings softly. The grass blades sway beneath your feet. A subtle ripple moves through the tall reeds. Each movement feels like a gentle caress. You hear the hush of green brushing. Your breath mingles with the cool mist. The marsh breathes beside your pulse. The scent of damp earth rises. You inhale deeply, salt lacing the air. The grass bends in a slow dance. A windless calm frames your path. You feel the weight of silence. A quiet hum threads through the meadow. Your ears pick up every whisper. The surface glimmers with dew drops. Tiny crystals catch the lantern light. They shimmer like distant fireflies. The lantern's glow steadies your steps. Your heartbeat syncs with the green. You step lightly over soft moss. Every footfall releases a soft sigh. A note of joy rises in your chest. You chuckle at the quiet scene. If the grass could text, it'd say, "Breathe easy." The joke lands, making you grin. The reeds tremble with a shy smile. You hear the grass whisper. A breeze carries the faint echo. The marsh folds your calm. You pause, letting the moment settle. The grasses sway in unison. They form a living metronome. You feel at rest in this chorus. The wind shifts, bringing new scent. Seaweed perfume mingles with pine. The scent draws you deeper. You become part of the quiet. You feel the earth pulse beneath. Each breath is a gentle beat. The wind hums a lullaby. You let the tune guide you. A small thought flickers. Marsh grasses can absorb sound. The idea feels oddly comforting. You laugh softly at the possibility. The grasses quiver in amusement. You step forward into darkness. The lantern casts a faint halo. The light cuts through mist. You see the grass's soft edges. They sway like waves on a lake. You feel the grass lift your feet. It's a gentle support. A joke drifts. If the marsh had Wi-Fi, it would probably have low signal. You smile at the pun. The humor lightens your footsteps. The wind brushes your cheek. You feel a cool, soothing touch. A small memory stirs. The marsh's age hums beneath you. An ancient rhythm pulses slow. Historians still argue whether the marsh grasses served as windbreaks for early sailors. The debate lingers like mist. It adds a spice to the calm. You step deeper into the reeds. The grass feels like soft silk. Its texture calms your skin. You notice a subtle pattern. It looks like gentle waves. You feel the marsh breathing. The green breathes with you. The sound of wind grows louder. The grass sways louder. You feel its rhythmic pulse. You lean in, listening. A joke echoes. If the grass could sing, it would have a soothing lullaby. You pretend to hear a refrain. The wind carries it away. The grass remains steady. You feel a shift in time. The night darkens further. The lantern's glow fades to a dim pulse. You feel a calm settle. The marsh seems to hug you. You notice a shimmer on the water. The water ripples like a mirror. The surface holds your reflection. You see your breathing reflected. You notice your breath in the water. The marsh listens. A quirk surfaces. Some believe marsh grasses can retain the scent of distant seas. The idea lingers like a secret. You smile at the thought. You close your eyes. A silence envelopes you. The wind brings a faint song. The marsh murmurs in reply. You feel a gentle pull. Your mind drifts, following the rhythm. The grasses bend with a slow sway. You follow their motion. You feel grounded. The wind sings again. You step gently. Each footfall writes a line. The line ripples in the water. The grasses respond, bending softly. You feel the connection. A joke whispers, if the marsh had a calendar, the days would run slow. You chuckle. You listen to the grass talk. The wind carries a playful tone. The sound is almost a choir. The marsh responds with a low hum. You feel the hum vibrate through your bones. The sound fills the emptiness. You feel the night settle. The grasses sway in a soft rhythm. The wind carries an ancient story. You remember the medieval salt merchants. They once harvested salt from these marshes. A historical fact surfaces. The Romans built aqueducts over Breton marshlands. The engineering feat still echoes. Another truth flickers. The city of Vans grew around salt flats. It remains a quiet reminder. A fringe idea glides. The marsh might remember ancient languages. It feels like a myth, but it tickles curiosity. You hear a distant frog croak. It repeats in a quiet refrain. The sound blends with the wind. The grasses sway, almost dancing. You feel the rhythm on your skin. The lantern's glow dims to a steady breath. You hold it, feeling safety. The darkness thickens, yet calm stays. You listen to the wind. It tells tales of seas long gone. You feel gratitude for the silence. A joke flutters. If the marsh had gossip, it would talk about the sky. You imagine the clouds gossiping. You feel lightness in your step. The wind brings another breath. You inhale the dampness. You exhale slowly. The marsh embraces your breath. The grasses bend, acknowledging the wind. You feel the earth's pulse. Your mind drifts. The wind sounds lullabies. You feel the night humming. You laugh quietly at a joke about the marsh's patience. You smile at the gentle humor. The wind carries a faint rustle. You feel a subtle tremor. The grasses respond in rhythm. You feel a shared rhythm. The lantern's flame flickers softly. It seems a tiny star. You feel the stars within. The wind sings once more. You are carried by the sound. You feel a calm weight. The marsh moves with you. You feel as one with it. A joke lands. If the marsh had a voice, it would say, "Rest." You nod in agreement. You feel the night settling over the grass. The wind wraps around your ears. You feel the air cool. The grasses sway, each bend a caress. You walk deeper into the green. The path becomes softer. The sound of the marsh deepens. You feel the rhythm in your bones. The wind whispers about distant horizons. You feel the sea's memory. The grasses lean in. They seem to welcome you. The lantern glows faintly higher. It illuminates a path. You step forward. Each breath is a calm tide. The marsh breathes with you. You feel the air's softness. The wind carries a joke. If the marsh can vote, it chooses stillness. You grin at the picture. You feel the night's embrace. The grass bends in soft waves. You sense its gentle tug. Your mind is still. You see no more than the lamp's glow. You hear the wind hum. The marsh continues to breathe. The wind lifts, a subtle sigh. You follow the rhythm. The grasses lean. They hold a quiet song. You sense the echo of history. The wind murmurs. You feel the peace. The lantern's flame steadies. The grass sways, each movement a soft gesture. You step softly. Each motion is a gentle caress. The marsh feels like a living blanket. You breathe with it. The winds whisper. You feel the hush. The grasses shift, and you feel the rhythm in your heartbeat. The wind and grass coalesce. You sense a moment suspended. The lantern glows like a tiny moon. The marsh breathes in slow waves. You let the sound wash over you. The wind carries a soft chuckle. You laugh quietly inside. The grasses nod in their own language. You feel the connection deepening. The wind sings again. You feel at peace. The grass's breath is a hug. You are wrapped in soft green. The moon rises over the marsh. The light is gentle. The wind is still. You feel the calm. The grasses sway with the wind. They cradle your thoughts. You let the silence settle. The lantern stays steady. The marsh's pulse is steady. You feel a gentle rhythm in the night. The wind carries a last joke. If the marsh had a laugh track, the frogs would star. You smile. The grasses rustle, a quiet applause. You feel the hush around you. The light is steady. You feel at home amidst the reeds. The wind's lull fills the space. The marsh breathes deep. You inhale the salt. You exhale peace. The grass continues to sway. It is a gentle caress on your path. You move onward, feeling calm. The wind sighs. You feel the wind's softness. You feel the marsh's touch. The grasses bend, each a gentle note. You rest your palm on a blade. The warmth of the grass is a quiet comfort. The lantern steadies your pace. The wind whispers. You feel the grass's rhythm. You sense the calm around. The marsh is a quiet friend. The wind and grass keep a soft conversation. You feel content. The night ends in a gentle hush. The grasses whisper, "Stay gentle." You keep walking until the light fades. The grass continues to sway, a soft caress that carries you forward. The lantern flickers, its light dancing across the reeds like a shy firefly on a sleepy night. You feel it shift, every pulse matching the gentle swell of the marsh beside you. The reeds sway, offering a stage for the lantern's playful glow. You hear a soft murmur from the grass, like tiny applause at a tiny circus. A laugh bubbles up from you, a torch in a sea of green. How fancy. The joke lands, and the reeds seem to chuckle, rustling their leaves. Your breath slows, each inhale finding its own rhythm with the lantern. The lantern's dance feels like a secret conversation, whispered only to you. Rome's engineers built aqueducts over Breton marshes to supply the city with clean water. Historians still argue whether the marsh grasses were used as windbreaks by early sailors. A playful glint of light tricks your mind into imagining a crab doing the limbo. The crabs laugh, and you laugh with them in a quiet, surreal duet. A quirky tidbit. Some say marsh grasses whisper lost sailors' names into the wind. The wind carries those names, echoing faintly in your ears like distant lullabies. The lantern keeps dancing, a metronome in golden silence. You step gently, each footfall a soft drumbeat in a quiet symphony. The reeds respond, their tips brushing against your ankles with a ticklish sigh. You pause, absorbing the hush. The lantern's glow leans toward your thoughts. A sudden sparkle, light ricochets off a dew-laden blade, turning the marsh into a tiny galaxy. Your eyes widen at the sight, then settle back into the rhythm. A gentle joke slips into your head. If the lantern could tweet, it'd #read life. You smile, and the joke feels like a friendly wave from the marsh itself. The lantern's dance slows, stretching each flicker into a slow, soothing caress. You feel the light trace patterns in the air, patterns that feel nostalgic. A soft murmur rises from the water, like a lullaby whispered to dawn. You lean in, ears filling with the quiet heartbeat of the marsh. The lantern glides, a lantern on a river of light, guiding you onward. A distant splash echoes, as if the water itself applauds the lantern's performance. You chuckle, even the water knows the best way to applaud. The lantern's glow sharpens, painting bright streaks against the mist. Each streak is a playful streak of sunlight, daring the night to follow. You feel a gentle tug in your hand, lantern reminding you to slow down. The marsh bends, almost breathing in sync with your pulse. The light wavers, flickering like a tiny dance of fireflies. Your fingers trace the path of light on your palm, feeling its warmth. The lantern's breath is warm, like a friend's comforting hug. You hear a distant bell, perhaps a church bell or forgotten watch. It rings gently, syncing with the lantern's dance. You feel the marsh sing beneath your feet, a soft chorus that fills the air. The lantern's glow drifts, shifting from amber to soft rose, then calm blue. Your mind follows the color shift, watching memories flicker like the lantern's light. The light flickers again. This time, it paints a subtle ripple across a stone path. The path beneath your feet feels smooth, a ribbon of moss humming beside stones. You step, and the lantern's glow nudges you forward gently, like a friendly cat. The cat's flicker is just the lantern, no real cat, but sweet imagery. A whisper from the reeds says, "Stay, wanderer." The marsh holds your pulse. The whisper feels like a lull, lulling you deeper into the night's embrace. Your thoughts blur into soft textures of green and stone. The lantern's light pulses slow, steady, comforting, like your own heartbeat. Your breathing matches its cadence. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The marsh listens, and it returns your breath like an echo on a hidden canal. You hear the echo laugh, just a gentle sound, not a burst of comedy. A joke lands again. If the marsh were a comedian, its timing would be perfect. You smile, feeling the joke, and the lantern's glow blend into a cozy cloud. The lantern's glow settles like sand in a slow night tide. The reeds tremble with a light breeze, each blade a tiny violin string. You listen to the vibration, a low-frequency hum that soothes your mind. The lantern's light glows brighter, painting a halo around your shoulders. The halo feels like a guardian, keeping the darkest corners away. The marsh stretches, horizons blur, the sky a muted canvas. You feel the distance shrink, as if the world pulls closer in silence. The lantern's dance continues, each flicker a note in a quiet melody. The melody hums around you, filling lungs with calm. You feel the marsh's rhythm, a pulse that matches the lantern. The lantern flickers brighter, like a comet's tail made of firelight. Its glow draws the reeds into a spiraling dance, swirling around your feet. You step along, following the light's gentle choreography. The choreography feels alive. Perhaps a bird joins the dance. You watch a stork pause, eyes reflecting lantern light. The stork's gaze seems to say, "I see you, friend." The lantern keeps dancing as the stork watches from the reeds. You laugh softly. If storks could text, this would be a gif. The joke fades, replaced by a gentle hush from night. The marsh sighs. It sigh a slow exhale through the reeds. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the lantern's glow guide you. The light is steady, a fixed point in a wandering sea of green. Your mind drifts, memories like shells on a tide pool. The lantern's flicker keeps time, every pulse a reminder to breathe. The breath becomes liquid, flowing into the marsh's silence. The marsh responds with a soft ripple, a ripple of sound. The ripple echoes your breath, matching your rhythm. The lantern's glow blinks brief, bright, a wink to you. You feel a warm thrill, like a hidden treasure found. The light dips a shiver, like a sleepy cat's whisker. You smile and keep walking, following the lantern's playful pulse. The path narrows. The reeds close like a natural curtain. The curtain rustles, a soft symphony of wet green. You hear the rustle, an invitation to pause. The lantern's glow lingers between the reeds, casting soft shadows. Shadows twist like dancers, casting gentle shapes. You feel your feet find a new rhythm, matching the shadow dance. Light wavers, the lantern dancing again, this time faster. You follow, your steps echoing in the calm marsh. A faint scent of seaweed drifts, adding flavor to the air. The scent smells like nostalgia mixed with old tide. The lantern's hue changes one more time, now a pale teal. The teal light calms, bathing the reeds in lavender dusk. You step deeper, following where the lantern's path leads. The lantern's glow flickers, creating small stars in the damp air. The stars are tiny, shining like silver coins on the ground. A joke pops in, you wonder if a marsh could run a bakery. Your laugh fills the water, tiny bubbles rise, echoing joy. The lantern casts a gentle glow, like a lullaby's final note. The marsh hums along, completing the bedtime symphony. You sense the night grow deeper, but the lantern stays bright. Your surroundings feel intimate, as if the world shrank to a pocket. You breathe and let the lantern guide you into stillness. The lantern's light is a heartbeat in the dark, steady, unhurried. The marsh follows, with every reed a participant in this quiet. The lantern's dance closes, leaving a soft echo in the air. You feel the lantern's pulse ease your thoughts into rest. The marsh embraces your presence, offering a final whispered welcome. You walk on, guided by dim lantern light and green lullabies. The night keeps time, a gentle metronome for your wandering soul. The lantern flickers one last time, just enough to say goodnight. With that glow, you step forward, drifting into sleep's quiet. The final line of the story softly as the lantern fades. The last glow drifts, as if the world exhaled a soft sigh toward the horizon. You feel the lantern's pulse slowing, like a friendly metronome guiding your footfalls. The path ahead unspools beneath a canopy of reeds, each blade humming a quiet lullaby. A subtle ripple of light curls around the stone, tracing a gentle ribbon of warmth. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen. It never worked, but the humor lingers like a scent. The lantern casts a halo that sways with each breath you take. Your mind drifts. The marsh sings in rhythms that echo your heartbeat. With every step, the lantern illuminates a new curve, promising unseen paths ahead. The light is not a beacon, it is a companion, offering gentle reassurance. You inhale the cool air, smelling salt and distant seaweed, a subtle perfume. A feather touches your shoulder, then flickers away, leaving a hint of softness. Here, the night feels less vast, more like a held breath. Historians still argue whether the marsh was home to ancient crystal cities. The question feels absurd, yet the mystery fuels your curiosity. In the background, a distant church bell tolls, a mellow 8-tone resonance. The lantern flickers, reminding you that even silence has a pulse. A quiet joke bubbles. If lanterns could sing, they'd probably perform avant-garde jazz. You chuckle, feeling the sound ripple through your thoughts. The reeds sway, each leaf acting as a tiny harp string. Light slides over them, creating shadows that play dromedary silhouettes. The first electric streetlight debuted in Paris in 1872, a milestone that changed night travel. This fact anchors the story. linking ancient marshes to modern luminescence. The lantern's glow shifts, painting patterns that mirror your own breathing rhythm. You watch, feeling both a traveler and a poet written in light. Some claim marsh frogs recite poetry under moonlit skies, a curious fringe tidbit. The rumor makes you smile, the marsh seeming like a playful storyteller. Your steps become rhythmic, echoing a gentle, steady drumbeat. The lantern guides you along a path lined with luminous ferns. Each fern glints like a tiny lantern itself, creating a forest of fireflies. The path bends, leading you closer to an ancient stone archway. The archway is half obscured by fog, its silhouette a mystery waiting. You approach, feeling a mix of awe and gentle thrill. The lantern's light flickers, illuminating the carved symbols on the arch. Symbols resemble stylized waves, perhaps a memory of tides that once flooded the land. Your breath slows further, as if the marsh itself encourages calm. A soft breeze stirs, carrying faint whispers from hidden reeds. The whispers are in rhythm with your pulse, steady like a lullaby. You let your mind drift on the current, guided only by the lantern. In this moment, the world feels simple, as if time is on pause. The lantern's warmth feels familiar, like a grandmother's hug that never fades. Why did the lantern go to therapy? It lost its light and needed a new glow. You laugh, hearing the joke echo like a soft chime. The path ahead unrolls further, shimmering under moonlit reflections. A small brook joins the marsh, its water clear, singing a quiet melody. You pause to listen, feeling the brook's breath synchronize with your heart. The lantern glows brighter, as if acknowledging your deep presence. Your mind floats in a sea of light, safe and content. A gentle reminder, this lantern is a star for wanderers lost in night. You step, feeling the warmth cradle your feet like a cozy blanket. The marsh's silence thickens, creating a cocoon of hushed reverie. The lantern's glow pulses, a rhythmic heartbeat that keeps you grounded. Your thoughts drift to childhood memories, simple joys bathed in light. The light paints an aura around you, as though you were a floating lantern. A fringe tidbit surfaces. Some believe the marsh spirit shares its salt with travelers. The idea feels whimsical, sparking an internal giggle. The lantern continues, a constant presence in a field of shifting shadows. Why don't lanterns ever get lost? Because they're always in the right spot. Light flickers, echoing the rhythm of your breathing. A slight breeze stirs the reeds, making them whisper ancient lullabies. You feel the world slow down to a breathing cadence. The lantern's glow steadies, creating a gentle compass for your journey. You follow it, trusting its subtle guidance through the mist. The path curves, revealing a glade adorned with fireflies dancing. Fireflies swirl in patterns that mimic the lantern's own flicker. The sight makes you grin, realizing the marsh is a natural light show. A quiet thought crosses your mind. What if the marsh is alive? The lantern's light answers, gently humming like a living heart. This gentle melody lulls your senses into a relaxed calm. You hear the distant call of a night bird, a mellow tune. The bird's song adds another layer to the marsh's symphonic tapestry. As the lantern glides, it paints soft swirls of amber on the ground. The amber swirls echo your pulse, a comforting syncopation. The lantern's breath is warm, comforting like a campfire's glow. A breeze lifts a feather, floating like a tiny lantern itself. The feather lands on your palm, cool and damp. You feel a fleeting sense of connection, like sharing a secret with the marsh. The lantern continues, a silent guide in the tranquil dark. Its glow turns to a pale blue, matching the moon's soft hue. You notice how the light seems to age gracefully, not dim. Historians still argued whether stone arches were built to celebrate festivals. The idea sparks a curiosity about the ancient builders' intentions. The lantern flickers, as if saying all is right. Your ears attune to a faint echo in the distance, like a drumbeat. The echo becomes a subtle backdrop, layering with reeds, murmurs. You find a small clearing where the lantern light forms a halo. The halo feels like a protective shield, guiding unwary souls. The marsh seems to pulse around you, steady, reassuring. You take a breath, feeling the salt tang in the air. The lantern steadies, a beacon of gentle certainty. You wonder what lies further ahead, beyond the next bend. The lantern's light suggests exploring, not fearing. The idea feels like a warm invitation, almost a promise. You step forward, aligning with the lantern's gentle rhythm. Light travels along the path, bending around obstacles. You hear a faint crack, a trickle of water over stone. The lantern's glow captures the sound, turning it into a visual note. You feel the ground beneath pulse, matching the lantern's steady beat. Why did the lantern enroll in school? For better glowing grades, of course. You grin, noting the pun lights up your face. The lantern continues, a silent partner in your nocturnal walk. The marsh seems to breathe with you, deepening the calm. A quiet observation. The path is lined with stones that hum when touched. You lightly tap a stone. It responds with a gentle vibration. The sound is subtle, like a sigh from the earth itself. The lantern's glow warms the stone, as if comforting it. You feel a sense of gratitude for the marsh's silent companionship. The lantern keeps its steady presence, a tiny lighthouse in fog. Your footsteps sink, creating a rhythm of their own. You feel the world tilt toward a quiet lull. The lantern's light seems to pulse like a gentle breathing. A new sound emerges, a trickle of water over stone, a gentle percussion. You hear the sound, a steady rhythm that matches your breath. The lantern's glow glints on wet stones, a scattered pool of light. You pause, feeling the light ripple across the water's surface. The water sighs, releasing a vapor that curls up toward the lantern. You inhale the mist, its aroma a mix of brine and damp moss. Your breath becomes a slow wave, in sync with the marsh's pulse. The lantern flickers, a gentle pulse that steadies your wandering heart. You feel the lantern's heat warming your fingertips, the comfort of a soft flame. A memory surfaces of childhood nights in a backyard glow, chasing fireflies. You chuckle softly, a silent laugh that blends with the marsh's hum. The lantern's light is steady, a companion wrapped in amber. You keep walking, the path winding like a story unfolding. The forest of reeds stands tall, a green cathedral with soft hymns. The lantern glows brighter, a little sunrise among the night. You feel the marsh's breath, a tide that rises and falls. The sound of distant waves lulls you deeper into calm. You feel the weight of time melt away, replaced by a gentle now. The lantern's glow becomes a compass, pointing toward unknown horizons. You trust its light as you walk into the soft, midnight sky. The reeds hiss softly, a gentle wind that cradles the night. A small cluster of fireflies flickers nearby, echoing the lantern's steady pulse. You watch them dance, tiny lights weaving through the air. The marsh seems to laugh, a soft, amused chuckle rising in the distance. Your shoulders relax, the tension melting into the cool air. You think about the ancient salt trade that once crossed these very marshes. The idea sparks images of caravans, boats, and bustling markets of old. You chuckle, imagining a merchant balancing a lantern on his head. The lantern's glow steadies, a comforting anchor on a wandering soul. The sound of distant frogs croaks, a rhythmic lull in the background. Their soft chorus feels like a drumbeat for your heart. You take a slow breath, the marsh filling your lungs with cool salt. Your mind clears, each breath a clean slate under the lantern's amber light. The lantern's glow deepens, a gentle pulse that syncs with your own heartbeat. You feel a sense of protection, as if the lantern shields you from unseen wind. The marsh sighs again, a subtle whisper reminding you of its ancient stories. You smile, the sound of the lantern warming your spirit like a campfire. The path ahead glows softly, inviting you toward a new horizon of light. You step forward, trusting that the lantern will guide you through any darkness. The marsh's echo replies, confirming that every step is heard by the night. You notice a low hum drifting through the reeds. It rises like a gentle tide, beckoning you forward. The sound feels like a choir of distant sparrows. You lean closer, letting the rustle settle on your ear. A soft breath sounds from a hidden frog nest. The frogs reply with a low, melodic croak. Your pulse syncs with their resonant rhythm. You exhale slowly, feeling the marsh breathe around you. It is as if the air itself is singing lullabies. You laugh softly, amused by nature's karaoke session. It reminds you of your grandmother's tea parties. She would giggle whenever the house creaked like a choir. The marsh follows her rhythm, a timeless partner. Historians still argue whether the ancient traders recorded these croaks. Some say they used them to navigate at night. Others swear it was a secret warning signal. You chuckle, imagining traders wearing earplugs for comfort. The reeds sway, as if nodding in agreement. Each vibration paints a quiet portrait of the marsh. You close your eyes, breathing in salt and song. The salt smell lingers like a distant memory. It tastes of childhood beach trips and broken promises. You smile, remembering the time your dad tried surfing. He failed, but the marsh forgave him. The marsh listens, forgiving mistakes like an old friend. A curious lichen catches your eye across the path. It glows faintly, a secret lantern of its own. Historians still argue whether lichen can produce bioluminescence at low temperatures. You touch it gently, feeling a warmth that isn't real. The experience is like a prank from a mischievous sprite. The sprite chuckles inside your thoughts, reminding you to stay curious. The marsh hums as if it had its own playlist. You pick up a leaf, holding it between thumb and forefinger. It feels like a tiny drum resonating under your touch. The leaf whispers a secret that only the wind can translate. Your ears fill with a hush that sounds sweeter than silence. You giggle, realizing you are in a lullaby's center. The sound of life surrounds you, layering like waves on a record. You step softly, not to disturb the delicate balance. Each footfall echoes, a soft drumbeat on wet earth. The wet earth feels cool against your soles. It tastes like wet stone and ancient stories. Historians still argue whether those stories guided the salt trade. You think of maps etched on parchment, ink fading. The marsh offers a newer, more vivid map in its sounds. You breathe in, letting the melody fill your lungs. Your lungs expand, a gentle bell tolling in resonance. The bell is the marsh's heart, gentle and patient. You smile at the idea of hearing a heart. A ripple of frogs chirp, the soundtrack to the scene. It feels like a choir of tiny whales, but underwater. The marsh is your cathedral, the sky your ceiling. The stars glitter above, punctuating the hushed rhythm. You feel the weight of silence, comforting and profound. The silence hums, a living instrument in the night. Your thoughts swirl like the mist on the water. It swirls, forming shapes that drift away. A shape looks like a tiny boat. You grin, remembering a childhood dream of sailing. The dream sank when school took over. Yet the dream floats in your mind's sea. You listen to the breeze. It whispers in a language only ears can hear. It is soft, an invisible lullaby. You let it lull you, feeling the marsh's pulse. The pulse is gentle, like a hand brushing your cheek. France's Breton salt trade supplied the kitchens of Paris in the 16th century. The pulse feels gentle, like a hand brushing your cheek. You close your mouth, feeling warmth in your throat. It matches the lantern's glow, a perfect symphonic duet. You sense the earth's breath aligning with your own. The marsh offers an invitation to breathe along. You inhale deeply, a scent of aged earth and salt. The scent carries the memory of old fishermen. They sang to the tides while their nets soaked. Historians still argue whether those songs mapped the tides. You laugh softly, imagining a fisherman humming in a storm. The storm was merely a cloud of dreams. The marsh's music continues, steady as a metronome. It feels like a steady heartbeat, guiding your footsteps. You feel safe, as if wrapped in a blanket. The blanket is the marsh, soft and unhurried. You pause, allowing the sound to settle. You observe a group of frogs perched on a rock. Their eyes glitter like polished coins, bright red. You smile, recalling a game with friends as a child. The game involved pretending to swim. The frogs listened, keeping time like a metronome. You nod, feeling the rhythm echoing in your ears. A small breeze passes, twirling the reeds. The reeds hum, a soft harp in the wind. The sound is soothing, relaxing even the most restless mind. You close your eyes, letting this soothing carry you. The path ahead glows, subtle and inviting. The glow feels like a safety net, a friendly guide. You step forward, trusting your lantern's steady light. The lantern, a constant warm presence, keeps you centered. The marsh's voice swells, drawing you closer together. You feel the world shift into a gentle hush. Silence folds around you like a cloak of calm. You move again, following the lantern's calm direction. Each step feels weightless, as if floating. The light casts shadows that dance like fireflies. You smile, wondering why fireflies never use lanterns. The marsh hums on, a lullaby in the dark. You feel your pulse sinking with the earth. The earth responds, a gentle ripple beneath your feet. The ripple feels like a wave of relief. You laugh, knowing the marsh understands your exhaustion. It is a friend, whispering that you need not hurry. You pause, breathing in the salty air once more. The air tastes of waves, of distant horizons. You feel the world slowing like a distant train. Historians still argue whether the Saltmarsh is a time capsule. You look up, seeing a sky that feels like a soft blanket. The light glows warmly, a beacon that guides your thoughts. You sense that your journey is simply a continuation of the marsh's song. You carry on, your lantern steady, the marsh its symphony. The lantern's flames dance, matching the sea's rhythm. You step deeper into the path, feeling the moss underfoot. Each step a note, each breath a chord, the marsh a piano. You feel like a musician in a natural concert hall. The sound of life plays slowly, like a distant drumbeat. The rhythm soothes, easing any tension in your shoulders. You close your lips, letting your breathing match the tide. The tide hums, a low, comforting thrum. It feels like a lullaby that never ends. You smile, grateful for this quiet adventure. The marsh keeps singing, steady as a drum. You walk further, the lantern a compass on a path of whispers. The whispers feel soft, like a secret story told by the wind. The wind carries the scent of wet reeds and salt. You inhale, the scent wrapping around your neck like a cloak. The cloak is gentle, wrapping around like a hug. You feel safe, as if wrapped in an old dream. The dream is the marsh's memory, echoing through the night. You step, each footfall a tiny drum keeping time. The time feels ancient, yet familiar as a lull. The lull feels like night and day entwining together. You hear a distant call, a gull singing. The gull echoes the Marshes' chant, a bright harmony. The harmony feels like a warm blanket on cold night. You inhale again, breathing life into your thoughts. The thoughts mingle with the Marshes' songs, forming lullabies. The lullabies are gentle, a soothing lull for the mind. You relax, letting the lantern glow guide you. Time feels infinite, the marsh a never-ending stage. The stage plays out with each breath you take. You feel the world slow, breathing in the marsh's embrace. You listen, letting the sound of life surround you. The surround feels like a calm ocean, gently pulling you toward stillness. The stillness embraces you with a quiet, comforting silence. You close your eyes, feeling the moon's first rays. The moon casts gentle silver light, painting the path. The path glows softly, lit by lantern and moon. You wander, no urgent pace, just being. Your heart beats slowly, like a drum in quiet. The drum slows, echoing marsh breaths as they come. You feel the earth humming under your feet. The humming feels like a lull in a vast canyon. You realize this journey is a meditation, a whisper to the soul. The soul feels light, the mind unburdened. You continue walking, carrying lantern's warm glow. The lantern feels like a close companion, steady light. You breathe, feeling the rhythm of the marsh's heartbeat. Every breath takes you deeper into this gentle world. The world breathes, it listens, it sings with you. You allow yourself to dissolve into the sound. The sound is endless, a thread through time. A thread that ties you to every creature. The creatures feel your presence, and they welcome you. You feel warmth, a subtle hug under the canopy. The canopy is green, alive with 1,000 whispers. You walk, breathing the salty air into your lungs. The breath is a small wave, gently washing over your chest. You exhale, counting slow beats like a mantra. The mantra is a lull that lingers in your mind. You close your mind, letting the lantern guide your thoughts. The lantern's light feels like a gentle whisper. You let the whisper wrap around you. The path leads deeper, still, calm, inviting. You follow, trusting the lantern's steady glow. The night around you feels like a soft blanket of stars. The stars are distant, glowing softly against the sky. The sky is a tapestry of silver and midnight. You feel a sense of peace rising gradually. The peace envelops you like the marsh waters. You walk, the lantern steady, the marsh singing. You sense the journey nearing its gentle end. Yet each step is a promise, a new lull. The lull whispers, "Come back again." You feel the words wrap around your mind like a lull. The lull reaches you, the lantern steady. Your feet press into the soft mud, the ground humming beneath, like a secret drum. The lantern casts golden patches on the water, each ripple reflecting a tiny sunrise. Historians still argue whether such reflections aided ancient sailors in navigation. A curious breeze lifts a feather from a nearby bird, drifting towards your head. You reach out, holding the feather, feeling its softness against your palm. The feather reminds you of clouds, light and weightless, an invisible lull. You tuck it into your pocket, a small token of softness. The lantern's flame flickers gently, echoing the feather's quiet breath. Your pulse slows, matching the steady flow of the marsh's heart. An old legend says each lantern carried a soul, guiding wanderers home. You feel that gentle pull, a compass of unseen light. The marsh's wind carries a whisper of distant bells, echoing centuries. Historians still argue whether those bells marked times of harvest. You close your eyes, imagining salt crystals as tiny stars. The lantern remains steady, a beacon against dark. You feel the world unwind, the stresses melting into the marsh's cool hush. Your breathing deepens, the rhythm slow like water falling into a pond. The lantern's glow is your companion, softly guiding each thought. Remember the crabs with lantern shells. That laugh still lingers in the reeds. You smile, feeling the marsh's magic wrap around you. Historians still argue whether salt waves could have encoded messages for lost sailors. The sound of water splashing is a lullaby of its own. Your mind drifts to a quiet horizon, a line where sky meets salt. The lantern's steady light is your anchor in the vast night. Your thoughts slow, aligning with the hush that wraps the marsh like a blanket. Each breath feels like a caress, a lull from the salt air. Historians still argue whether salt was once considered a precious metal. You find comfort in that idea, like a secret treasure in your pocket. The marsh's heart beats in quiet, a song that fills your chest. The lantern's warmth is a steady pulse, keeping danger away. They say the lantern guides the lost, a beacon that never fades. So you breathe again, letting the salt air calm every fiber of you. Your heart whispers back, a quiet affirmation of being here. The shore glows softly, the marsh's lullaby wrapping around you. We end this journey together, the lantern a final glow. The marsh sighs, and you feel its breath settle around your shoulders. You glide quietly, each step a ripple in the quiet water. The lantern casts a steady glow, a small sun in a vast blue sky. Around you, reeds whisper like old storytellers, swapping secrets after midnight. You pause and inhale the damp, salty air, feeling it coat your lungs. The mist curls around your toes, a gentle veil that cools your skin. You feel the marsh settling like a drumbeat behind a quiet lullaby. Every breath seems to echo against the reeds, turning the air into melodic water. The lantern's light flickers softly, never daring to dim its steady pulse. Your thoughts drift, unburdened, slipping into the marsh's gentle cradle. You notice the feather still tucked in your pocket, a light relic from early dawn. It flutters like a tiny cloud, reminding you of the sky's gentle grace. As you walk, you remember the feather's weightlessness, a subtle joke for your weary soul. The marsh sounds like a choir, each ripple harmonizing with the night. Historians still argue whether the ancients could have measured the exact number of stars, while others think the stars were merely wishes on a bright comet's tail. You pause, feeling the lantern's warmth soothe the chill of your back. A gentle breeze picks up, carrying the scent of salt and damp earth. Your mind wanders to the first recorded Olympic Games in ancient Olympia in 776 BCE. The thought of athletes running on dusty plains feels oddly distant yet soothing. The lantern's glow is steady, a reassuring rhythm in the chaos of nature. You sense the marsh's pulse aligning with yours, a subtle, shared heartbeat. You chuckle softly, imagining a marshmallow astronaut floating on the mist. It's a harmless joke, no marshmallow burn, just a play on the word. The reeds sway, and you feel as if they're nodding in agreement. A bird's call slices the air, a brief, high note that vanishes quickly. The sound folds back into the reeds, creating a loop of gentle sound. You notice that your footsteps, though soft, leave tiny ripples, reminding you of your presence. Each ripple is an affirmation that the marsh acknowledges your existence. Some believe the Great Pyramid contains a hidden library of lost recipes, quirky but intriguing. You laugh again, thinking of forgotten chefs in stone walls. The lantern's glow shifts gently, a lighthouse in a field of wet reeds. It keeps the darkness at bay, steady as you're breathing. You feel the marsh around you become a cradle, a gentle, endless lull. The calmness spreads, as if the sea itself whispered sweet lullabies to the reeds. You inhale, drawing in the salt, release, exhale, feel tension melt away. The sound of a distant gull adds a melody to your quiet meditation. Your mind drifts to the idea that peace is a tide, and you are its gentle current. You feel the reeds swaying with your breath, like a living organism humming softly. Each breath feels like a caress from the marsh's own hand. A subtle hum rises, the marsh breathing in sync with your heartbeat. You close your eyes, letting the lantern's light wash over your senses like a warm blanket. The mist thickens, swirling around your ankles, a silver haze that cools you. Your mind settles, finding silence within the rhythmic splash of distant water. You feel the calmness deepening, each breath steadier, each pulse softer. The marsh embraces you like a lover, patient and enduring. The feather in your pocket glows faintly, a tiny compass guiding your relaxed wander. It feels like a joke on gravity, reminding you that even weightless things can hold meaning. When your heartbeat syncs with the marsh's rhythm, you sense an unseen thread binding you all. The lantern's glow steadies, a lighthouse for the wandering soul in a silent sea. You breathe again, the salt air filling your lungs with a gentle promise of renewal. The marsh feels like an ancient lull, holding you in a tender, endless sigh. You imagine the reeds are hands gently cradling a sleeping child at dawn. The lantern's gleam keeps the darkness at bay, a guardian in the murky night. The breeze carries whispers of distant lands, tales of hidden temples and lost treasure. You let the sound wash over you, like a tide pulling you deeper into calm. The marsh's quiet becomes a companion, soft and infinite, like a song you hum without words. You feel the light in the lantern deepen, a steady beacon in a world of shifting reeds. The marsh continues to breathe, its pulse in rhythm with your pulse as you drift closer to sleep. The moon hangs low, a silver lantern above the marsh, complementing the path light. You notice that the reeds whisper sound and stories in your ear, a lullaby told by sea. The gentle hush of the marsh feels like a blanket folded over your head. Your thoughts ebb, the mind uncluttered by noise, tuned to the marsh's slow song. You feel the lantern flicker slightly, a friendly wink from a wandering firefly. The marsh continues to breathe, each inhale a promise, each exhale a release. Your lungs fill with salt and hope, a deep, slow rhythm that eases tension. You find yourself imagining the marsh would be a haven for a lost traveler looking for rest. It feels like a joke you make to yourself about how even wild places offer calm. The lantern's glow continues, steady as a companion's heartbeat through the dark. You relax, letting the marsh's calm seep into your mind like a cool tide. You inhale slowly, feeling the air taste like ocean fog. Your exhale carries away the last of restless thoughts, and the marsh remains. The lantern's light is a steady pulse, a safe harbor against night. You imagine the marsh as a living creature, breathing in with you. Its slow sighs match your pulse, a duet of calm and peace. The reeds sway, echoing the rhythm, creating a subtle symphony in the dark. You feel the marsh wrap around you, soft and endless, a gentle embrace. You listen, absorbing each note of the marsh's whispered lull. This experience feels like a gift, a secret lullaby for the weary soul. Under the lantern, the world feels quieter, a place of soft, endless whispers. You realize that the marsh calms you gently, deeply, and endlessly. The lantern glows as if guarding a secret door, inviting you closer into its warm circle. You feel the reeds brush your arms like a gentle, cool hand. You notice a soft thud in the distance, a heartbeat of the marsh itself. It feels like a lullaby, a message from nature encouraging you to rest. You take a breath, feeling the salt on your tongue, sharp yet soothing. The lantern's flame sways, a partner in silence, steady as a sleeping dog. You wonder if the marsh has memory, holding stories for those who pause. You imagine an old fisherman speaking in hushed tones to the reeds about lost fortunes. The lantern's warm glow becomes a friend, lighting the path ahead. You walk in a trance, the marsh guiding each gentle step. The reeds whisper as if offering a lull to the wind itself. Your lungs fill again, a deep inhale that feels like a full circle. You exhale, sending the rest of the world away. Only the marsh remains. The lantern's light steadies, a quiet sentinel in the watery night. You feel a pulse in your chest, synchronized with the marsh's rhythmic whisper. Everything calms, and the world feels like a soft, endless blanket. You smile quietly, aware of the small joke. You are a marshmallow drifting in the wind. The lantern's glow remains steady, a companion to your silent thoughts. You rest your palm on the lantern, feeling its heat, a small world of light. The marsh hums, a soothing lullaby that lingers in your mind long after the walk. Your thoughts settle, the day's clamor sinking like tide into the quiet. You feel your knees soften, your limbs relax, the marsh breathing ease. The lantern's light is a steady pulse, a beacon in the dark. In that moment, you realize the lantern has always been your inner light. The marsh continues to breathe, its pulse and yours in unison, a symphony of calm. Every breath you take is a reminder that peace can be found even in salt spray. You close your eyes, letting the light and sound merge into a soft, comforting blanket. The lantern's glow flickers like a star watching over a tranquil world. You feel the marsh breathing around you, a quiet promise of safety. When you wake, the memory of this path will stay, a lullaby in your mind. You return to the world, knowing your heart is gently cradled by the marsh's lull. The lantern's fire becomes a story, a tale whispered by the reeds. You remember once, a fisherman told a joke about salt that made the wind laugh. The marsh is a theater, and its silence is the most powerful applause. Your mind soaks in this applause, letting each quiet moment resonate. You hear a faint song from a far shore, a distant lullaby of hope. The lantern's glow steadies, a lighthouse guiding you through night and doubt. You inhale deep, feeling your breath sink with the marsh's gentle cadence. In this moment, you know that rest is an invitation, not a destination. You feel each stone underfoot like a soft bass note. The lantern keeps shining, a warm hand against the cold dusk. Historians still argue whether the first recorded war was fought with swords or with words. In this moment, you notice that silence can be the loudest voice. A bird flutters close, its wings whispering against the lantern's light. You smile, thinking of the bird's tiny shadow dancing on the path. The marsh sighs, a gentle exhale that follows your breath. You feel a sense of belonging, a quiet invitation to stay longer. The lantern flickers in steady rhythm, like a second heartbeat beside you. You breathe in the salt, feeling it mix with your own life. The ground underfoot feels softer, a whisper of moss and stone. You pause, hearing a distant chime of silver bells. It sings a lull, a melody as old as the marsh. The path beneath you glows faintly, a beacon of promise. Your heart settles, a gentle drum that echoes the marsh's heartbeat. The lantern's flare dims slightly, yet its warmth stays constant. You walk further, letting the horizon pull you gently forward. You feel your thoughts unspool like threads from a quiet loom. Each step feels like a promise of continued calm. The lantern gleams, a companion that never tires. You hear a distant chorus of crickets. They're singing a soft percussion. The marsh hums along, a steady tune that wraps around you. Your breathing matches the rhythm, a slow metronome of release. You feel the world shrinking to a single glowing point. The lantern's flame steadies, a small sun in a vast marsh. You close your eyes, feeling the light hug your skin. You inhale calm, exhale the noise of the day. The marsh settles, a blanket of silence over stone. You walk deeper, each step gentle and sure. The path glows softly, a ribbon guiding you forward. The lantern stays steady, a beacon of safety in the dark. You feel the marsh's pulse, a soft drum beneath your feet. A distant ripple glistens, like a star in a pond. You smile, thinking of the tiny light that keeps you company. You step forward, feeling the ground soften like a feather. The lantern emits a gentle fire, a small hearth in the marsh. The marsh's silence feels less empty, more like a full song. You taste the salty air, a familiar brine on your tongue. You exhale, and the marsh seems to breathe in return. The lantern flares gently, a reassurance of homely warmth. You pause, hearing the wind compose a lullaby for your ears. The path beneath you hums softly, aligning with your heartbeat. You feel the marsh inviting you to stay forever, yet freedom to leave. You walk on, each step a conversation with the earth. The lantern remains steady, a friend in the quiet path. You inhale again, drawing in the calm like a soothing drink. You exhale, releasing every tension, feeling the marsh around you. The path glows faintly, a ribbon of light under your feet. The lantern's flame steadies, a constant companion to your journey. You walk onward, knowing the marsh will always embrace your footsteps. You walk onward, knowing the marsh will always embrace your footsteps. Your lantern casts a steady glow, a small island of warmth amid gray. Mist curls around your ankles like a shy, damp cat. You breathe in the briny air, feeling salt settle on your tongue. The reeds whisper secrets. They seem to agree with your silent pace. A low hum rises from the water, a lullaby of reeds and tide. Your feet sink slightly into the soft, loamy ground. The light drifts, gently dancing off each ripple that passes. You notice a reflection of the lantern in a puddle. It mirrors back your silhouette, as if the marsh is a mirror. A distant bird calls, a note that cuts through the hush. You pause, listening to how the marsh responds to every sound. The wind bends the reeds, making them sway like sleepy dancers. Your hair lifts, but nothing can truly shake your calm anchor. A soft breeze stirs the surface of the water, creating a ripple chorus. You grin, imagining the marsh is humming a private joke to you. The lantern flickers, reminding you of a warm campfire flame. Historians still argue whether the very first recorded war involved swords or words. You chuckle quietly, realizing that history is nothing but a giant debate. The marsh's rhythm matches your breath, slow and steady, like a metronome. You inhale, feeling the cool dampness fill your lungs. You exhale, releasing the day's residual noise into the mist. A small insect skitters near your boot, leaving a damp, fleeting trail. You watch it vanish into a hidden hollow in the mud. The sound of the wind becomes the soundtrack of your stroll. The lantern's light bends around each plant, turning them into floating lanterns. You feel the path shift, subtly beneath your boots. The ground crumbles and reforms, as if the marsh is playing a game. You pause, reflecting on how the marsh remembers every touch. A whisper travels beneath the reeds, a rustle of leaves answering your heartbeat. You pause again, letting the silence fill your ears. The marsh does not rush. It moves at a deliberate, patient pace. You take a step, your foot leaving a faint imprint on the damp earth. The impact echoes softly, like a slow drumbeat in an ancient hall. The light from your lantern paints the path with golden strokes. You smile, remembering that simple lantern that brought you here. The lantern feels like an old friend, steady amid changing tides. The path continues, deeper into the marsh's gray heart. A distant ripple shimmers, reflecting the lantern's glow. You feel a sense of belonging, as if the marsh welcomes you always. A playful breeze nudges your hair, a gentle teasing. You roll your shoulders, and the wind carries your laughter to the water. The marsh sounds like a symphony conducted by unseen hands. You sense that each footfall writes a new verse in that symphony. A small stone appears suddenly, half buried in the mud. You pick it up. It's warm, cool, and oddly like a forgotten keepsake. You hold it to your ear, and it feels as if the marsh is whispering secrets. The lantern's light shifts, moving over the stone's carved lines. The stone glints, suggesting a hidden story beneath the marsh's surface. You imagine ancient sailors buried their treasures in marshy grounds. The wind hums a tune that feels like both a lull and an invitation. You continue walking, each stride releasing the world farther behind you. The marsh feels as if it is breathing in sync with your own pulse. You notice a faint pattern of shells forming a spiral near a rock. The shells reflect the lantern's light, twinkling like tiny stars. You observe how the marsh collects and stores everything that passes. A curious otter flicks a leaf over your path just to test your reactions. You giggle softly, then continue, following the gentle current of the marsh. The light from your lantern becomes a living thing, breathing through each ripple. You think about the ancient Romans who invented concrete bridges in 12 BCE. Their ingenuity reminds you that even the hardest of materials can grow into life. Historians still argue whether the first recorded war was fought with swords or with words. You chuckle, realizing that even history's greatest battles are open to debate. The marsh stretches before you, both endless and intimate, a paradox you taste. You feel the world around you shrink into the lantern's golden domain. You pause, smelling the faint scent of wet earth and old secrets. The wind stirs, carrying a distant call that sounds like a lull from a distant cousin. A quirky tidbit tells that some cultures use fermented fish as a natural aphrodisiac in ancient feasts. The idea sparks a playful grin, the marsh becoming the stage of a hidden drama. The lantern's light flickers gently, a soothing rhythm in the quiet. You hear a distant splash. The marsh is playing a tiny drum to your footsteps. Your breathing slows, matching the marsh's own slow, rhythmic exhale. You feel the path underfoot hum with gentle energy. Each echo in the marsh feels like a shared secret between you and the natural world. You remember the phrase, "remember that crocodile dung sunscreen," from a conversation long ago. That memory pops, reminding you of the strange ways humans combine survival with humor. You laugh quietly at the absurdity, then continue along the path. A faint green light glimmers ahead, a hidden patch of dew reflecting the lantern's warmth. The dew sparkles like a constellation on the ground. You follow the light, guided by both lantern and natural glow. The marsh's moisture lingers on your toes, a tactile reminder of presence. You feel the earth's skin press against your legs like a gentle hand. You realize that the marsh, in its quietness, still has profound stories to tell. An old legend mentions an invisible octopus controlling the tides in some fringe belief. You pause, curious if the marsh indeed hides such mythical patrons. The sense of being watched warms you, like a friend whispering in your ear. Your lantern's flame sways, steady as a lighthouse beacon. You are guided by that light toward a quiet corner of the marsh. A gentle rustle invites you to sit for a while on a flat stone. You find the stone, its surface smooth under your fingers. The lantern's glow settles upon the stone, brightening the little circle of shade. You close your eyes and listen to the marsh breathing around you. You feel a calmness that steadies your thoughts like a gentle tide. The sky above shifts, a pale blue merging into an early dawn. The marsh's silence deepens, a blanket over your surroundings. You open your eyes, and the lantern's light shimmers on the water. It's like watching a firefly dance on a damp leaf. You smile, as if the marsh applauds your presence. You feel a gentle pulse, a rhythmic thud from the marsh's ancient heart. You remember you're not alone, that countless voices walk these same paths. Your lantern seems to vibrate with that quiet rhythm, a harmony to your own beat. You continue walking, letting the light guide you deeper. The marsh continues to breathe, a companion in the stillness. Historians still argue whether the first recorded war was fought with swords or with words. Your heart keeps pace with that age-old debate, each beat a question of history. You take another step, feeling the mist swirl like an invisible blanket around your ankles. Your breath gathers at the edge of your eyelids, gentle and cool. The lantern's flame flickers again, refusing to die. You laugh softly at how the light refuses to waver, like a stubborn night owl. You feel the marsh's subtle shifts, as if it shifts its own rhythm for you. A small bird perches near the lantern, feeding on the damp reeds. Its presence feels like an invitation to pause and listen. You sit, the ground soft and yielding like a mattress. The lantern illuminates a small patch of the sky, turning it to a watercolor canvas. You feel a warmth spread, the lantern's light a pocket in the marsh's cool. You realize that this small light can hold all your worries in its embrace. You allow the marsh, the lantern, and the wind to hold your thoughts. The marsh's quietness, the lantern's steady glow, and your breath combine like a lullaby. A tiny rustle tells you that the marsh, too, is breathing as it listens. Your feet feel the damp earth, a feeling of connection that stretches back centuries. The wind hums a chord, a low hum that feels like an ancient drumbeat. You notice a ripple of light in the water, reflecting the lantern's softness. The pattern is almost like a fingerprint, unique to this marsh. You hear a distant splash, the water telling its own story. Your lantern light becomes the center of this quiet ballet. You remain still, absorbing the gentle rhythm that surrounds you. The marsh seems to smile in your direction, an unspoken gesture. You sit there for a long time, no need to rush, as if the marsh is a teacher. The lantern's light steadies, unwavering as a lighthouse against stormy seas. Historians still argue whether the first recorded war was fought with swords or words. You let that question echo in your mind and feel a calm affirmation. You smile again, as if the marsh is giving you a wink. The wind carries a song from a distant source, echoing your laughter in a slow echo. You follow the sound, letting your heart follow the melody. The lantern flickers gently, illuminating each breath you take. You hold its glow as a comforting blanket against the chill. The marsh's surface ripples, as if reflecting a quiet, slow heartbeat. You feel this heartbeat, a deep, slow pulse under your legs. You take another step toward the light's reflection on the water. You notice a feather drifting down from a distant bird, soft as a whisper. The feather lands on the marsh's edge, a tiny feathered coin at the border. You lift it gently, feeling the feather's softness against your fingertips. The light in your lantern changes slightly, as if responding to the feather's presence. The marsh breathes around you, a living lull that matches your breathing. You inhale, feeling the moist air fill your lungs. You exhale, releasing every tension that lingered before this walk. The lantern's glow remains, a steadfast presence. You keep following the path, each step a part of a quiet symphony. The wind stirs the reeds, setting up a gentle, rustling orchestra. You let that sound wrap around your ears, a soft blanket. You keep walking, the sun's first rays beginning to warm the mist. The marsh's coolness begins to lift, replaced by a gentle heat. You feel the lantern's warmth rise, like a gentle sunrise touching the marsh. You feel the path ahead brightening, a road of gentle shimmer. You realize the lights are all a single source, your lantern and the marsh. You listen as the marsh sings about the ancient tides, the world's gentle heart. Historians still argue whether the first recorded war was fought with swords or words. You let that idea linger, a secret behind the light. You feel a connection, a rhythm between your breath and the marsh's pulse. The lantern's flame dances, a beacon in the stillness. You smile, feeling the world around you soften, melting into the marsh's gentle rhythm. The wind swirls, a quiet breeze that carries the scent of wet earth. You walk deeper into the marsh, feeling the water kiss your ankles. Your lantern light glints on the surface, turning the water into a silver path. You feel a sense of wonder, as if you're stepping through a living painting. Your thoughts drift back to the light, the sand, the stories held by the marsh. You listen as the marsh hums a low, resonant tone that speaks to your soul. The lantern's warmth feels like a hug around your shoulders. You keep walking, each breath in sync with the soft rhythm of the marsh. The path beneath you feels alive, like a living carpet that moves with you. You pause, feeling the ground pulse with a gentle thud, a low bass in the soil. You look at your lantern, its bright glow steady as a friendly guardian. The marsh around you sings a lullaby, a quiet chorus of waves and wind. You let your mind settle into the rhythmic beat of the marsh, a living metronome. The wind brings a faint scent of fresh reeds, a perfume of early morning. You feel the light of your lantern steady, a beacon of calm. Your heart stays steady, synchronized to the soft drum of the marsh. You can feel the world's pulse and your own pulse merging in subtle harmony. You walk still, the lantern guiding you forward through the dimmed twilight. You see the reflection of your lantern in the water, a mirrored beacon. A small ripple shivers across the water, as if a fish whispered a secret. You smile at the quiet joke of life in the marsh. You walk on, feeling lightness in your steps, guided by bright glow. The marsh's moisture is now a soft hand resting on your skin, cool and refreshing. You pause, taking a deep breath in the damp air. You feel the marsh, the lantern, and yourself breathing together, in sync. The lantern light flickers, an unblinking eye amid the marsh's calm. You feel your body relax further, each muscle softening with every breath. The world around you grows still, the marshes pulse a steady companion. You let your thoughts quiet, like a lull in the wind. The wind carries a distant echo of distant laughter, a reminder of past days. You feel that echo as a warm whisper, a comforting presence in the marsh. Your lantern stays steady, a small sun in the cool morning air. You keep walking, guided by the glow through the mist. The marsh embraces you with its cool, damp air, a steady, rhythmic pulse. You feel your mind clear, a calm mind wrapped in the marsh's hush. You keep walking, the lantern leading the way into a new, gentle dawn. The world around you is now a soft lull from the marsh, an endless breath of green. Historians still argue whether the first recorded war was fought with swords or words. You let that debate settle with the sound of silence, a gentle closing. You feel the lanterns glow steady like a lighthouse on calm waters. The path ahead brightens, each step revealing a new part of the marsh. Your footsteps echo faintly, a rhythm matching the slow tide. You breathe in, the air crisp and full of damp earth. You breathe out, slow and steady, letting the marsh calm your thoughts. You look around, the light filtering through the reeds, painting gentle patterns. You hear the whisper of wind, the most soothing sound in that silent world. The marsh's rhythm, a subtle pulse, steadies your heartbeats. You feel the lantern's warmth against your skin, warm and comforting. You glide forward, your lantern steady through the misty sea. The world behind you becomes a quiet memory, the marsh ahead a bright promise. You feel ready, your breathing, skin, mind in gentle harmony. The lantern stays steady, a quiet friend in the marsh. The marsh's sound surrounds you, a lullaby of nature. You move on, guided by light and nature's quiet song. Your heart syncs with the marsh's pulse, feeling calm. You keep walking, the light steady as ever, your steps gentle. The wind lifts, bringing a cool hush that embraces you. You sense the world in your chest, breathing along, and you are at peace. The marsh's whisper feels like a lull, a call to rest. You follow the light, trusting it to carry you to brighter fields. You feel the earth beneath your feet warm, like a quiet ember. The lantern brightens a little, steady as a safe harbor. You walk through the marsh, feeling breath and light, ready for rest. You walk through the marsh, feeling the marsh's cool touch on your ankle. The mist rises, a light veil over rustling reeds. Your lantern casts a steady glow, small sun amid gray. You feel salt on your skin, breath cool. The wind whispers, singing ancient stories softly. You hear the water drum, small pulse in hush. Your breath slows, matching the marsh's rhythm. The reeds sway, a gentle dance beside your path. You see a frog jump, silver ripples in its wake. You hear its croak, a lullaby in morning light. You step, feel damp earth shift beneath. The lantern's light drifts, guiding you onward. You notice a small stone etched with strange symbols. You pause, feel its warmth like forgotten memory. The marsh hums a soft melody, steady like heartbeat. You feel a calmness settle, skin tingling. You think of how history blends fact and myth. The first recorded Olympic Games began beside a track. You remember that memory, simple and ancient. Historians still argue whether the first recorded Olympic Games involved athletes competing barefoot or not. You chuckle quietly at the debate, letting it fade. You smile at your lantern, steady ember in damp night. You feel the wind stir, a quiet drum at your feet. The marsh listens, accepting your silent conversation. A small splash rings out, echo of water's joy. You breathe in, let the coolness fill lungs. You exhale, release all tension. Your lantern glows, warm pulse in shadows. The path lies quiet, soft as whispering grass. You walk deeper, marsh breathing beside you. A feather falls from an unseen bird, glittering. You watch. The feather lands softly. You smile, thinking of fermented fish myth. That odd tidbit sparks a laugh. The marsh remains a living poem here. Its rhythm syncs with your quiet breathing. You feel the lantern steady, guiding your gaze. The stars begin to peek through sky's break. You feel a gentle pull, drawn forward. You follow the path. Lanterns flame a quiet light. The marsh hums, a low hum with each step. You feel the world soften, calm settling. You feel the lantern warm your chest. You sense pulse rising, world humming to your rhythm. You notice a bright glimmer in reeds, an ember in dark. You hold your lantern, its glow steady. You look up, sky brightening like a ribbon. The marsh listens, breath steady. You pause, feeling the lantern's light merge with stars. Your mind folds into hush, calm deep. The lantern's glow fades, but memory lingers. You close your eyes, let darkness envelope you. The world rests, Marsh holding you until sunrise. You breathe, feeling the world rest, the marsh holding you until sunrise. You whisper a soft thank you to the day that carried you. You close the lantern, final glow fading like distant memory. Your eyes shut, mind folds into hush. The lantern's glow swells to a gentle beacon, steady as a friendly star. Its warm pulse seeps through your jacket, knitting comfort into the chill. You step, feeling the damp earth cradle your boots like old friends. The reeds around you hum, their leaves shivering at each breath. Your mind drifts back to history. The Roman Colosseum could seat 50,000. That fact rolls like distant thunder, reminding you great walls are humbled by time. A crackling laugh echoes from your inner monologue about how olden athletes probably wore sandals on that day. Historians still argue whether the first Olympic Games involved athletes competing barefoot or not in olden Athens together. You chuckle, imagining athletes trading sandals for sneakers in a time before rubber existed back in the past. The lantern's light flickers, casting shadows that dance like tiny, polite wizards. A feather from a gull slips past, spinning lazily before landing in your palm. That feather feels absurdly soft, like an apology from the sky for a noisy gust. You press your thumb into its down, feeling the wind's memory in each barb. A subtle vibration travels up your arm, reminding you that even feathers can be musical of soft lullabies. The marsh whispers, as if greeting you, "Welcome back, fellow wanderer." Your steps echo a soft drumbeat, matching the rhythm of your breathing. The salt on your skin prickles, tasting like home, but with a mysterious edge. A distant gull chirps, sounding like a broken record playing a new tune. The lantern's glow steadies, brightening the path ahead like a lighthouse on a quiet coast. You feel the lantern warm your chest, an invisible bubble of cozy safety. The reeds sway, a synchronized ballet performed by nature's own orchestra. You imagine a group of olden philosophers debating the merits of sandal versus sock. Why would athletes need socks? Someone asks, while a seagull pounces nearby. The gull's wing feathers scatter across the wet surface, creating a fleeting, glittering pattern. A subtle breeze nudges the lantern, as if saying, "Stay steady, traveler." Your mind darts to the quirky tidbit of the Voynich manuscript's strange plant drawings. Those illustrations seem to dance when the light hits them just right. You smile, recalling that mysterious book that might have been written by a time traveler. The marsh responds by lowering its mist, revealing the wet stones beneath your feet. Each stone is cool, reflecting your lantern's yellow hue like miniature mirrors. The water at the foot of a stone ripple as you step, a tiny wave painting your shoe. You breathe in the damp air, feeling the scent of brine and seaweed. Your shoulders relax, each inhale deeper, the storm of thoughts ebbing like tide. The lantern's light flickers in sync with your heartbeat, comforting in its rhythmic certainty. The marsh hums a lullaby, a low-frequency hum that vibrates through your bones. You close your eyes, allowing the hum to wash over you like a gentle wave. The light from the lantern dances across your eyelids, painting soft shapes. A distant echo of wind sounds like the universe sighing contentedly. You wonder if the marsh is a living library, storing stories in every droplet. The lantern's glow remains a steady pulse, an unchanging friend in moving water. You pause for a moment, sensing the connection between light and life. A small firefly flutters past, adding a speck of starlight beside your beam. The firefly's wings blink like a secret code, inviting curiosity. You laugh softly, thinking of how kids chase fireflies after dark. The marsh's breath grows deeper, as if thanking you for keeping the lantern alight. You feel gratitude bubbling up like a tiny spring in your chest. The lantern's warmth touches your face, soothing any lingering tension. You notice a shadow slipping behind a reed, a shape that might be a fox or a dream. The lantern's glow pushes the shadow, turning it into a harmless shadow puppet. The marsh seems to applaud, the water creating a subtle applause note. You let the applause echo in your mind, a quiet reminder of nature's joy. The lantern steadies its flame, its amber light steady as a lighthouse. Your footsteps become rhythmic, a metronome guiding you deeper into silence. The wind carries stories of boats long ago, their hulls rusted but intact. You imagine a sailor whispering to the sea, "Carry me home." The marsh keeps its secrets, but its light shares warmth like a storybook. You remember the quirk of the Voynich manuscript again, a reminder of mystery. But this time, you notice patterns in the reeds, resembling ancient glyphs. These glyphs flicker with each breeze, as if the marsh is writing its own runes. The lantern's glow brightens the glyphs, turning them into a glowing roadmap. You follow the glow path, each step a choice in this quiet adventure. The path narrows, guided by light, winding like a river of fire. Your heart slows, aligning with the lantern's mellow rhythm. The marsh exhales, releasing a warm mist that mingles with your breath. You feel the mist like a gentle blanket, soft as a whisper. You smile, knowing the lantern's glow will always guide you home. The sound of water continues under your feet, a steady, soothing drum. Every stone glows faintly under the lantern's beam, like tiny stars. The marsh's hush turns into a lull, a slow lullaby you can almost taste. You breathe in the scent of salt, a reminder that life is simple here. The lantern's light is steady, never flickering, as if it has seen everything. You step forward, trusting the path illuminated by this steadfast beacon. A rustling near you sounds like a story unfolding, inviting participation. The lantern's glow watches you, steady, and safe, like an old friend. You find the marshes rhythm calming, a natural meditation for restless minds. Your thoughts thin, leaving room for peaceful breathing. You notice a small patch of wildflowers near the stone path. Their petals glitter under lantern light, catching dew like tiny lanterns themselves. You pick one, holding it up to your face. The flower's fragrance tastes like memory, and the sea's sweet tang. You set the flower down, placing it gently beside your path. The lantern continues its steady glow, casting a comforting, warm circle. You feel the light wrap around you like a soft blanket. The marsh feels alive, breathing around you with gentle waves. You pause, letting the marsh sing its quiet song. The light's rhythm matches your heartbeat, a syncopated lullaby. You feel the peace settle inside you, a heavy blanket of calm. The lantern's glow never falters as you walk forward. You think of olden legends where lanterns guided souls across misty seas. The marsh is that sea, the lantern, a lantern of hope. You keep walking until the path opens into a clearing. A clearing reveals a small pool reflecting the lantern's golden hue. The pool ripples softly like a sleeping child. You sit down, leaning against a reed. The lantern remains close, a constant beacon of light in the dark. You close your eyes, listening to the marsh's hush and the river sound. The sound of your lantern's flame is a comforting whisper. You feel a gentle pressure, as if the marsh is encouraging you to breathe. The wind's touch tastes like salt and freedom, a natural lullaby. You hear your own breath blending with the marsh's quiet whispers. The hush deepens like a lullaby, and you feel the world fold around you. Your footsteps sink gently into the soft sod, each step a private rhythm. The lantern glows brighter, a steady pulse that steadies your pacing. A thin mist curls around your ankles, whispering a cool, briny breath. You breathe in, feeling the salt saturate every pore in your skin. The reeds around you move softly, their leaves trembling with each breath. You listen, the swaying sound a soft, living metronome. Beyond the reeds, a faint splash echoes from a hidden pool. The surface ripples, catching the lantern's light in shimmering threads. You pause, allowing the sight to settle into your mind's eye. Your hand reaches out, fingertips grazing the cool, smooth stone. It chills the palm, a reminder of the marsh's quiet touch. You think of how the tides have shaped this land for centuries. Historians still argue whether the earliest mariners navigated by stars or by the scent of salt. The idea comforts you, suggesting that navigation was as poetic as prayer. A distant gull cries, its call echoing across the water. You picture the bird as a messenger delivering news from far horizons. A new thought swirls in your mind. Why is this place so serene? Perhaps it is the way the light plays over wet reeds and stone. The lantern's glow nudges you forward, gentle and inviting. You walk forward, each footfall a calm, deliberate beat. The marsh seems to inhale, as though it welcomes you. Your breathing slows, following the rhythm of the damp soil. You notice a pattern in the reeds, resembling ancient glyphs. They flicker with each breeze, almost like a secret language. A faint rustle sounds from the bushes, like the wind teasing leaves. You keep walking, savoring every sensation of this world. The scent of seaweed mixes with the earthy dampness. It feels grounding, like a stone anchor in a floating sea. Your ears catch a faint murmur of distant drums. It could be the sound of a boat far beyond the marsh. The feeling lingers, history, mystery, calm, all intertwined. You think of the Eiffel Tower, recalling its completion in 1889. The fact stirs a sense of global time and shared moments. You imagine the tower's iron lattice against a bright sky. You feel proud of humanity's enduring creations, even in humble marshes. A tiny firefly flutters near your lantern's beam. Its wings flash tiny starlight against the dark surrounding. The bird's motion feels almost deliberate, almost purposeful. You smile, amused by the tiny, fleeting companion. A strange idea stirs. Perhaps this marsh keeps more secrets. You know one quirky tidbit about the Voynich manuscript. Only a few readers can decipher its unknown plants. You wonder if those plants lived in a world like this one. You let the thought drift, settling into the marsh's pulse. The reeds sway with a steady, ancient metronome. A gentle wind pushes the lantern, creating a subtle wobble. You watch the light dance, a quiet ballet on the water. The sound of water lapping continues, melodic and gentle. A memory flashes. Your childhood walks along a riverbank. You realize every breath echoes that memory, quiet and slow. You pause to drink in the calm, the lantern's steady glow. It is your companion, an unwavering friend on this path. The marsh seems to exhale, a soft sigh of contentment. Your mind calms, thoughts becoming faint, like drifting mist. You feel weight lift, replaced by serene silence. The air thickens with the scent of salt and wet earth. You notice a delicate wildflower blooming near the path. Its petals catch dew, sparkling like miniature lanterns. You pick it gently, holding it up against the moon's glow. The flower's fragrance is like ocean memories and childhood. You set it down beside a stone, a silent offering. The lantern's beam continues to trace a slow, bright trail. Your steps echo in the marsh, slow and deliberate. Your thoughts become thinner, breathing smoother, steadier. You feel the marsh's pulse syncing with your heartbeat. The path ahead narrows, the stones leading deeper. Each step deepens your connection to this living landscape. The sense of time slows, folding into a quiet now. You think of how the marsh has stood for centuries. History, mystery, and nature mingle here alive. You keep walking, trusting the lantern's steady light. A rustle from the reeds whispers stories of old. The wind carries them, gentle like a lullaby's hum. You imagine the whispers are telling you to keep moving. The lantern's glow is steady, never flickering. Its warmth wraps around your shoulders, a soft blanket. You feel a sense of belonging, rooted in this mist. Your mind is a quiet tide, rising and falling slowly. The marsh responds, exhaling a gentle mist. It feels like an embrace, a gentle hug from the environment. You walk forward, guided by light, sound, and scent. A distant boat's horn sounds faint, far out in the night. You imagine it as a lone traveler like you, seeking calm. You listen to the horn, a reminder of humanity's reach. You continue forward, each step aligning with the lantern's glow. The marsh's rhythm calms you deeper, drawing your breath slowly. You allow yourself to let go of worries, letting them drift. They ripple away with the water, dissolving into quiet. You feel a peaceful certainty, a gentle safety. The lantern's beam steadies as you walk deeper. Your heart slows, breathing in sync with the marsh's calm. You imagine the marsh as a living diary, recording moments. Each reed, stone, and drop holds a memory, a secret, the memory of the Eiffel Tower, of the Voynich manuscript, of your own story. You feel these memories intertwine, forming a tapestry. The tapestry glows under the lantern's soft light. You walk on, guided by that glow. The path curves, revealing a clearing with a small pool. The pool mirrors the lantern's golden hue, calm and deep. You feel drawn to sit, leaning against a reed. The lantern follows you, its light steady and familiar. You close your eyes, breathing in the marsh's lullaby. The sound of the lantern's flame is a comforting whisper. You sense a gentle pressure, like the marsh encouraging you to breathe. The wind tastes of salt and freedom, a lullaby for the soul. You hear your own breath blending with the marsh's quiet whispers. Your thoughts quiet, the world dimming to a soft focus. Time here feels stretched, elongated like a slow motion breath. You allow the silence to fill your mind, gently and warmly. The marsh stays close, like an old friend in soft night. The lantern's glow steadies your steps toward deeper calm. The water's murmur continues, a soothing, constant hum. A bird's distant call echoes across the sky, gentle. You feel its call as part of the marsh's endless song. The lantern's beam paints soft shapes in the darkness. You see silhouettes of reeds, shadows shifting slowly. It feels like a soft, living painting unfolding as you walk. The marsh's breath grows deeper, a resonant undertone. You breathe in sync, feeling the marsh respond. You feel gratitude blooming, rising like a spring within you. Your body relaxes, muscles easing, ready for the next step. You walk forward, guided by light, sound, and sense. A light touch of mist caresses your face, cooling. You feel the mist like a gentle blanket, soft and comforting. You think of the quirky tidbit about the Voynich manuscript. Its unknown plants have mystified readers for centuries. You ponder if those plants might be native to a marsh like this. The thought lingers, playful, a tiny spark of curiosity. You let it fade into the gentle murmur of surrounding reeds. The lantern's glow remains steady, unchanging. It is as if history itself pulses with the light. Your heart keeps a calm, steady beat, matching the lantern. You feel the lantern's warmth against your chest, a comforting bubble. The marsh's breath lingers, soothing your thoughts. You notice no shadow behind a reed, only gentle light. The shadow dissolves into the mist. You sense a sense of peace, a calm you had not felt. The marsh keeps its secrets, whispering ancient stories. You hear a distant splash, a small wave in the pool. It ripples through your soul, gentle and steady. You feel the pool's surface reflect the lantern's glow, a mirror. The reflection looks back, soft and alive. You feel a sense of home, a sanctuary in this twilight marsh. The lantern glides gently, maintaining its beam. You keep walking, trusting the path illuminated by that steady light. A slight breeze rustles the reeds, a comforting sigh. The wind appears to applaud the walk. You feel the applause echo in your mind, a soft, quiet note. A moment of stillness settles over the marsh. Your breathing slows, your thoughts narrow. You stay in the moment, letting the marsh lull you further. You hear the whisper of a stream, a low hum, steady. The sound travels through your body, soothing and rhythmic. The marsh's vibration matches your heartbeat, a gentle rhythm. You feel a deep connection to this place, a sense of belonging. The lantern's glow feels like an anchor in the moving water. You keep stepping forward, following the steady light's path. A rustle from a nearby bush sounds like a subtle invitation. You imagine the bush as a keeper of secrets. You listen, but remain in focus on the path. You notice a patch of wildflowers blooming near the stones. They glimmer in the lantern light like tiny stars. You take a breath, feeling their fragrance, earthy, fresh, wild. You hold the flower to your chest, feeling warmth. The marsh's silence is almost deafening in its calm. You feel the world narrowing to the sound of the lantern. The light pulses softly, a gentle heartbeat. You imagine the marsh as a living book. Each reed, each stone, each drop a page. You read them silently, feeling their stories pull you deeper. You walk further, guided by lantern, sound, and scent. Your breath slows, each inhale a quiet, steady wave. The marsh's breath aligns with your own. You see a bird's shadow gliding over the stones. It moves like a quiet, dark feather. A sense of awe fills your chest. You remember the historical fact that the Eiffel Tower was first completed in 1889. The fact feels like a small bridge across time. You feel connected to human history. Even in this marsh, the marsh's whisper reminds you of the past, present, future. You sense that history is alive here, breathing. The lantern's heat steadies your nerves, a gentle hug. You feel the marsh's calm filling your mind. A small ripple spreads across the pool, faint and soft. The ripple feels like a gentle wave, soothing. You listen to the marsh's song, a soft, melodic hum. A distant gull's cry becomes a counterpoint. The sound creates a living symphony. You feel the marsh's pulse, its steady, rhythmic heartbeat. You breathe in, letting the sound fill you. You exhale, releasing tension. Your thoughts become gentle, like a lullaby. The lantern's glow steadies, never wavering. It feels like a guardian lantern, always present. You step forward, trusting the light's guidance. You sense the marsh's subtle shift, welcoming. A hush settles over the pool. The light reflects, creating a delicate tapestry of silver. You feel the water's surface soothing, like a gentle hand. You continue walking, heart calm, breathing deep. The marsh's rhythm is an ally, keeping you centered. The lantern's glow keeps you focused. You feel the world slowing, breathing steady. The marsh's mist kisses your lips, cool. You feel like you belong in this quiet corner. The lantern's warmth surrounds you, a protective shell. You sense a sense of home in this marsh. You feel the marsh's breath aligning with your heart. The light stays steady, a constant. You step forward, walking deeper into serenity. A soft breeze brushes your face. You feel the wind, fragrant and crisp. It carries a hint of salt and distant seas. The marsh's calm grows louder, a tender, comforting hum. You feel the lantern's glow guiding you forward. You keep walking, following the light into a quiet heart. You find the pool's bottom, a slight depth. The water feels cool against your feet. You trace the line, feeling it like a lullaby. The lantern's flame burns steady, bright. You pause, listening to the sound of water. The sound echoes, a calm resonance. You feel a sense of peace settle inside. The marsh's rhythm syncs with your breathing. You feel the path inviting you forward. You walk on, guided by lantern light. The marsh's breath keeps you grounded. The lantern stays steady, your companion. You feel your mind open, ready for deeper calm. The light, the sound, the touch, a union. You feel the world quiet, your thoughts drifting. The marsh's silence becomes familiar, like home. You keep moving forward, trusting the path. The lantern's glow is steady, ever present. It feels like an ancient, watchful eye. You breathe slowly, letting tension dissolve. The marsh's water hums, a pure, steady tone. You feel your breath and the marsh in sync. You walk on, in harmony with nature. A rustle from a small plant reaches your ears. You imagine the plant as a silent guardian. You feel comforted by this thought. You continue toward the light's path. The marsh's breath embraces you like an old friend. You feel the lantern's warmth, a hug through the night. You feel your breathing steady, slow. The marsh keeps its secrets, humming soft. You notice the lantern's flame flickering softly. It pulses, a gentle reminder of life. You find a small stone, smooth in your palm. It feels like a treasure, carried inside your fingers. The light reflects, creating a subtle glow. You keep walking, heart calm, breathing deep. The marsh's pulse stays steady, guiding you. The lantern's light becomes a constant in the quiet world. You feel the path ahead, welcoming, gentle. You continue onward, trusting the lantern's steady glow. You feel a sense of calm and safety embrace you. The marsh's whisper becomes part of your mind's calm. You hear your own breath as it blends with the marsh's quiet whispers. You breathe, letting the marsh's quiet whispers wrap around your thoughts. Your feet sink softly into wet earth, a gentle resistance beneath each step. The lantern's glow steadies, a constant friend light in the damp twilight. A breeze lifts the lantern's flame slightly, stirring a quiet ripple of light. You notice the rustle of reeds, a slow, rhythmic sigh. The sound feels like an ancient lullaby, soothing the mind. You pause, inhaling the sharp, briny air of the Saltmarsh. The scent lingers, grounding you in the present moment. Your pulse slows, echoing the marsh's own steady beat. You feel the weight of the day melt away with each breath. A distant call of a gull echoes, soft and distant. You imagine the bird as a messenger from distant horizons. The sky is a pale canvas, painted with early dawn light. The clouds drift lazily, each movement a gentle brushstroke. You find a smooth stone by the path and trace its worn edges. The stone feels cool against your palm, a small secret held tight. You think of human history and marvel at the resilience of time. The first man walked on the moon in 1969, a moment of wonder. You recall the applause that followed and the world holding its breath. Your mind drifts to a quirky tidbit about a town that declares every day its National Bubble Gum Day. You smile at the absurdity of a nation's sweetened devotion. A subtle vibration lingers underfoot, a whisper of unseen movement. You imagine small fish beneath the shallow water, their scales flashing in the lantern's light. The marsh seems to breathe in and out with your own inhalations. You feel a growing sense of calm, like a blanket over restless thoughts. Your ears catch a faint, distant drumbeat, rhythmic and slow. You wonder whether it comes from an old wind instrument or a hidden rhythm in the reeds. The sound lingers, a lullaby for the mind and the body. Your steps become almost meditative, following the lantern's guided path. The path ahead glistens, reflecting the soft glow. You take a moment to drink in the scent of earth and salt. The air is rich, warm and briny, a lullaby of nature. You notice a patch of wildflowers blooming close to the stones. Their petals sparkle like tiny lanterns, glimmering in the light. You pick one gently, holding it up to the lantern's glow. The flower's fragrance is gentle, like a whisper of spring. You set it down beside a smooth stone, a quiet offering. The lantern's flame steadies, a warm heart beating in your chest. You sense the light as a guardian, a steady pulse guiding you forward. The marshes whisper deepens, a soft hum that feels almost alive. A cool breeze wafts through, carrying a faint scent of seaweed. You breathe it in, feeling the world pause around you. Your thoughts begin to thin, leaving only the marsh's calm. The lantern's light flickers gently, a breathing rhythm in the night. You feel the marsh's breath in sync with your heart, a subtle hum. You think of the Statue of Liberty, dedicated in 1886, a beacon of freedom. The historical fact anchors you, a reminder that time passes and light endures. You feel the light's warmth spread along your shoulders like a protective blanket. You listen to the distant ripple of water, a quiet, gentle note. The sound flows through your body, soothing and steady. A small rustle in the reeds draws your attention. You imagine the reeds as ancient storytellers, whispering secrets of the marsh. You follow the light, feeling the path ahead call you onward. You sense a gentle calm wrapping around you, a sense of belonging. The lantern's glow stays constant, an anchor in shifting shadows. You feel the marsh's rhythm steady your breath, a lullaby to your soul. The sound of the wind through the reeds is a soft lull. You inhale deeper, letting the wind fill your lungs. You exhale, releasing tension into the damp air. Your mind relaxes, as if the moon had wrapped a blanket over it. You spot a tiny firefly dancing near the lantern's beam. Its wings flicker, a small star dancing in the twilight. You smirk at the tiny companion, amused by its fleeting presence. A strange thought surfaces. Perhaps this marsh holds more secrets than the Voynich manuscript has. The Voynich manuscript's unknown plants have baffled readers across centuries. You wonder if those mysterious flora could thrive here, hidden among reeds. You let the thought drift, carried like a feather by the wind. The marsh's pulse keeps you calm, a steady companion in darkness. You see a subtle ripple on the water's surface, a faint wave. You feel its cool touch against your fingertips, a brief brush. The ripple fades as quickly as it appeared, leaving stillness behind. You notice the lantern's flame dancing, a gentle breath of fire. It is a quiet guardian, illuminating the way forward. Your heart follows its rhythm, steady and slow. The marsh's soft hum echoes through your bones, binding mind and body. You feel gratitude rising like a warm wave inside you. Your muscles relax, releasing the minute tension that stayed. You continue walking, guided by the lantern's steady glow. A breeze stirs, carrying the scent of distant seas. You close your eyes, letting the sound of the marsh become your guide. The lantern's light paints soft shapes against the dark. The shadows shift, a living painting unfolding before you. The marsh's breath deepens, resonant and steady. Your breath follows. You feel a sense of peace, a calm that settles like a blanket. You feel the marshes whisper echo in your thoughts, a quiet song. The lantern's warmth wraps around you, a comforting shield. You feel yourself becoming one with the marsh, a part of the landscape. You notice the scent of seaweed again, stronger now, a gentle reminder of the sea. You hear distant drumming, rhythmic, slow, a beat that matches your heart. You let the rhythm flow through your body, a steady pulse. A subtle rustle in the reeds hints at unseen movement. You imagine a small creature, perhaps a frog, watching you. You pause, listening to the quiet conversation of nature. The lantern's flame steadies, a glowing heart amid dark. The marsh's breath echoes, a silent lullaby in the night. You feel a deep connection to this place, the world unfolding around you. Your breath slows, each inhale drawing in the calm. The lantern's glow brightens, a beacon on a quiet path. You feel a sense of safety, a haven in this marshy night. The light keeps you steady, a constant companion. You walk ahead, trust in the lantern's gentle glow. The marshes whisper deepens, a soft pulse that syncs with your breathing. Your mind narrows to this moment. The world fades to softness. You feel a wave of gratitude wash over you for the silent journey. The lantern's flame is steady, a gentle heart beating. You sense the marsh's breath like a drum, steady and reassuring. You continue forward, following the lantern's path. You feel the warmth of the flame, a gentle hug in the cold air. Your heart quiets, aligning with the marsh's steady rhythm. You notice a small stone by the path, smooth and cool. You pocket it, a small treasure in your palm. The lantern's glow moves with you, a steady guide in the dark. You step forward, feeling the marsh's rhythm keep you centered. You remember the quirky tidbit again, towns calling National Bubble Gum Day each year to bring joy. You chuckle, thinking about the sweet, sticky tradition. Your breath slows, the marshes hum lulling you deeper. A distant call returns, a gull's cry. You feel the sound as part of the marsh's endless song. You listen to the quiet waves of water, a steady hum. The light from the lantern paints silhouettes, each shape shifting gently. You watch the reeds sway like waves in a soft sea. You feel the marsh's pulse steady your thoughts, a gentle rhythm. You notice a small plant near the path, its leaves trembling in the wind. You imagine it as a secret guardian, a silent sentinel. You feel comforted, continuing toward the lantern's guidance. The marsh's breath wraps around you, a familiar friend. You feel the lantern's warmth, a light hug. Your breath steadies, slow and relaxed. The marsh keeps its ancient calm, hiding stories in silence. You notice the lantern's flame flickering softly, a gentle reminder of life. You feel the small stone in your pocket, warm under your palm. Its smoothness feels like a comfort, a small treasure carried. The lantern's steady light becomes present in the dark world. You feel the path inviting you forward, a gentle push toward tranquility. You continue walking, trusting the lantern's glow. You feel the marshes whisper, becoming part of your own calm. The breath of wind carries the scent of distant seas. You smile at the strange, quirky detail of a town's bubble gum celebration. You think of a place where people gather nightly, listening to the wind's song. You feel your body relax, every muscle soft and light. Your mind is a quiet lake, reflecting the lantern's gentle light. The marsh's rhythm keeps you grounded, breathing harmony. You hear a distant ripple of water, a small wave reaching the shore. The sound flows through you, a gentle hum. The lantern steadies, a constant in the shifting world. You feel the marsh's breath in rhythm with your heart. You walk forward, guided by the steady glow. You feel a sense of calm and safety, embraced by the marsh. The light becomes a steady drumbeat, soft and bright. The journey continues, and the marsh surrounds you. You hear your own breath, blending with the whispering reeds. You know that you are part of the marsh, part of the tide. You breathe, letting the marsh's quiet whispers fold around your thoughts softly in the evening. Your feet sink into wet earth, carrying gentle resistance. that steadies each step slowly today. The lantern's glow steadies, a constant friend light, lighting the damp twilight on your path now. A breeze lifts the flame, stirring a quiet ripple of light across reeds softly through the. You notice reeds rustle, an ancient sigh that cradles your mind into calm deep like night. A gull calls far away, a distant messenger drifting beyond the marsh toward the sky. The sky blushes pale, a canvas tinted by early dawn's gentle light softly as you wander. Clouds drift lazily, each movement a soft stroke against twilight's horizon that whispers softly into your. You find a smooth stone, tracing its worn edges for a cool secret in your. History whispers of resilience. Moons echo from 1969, shining bright above night. Applause remembers world held breath, a timeless moment wrapped in wonder over the silent waves of. A quirky town celebrates bubble gum daily, sweet joy echoed through playful streets, with laughter softly. Marsh whispers deeper, a hum alive, resonating beneath lantern's gentle pulse in the quiet air around. Cool breeze carries seaweed's scent, whispering calm through damp earth's skins softly into your breath today. You inhale, a world quiet's breath sinks with marshes, steady, tranquil rhythm, like a soft wave through beyond. Statue of Liberty's light, dedicated in 1886, lasts across ages, bright against the silent night of. Feel warmth spread, protective blanket against cold, a guiding you toward inner calm through the dark of. Listen to ripples soft, small, a quiet wave reaching shore beneath the lake of muted water in horizon. The lantern fades, light gone, only hush remains, a whisper like feathers soft in night around beyond the. Your final breath lingers, merging with Marsh's sigh, drifting into endless, a soothing hush softly beyond toward silence.